Hi, welcome to the space for round 3 of the summer playoffs in the LCK. I'm really happy as today we have the rematch of spring finals between Gen.G and T1. I'm Laura, of course, you know me, and you know these guys vibing just on the side. How are you guys doing?
It's a road to worse today, huh? Road to worse.
Road to Daejeon.
It's a guarantee of the second seed.
Daejeon.
Hey, mate.
Really excited.
That's I love the energy. I'm gonna match you guys in just a bit as we're gonna take a look at the playoffs bracket to see where we left things at yesterday and what happened so far in the summer playoffs. Some upsets, I might say, but also it looks a bit similar to something we've seen before.
Yeah, it's just,
doesn't it?
It's just spring. Things started off looking a bit differently, you know. DRX instead of Sandbox. Teams were in different places, but ultimately, D+ kinda under-delivered. T1 beat KT in a 3-2 series in the upper bracket, and we'll get Gen.G T1
Again.
In a big game, in a winners match, and whoever win, it's instantly go to final. It's crazy. Yeah. We've seen before this.
This has happened.
How many times did we see?
It was like in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
I've lost track too many times.
But we love seeing it. We love seeing it. It's one of the best matchups we have in the LCK so far. Chronicler, you were mentioning the whole KT T1. I know there's been a lot of talk on social media. KT made a mistake, so yeah.
No. To all the hindsight Henrys out there, I'm done with this. Okay, KT did not, like, obviously it backfired, but saying up front,
it made sense
that it was a clear mistake to go for T1. You can't. I don't think you can do that. This team, T1 struggled with beating Nongshim 2 weeks ago. Was T1 always going to be kind of a wild card in terms of performance? Yes, but KT handily dispatched of them this entire split, and it always works out for the highest seed to just pick whoever is lowest on the ranking.
Yeah, I mean, additionally, I don't know if you guys actually watched the T1 D+ Kia series.
I didn't.
It's no good. Like, I mean, it's 3-1, but the game was like, it could have been a 5 game, and you never know who's gonna win until actually the Nexus exploded.
Yeah.
It's just whoever win the 1-5 at the burger on the Baron, that's it. So like, it was so clear for KT to choose T1 over 100% 3 or HLE.
But it did not age well, and I do think that's fine.
It did not age well, but for the best though, because it gives us more competitive playoffs as we're gonna move forward, but that's a story for later. We'll come back to this. I want to focus on champions. I want to focus on meta and what we've seen so far in the summer playoffs. What stands out for you? What is the most surprising pick and the least surprising?
Most interesting to me is that Aatrox, who actually didn't do that well initially, has started to make a bit of a comeback in playoffs, mostly spearheaded, by the way, by Zeus, with his full lethality Aatrox. I think that's really cool. We also see Kai'Sa actually drop a little bit in prio, and the Xayah come up, which it's really interesting because it started to come up as just a counter to Kai'Sa, but we've seen that it actually works well into the current meta as long as you don't play into too much poke.
Yeah, and also you guys have to see the Maokai and Rel. I mean, those two champs are, you know, like, it's not like incredible high prio. Like, some team actually take over Sejuani over Maokai, you know, and Maokai just get the kind of free win.
And so,
okay, on the bait picks though, something stands out here.
So I think Nico Nocturne is a bit of player or team strength, right? I actually really like that combo. I think that's fine. The Sejuani being as weak as it is really interesting. A large part of this, to me, is the fact that Homa prioritized it. But I also think that top lane is more relevant than ever. And if you draft the Sejuani with a strong top side, actually play towards it, that would be my... I think Sejuani is still just as good, because the reason why Sejuani is weak is not because we see like Trundles or other champions that really counter it come in. It's just because the gameplay right now, I think, doesn't really make optimal use of her strengths.
I mean, that's the thing. They draft towards like top centered win conditions, but they don't really play for them most of the time, Rooney, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen like multiple times Rankton against the Aatrox, as you kind of mentioned it before. Like, the Aatrox is winning against Rankton. Reason why? Because they're not fighting with the Rankton Sejuani. It's kind of... I just don't know why they're not fighting.
Skill, it's fine,
like,
right?
It's 2v2.
It's okay.
You're picking Sejuani for top 2v2 or mid condition, like Miller champion, those extra. Like, they're not abusing. Like, they gotta do it. Otherwise, you're not a good champ.
I still think it's something that we're gonna have to focus on today, especially looking at this top-oriented matchup. And talking about this matchup, a tale as old as time, honestly. Chronicler T1 versus Gen.G. And this is just this year.
Yeah, and we're not going to go all the way back because there will be way too much to cover. But I think it's really telling that this has been like the matchup in the LCK for the last 2 years. And then we had like a few D+ Dom 1 years, you know, and then if you go back before that, it's also just it's always T1. T1 Gen G. Now this year, obviously in spring, T1 was way better up until the finals, and I think you can kind of start to see how Gen G were able to claw it back in their favor, most notably because T1 wasn't that good this summer.
Yeah, I mean, especially the regular seasons, like they weren't able to just actually just catch up to the Gen G at some point. But it's like after they step up the D plus Kia series to go towards the KT series, it's actually hard to call today. Like they step up themselves a lot, and if they step up even one more time to the Gen G, I think there's a possibility that they can actually make an upset.
Right, and it matters so much, especially with Worlds at the end of the line, and the fact that you want to get to this final, you want to get to these championship points, and we'll get to this later, of course. But yeah, longest final streak in the LCK. Of course, you would find T1 and Gen G as the leaders here.
Yeah, this is yet another example of why, if you complain about this T1 squad, like. Look at this. Look at this streak.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, I think that
champion.
with how they look right now, even if they lose against Gen G today, which is my expectation, I think it's very close, but I do favor Gen G still. Like, I think they're gonna make. I think they're gonna make finals again. I think T1 Gen G is inevitable, and Gen G obviously also, given the pretty sizable changes they made this year, I think it's really cool that they were able to still make finals with pace and delight.
Yeah, I mean, especially as you mentioned, I was gonna say, like, with the roster changes, like, it's actually huge. It's actually huge. So, like, it was the main pieces of the Gen G, and still they proved themselves that they can actually still do that. That's crazy thing. Like, whoever win today, it's gonna be 5 streak or 4 streak. So making the history today.
It's incredible. And I was mentioning, of course, the Road to Worlds championship points, the one that you don't want to miss as they count more here in summer. Chronicler, talk me through what we have here and chances for each team, the one that we're going to have today and the ones remaining in the playoffs.
Yeah, so it's very straightforward. Whichever team wins today basically locks themselves into a spot, right? That's really very straightforward. Win today, you're in. Guaranteed, just because of how the championship points are and the fact that this is a rematch of the finals. And I got to be honest, even if that wasn't the case, I'm pretty certain that both these two teams would make it.
Yeah,
even without the points.
Yeah.
I mean, even though they go qualifier, honestly, it doesn't really matter. They're gonna be able to still beat all the team. Like as you said, I think guaranteed today second seed. It's so much better already throughout all the practice next week, and they're gonna feel so much comfortable as a player perspective. Like there are no pressure at all.
Yeah, right. Like less weight off your shoulder, but you still want to come as strong as possible, especially with Worlds on the way here. So guys, let's focus on the match that we have today, shall we? And what is gonna make the difference? What is gonna be important in between these two teams? You again, it's me again. 8th match of 2023. They know each other perfectly.
I want to again 8th of 2023.
Yeah.
It's not it's 8th of 2023, of course, also because we actually now at MSI had the opportunity to have these teams face off against one another. Now, I don't think Gen G really struggled at all in their match against Home Alive. They showed some weaknesses for sure, but
weird game, though.
It wasn't really a struggle. 41 though, the fact that they're able to bounce back this quickly, like you could have told me that they would make a losers bracket run and I would have believed you, but for them to bounce back enough to beat KT, insane.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, like Gen G definitely had some hiccup, but still they were kind of happy gaming, but still they still got the one, and it was
clearly bad.
It was a clear the 3-0, so it's gonna be a great series.
I love the highlight of this matchup, second top versus national top. It might be a difficult one for Doran coming in today, especially when I consider how well Zeus has been playing lately.
That's the main thing. I also expect there are a lot of focus to go towards that top side, but you gotta put some respect on Zeus with how well he's played. And I do think that Doran's had the number of Zeus. When it happens, it's very obvious, like the Gragas games, but even in that finals, Zeus had some games where he was able to then bounce back, right? Not enough to actually get the victory, but Zeus's form, I think, was together with Guma what kind of helped T1 a little bit together, or looked good. And the fact that he's been able to play this one with Ignite Rumble.
Ignite Rumble.
It's my boy, you know?
He's so proud.
I'm so proud. Like whoever just get the Ignite Rumble I was craving for. Wow.
And I love that we see the highlight of the mid lane matchup, of course, because for me, it is going to be important, but mostly influenced by how both junglers are going to be playing towards solo lanes.
Yeah, I mean, they've been playing for against each other for forever, honestly. Yeah. Like it went, it's like as soon as the Chobi Devi, like they were actually playing each other together so they know each other so well. And Chovy is like one of the the key on the Gen G, like why they're strong, become a strong team, even though they were kind of, Doran was a little bit struggling, but it doesn't matter because Chovy, his stats is showing all off.
Yeah, and I've been a really big fan of Pace, but to me, the mid-jungle is what makes this team and why they've been so consistent for so long. And I do think that Faker, his impact on T1 is undeniable, but when it comes to lane, I think he's going to struggle today, because Chovy, especially in playoffs, always steps it up, and Faker's laning phase, I think, has been pretty weak, even with the wins they got in playoffs.
I mean, for me, they're both central pieces of each lineup, but in a different way.
Yeah.
One more on the Rift, on the side of Chovy, and we saw the impact of Faker when it comes to rallying the team and helping his teammates come together. Gen G versus T1, of course, want to be one of the most hype matchup that we're going to have in playoffs. And I want to look at the team stats here, and I want you guys to tell me how much these teams have evolved from regular season to popping off in playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, as you guys see, like early game, like I'm assuming it will, like the Gen G will take early lead, more likely, no matter what. Like as you said, like the Faker especially, he's not playing really well in solo lane, and it's like also even bottom lane, I think there's a higher chance that Pace Delay will just take a little bit of the advantage. Like it's gonna be depends on the draft. It's just about the top lane. I think the T1 has to win on the JOC side, otherwise it's gonna be really rough early game, and then we'll be able to Gen G take like the snowball lead forever.
I also want to highlight something. This T1 gold kind of, swing that they found about 2,000 on average between 20 and 25 really reminds me of the form that the team had during MSI. So this is not the T1 that we had during spring, but it just absolutely crushed everyone. We can see that even here, right? Like, yes, it's insanely higher than it was, but it still isn't the T1 that we saw in spring that just won every early game, courtesy of the AD carry meta at the time and the support meta. But they've kind of reverted back to the T1, which of a few years ago, where it's like, if they find that one team fight between 20-25 minutes, the one key engage, the one macro play, they really, really have been exceptional at accelerating that. And I do think against Gen G, that is really hard, because I feel like generally that's where Gen G also kind of comes online, and they are a really stable team. Some, shenanigans against Homa Lives notwithstanding.
It's gonna be the challenge for T1 for sure. And with this graphic being on, guys, I'm gonna ask the obvious question. What is the impact of Faker in T1? How do we rate the impact of the GOAT in rallying the rest of his teammates?
I mean, I'll say like Faker is the observatory for T1. Like he's actually just scoping every map and then telling to people like what they need to do, what we need to do. Like especially you mentioned about the 20-minute. At the 20-minute, the Baron spawn and around the object, especially Baron, that's a huge impact you can actually make. Even though they're losing, the Faker can make the call that they can actually win the fight. Yeah,
I do want to give some credit to the T1 players. I think that you also see that Carrier and Owner in particular really benefited from the confidence that having Faker back provides. I think Zeus and Guma looked good, but just weren't able to mesh with the rest of the team. And with Faker back, their team fighting has looked infinitely better.
You're mentioning Owner. I want to focus a bit more on the jungle matchup that we're going to have today, because looking at how Peanut played yesterday, it is going to get interesting, especially because they don't play towards the same solo lanes, with Honor playing more maybe against Zeus, which is what is expected, and we've talked about Peanut at Chovy as well.
Yeah, I mean, if Honor didn't actually just step up at the KT series, I was gonna mention, it's like, I don't think Honor can actually handle Peanut Ollie action and invade, like using the Gen G Ollie prior lane, like from lane phase, but I think they actually step up a lot. So like, I think it's gonna be really still the main focus on Owner for not actually losing only the jungle side against especially Peanut, like just 1v1, because otherwise Gen G is so good at it, they've shown multiple times like they can just kill all the game and it just straight up just exploded Nexus.
Yeah, I would expect the Maokai to be banned as well, because if you can get early tempo as Gen G through Peanut, I think that team is unstoppable. And it's not impossible to shut down Peanut. We've seen teams do this, but I do think you need to. And with Owner's form right now, I don't know if that's going to work in every game.
Yeah, I'm going to focus on the first draft for sure to see what tendencies we can see in this series. But before we get there, coaches had some words to say ahead of this matchup. Listen to what they had to say.
네, 젠지 스포츠팀의 감독을 맡고 있는 고동빈입니다. T1과의 만남은 항상 좀 쉽지 않았던 경기라서 오늘 좀 방심할 수 없는 경기고 꼭 이겨가지고 결승전에 먼저 올라가고 싶습니다. T1이 정규 시즌에 사실 조금 페이커 선수가 빠진 이후에 좀 약간의 부진이 있었지만 페이커 선수가 돌아오고 경기력이 서서히 돌아오기 시작했고 그게 또 플레이오프 때 또 나타났다고 생각해서 잘하는 팀이라고 생각하고 있습니다. T1 팀 자체가 다전제를 많이 하다 보니까 다전제 때 어떻게 이겨야 되는지에 대해서 굉장히 잘 알고 있다 생각해서 여러 가지 준비를 많이 했을 것 같아서 저희도 유동적으로 잘 대처해야 될 것 같습니다. 사실 어제 조금 3대 0이 아니고 3대 1이나 3대 2로 끝났으면은 좀 컨디션이 나쁠 수 있었을 텐데 어제 3대 0으로 끝내서 되게 컨디션은 나쁘지 않은 것 같습니다. 탑이라고 생각하는데 이번 플레이오프 전체적으로 봤을 때 탑들의 퍼포먼스가 되게 좋았다고 생각해서 탑이 가장 기대되는 매치업일 것 같습니다. 오늘 뭐 많이 걸린 매치기도 하지만 T1과의 마지막 경기가 저희가 다전제 때 졌기 때문에 꼭 복수하고 싶고 오늘 꼭 승리해서 결승전 미리 올라가도록 하겠습니다. 젠지 파이팅!
안녕하세요. T1 임재현 감독 대행입니다. 하나랑 젠지랑 어제 경기를 하는 걸 보면서 조금 젠지가 올라오겠구나라는 거를 생각했었고 그에 맞춰서 잘 준비했습니다. 팀 분위기도 물론 좋고 연습 과정도 좋다고 생각하고 있고 저희가 티어 정리만 잘해서 오늘 경기 잘 준비하면 될 것 같습니다. 약간 전략 유출이라서 그렇게 말씀드릴 수는 없을 것 같고 오늘부터 이제 3시 경기인 걸로 알고 있어서 전전날부터 조금 경기 시간에 맞춰서 일어나게 노력을 했었고 그래서 오늘 컨디션도 다 좋은 것 같습니다. 젠지라는 팀이 5명 선수 다 잘하는 선수들이라고 생각해서 특별히 한 라인만 꼽기에는 좀 어렵고 젠지가 하는 운영에 맞춰서 저희가 잘 플레이하면 될 것 같습니다. 저희가 오늘 이기게 되면 월즈에도 LCK에서는 첫 번째로 진출을 확정하게 되는데 그래서 꼭 승리가 너무 간절하고 오늘 좋은 경기 보여드리겠습니다. T1 화이팅!
T1 fighting, Genji fighting. I'm happy to hear that T1 players had a good night's sleep also, that they are on the schedule. It's always interesting to hear about these coachings.
Gotta get up in time.
They're in time.
Focus.
That's the most important,
Yeah.
right? Like
Gotta
if
be
you're
awake.
late, if you're
Gotta be
late,
awake.
it's bad. You might lose the ban, so be on time.
All right, we had the coaches' opinions. I want you guys to role-play coaches here and give me the win conditions for both teams. Starting with Genji, what do they need to... Okay, we're gonna skip this for now and keep on talking about the matchup a bit. What do you guys think both teams need to do today to get ahead? Theoretically, we've talked about draft. Let's elaborate a bit on draft, maybe.
Yeah, I think that T1 should keep going with what they've been thus far, which involves playing towards Zeus, right? And it can be Ignite Rumble, make Huni happy in any way, shape or form, but I do think that with how well that's been working for them and how well informed he currently is, I think you keep going for that. And then try and make sure that bot lane doesn't fall too far behind, because I could see Genji try to get a prio mid-jungle 2v2 and then continuously dive bot and get pays ahead.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, like as you said it, I think just to make sure just enable on top lane for T1 is really important. I mean, for Genji side, I mean, just the other way, it's just like not losing too hard on the Doran side, and especially in... I think Genji looked much better when they're actually controlling around the objective, like especially Oli Drakes, like the around playing around the Herald, like the team fighting composition, because like they actually got so far behind when they play against HLE, like especially like Pocom, like wasn't really fit for them, and it's like losing Oli game. They kind of, it seems like they lost their track, like they didn't know what to do, they lost their plan. It was like not good compared to like when they're actually at the peak form.
Yeah, let's bring up the bullet points that we have then and the advice that we would give Genji, of course, if we were in position to do so. And yeah, stabilizing the early game and juggle matchup, as we said, something that T1 is going to have to be careful about, though.
Yeah, because I think if T1 is able to put down Peanut, that's the biggest angle that they have. Because if Peanut doesn't get to set the pace, the objective control is worse. They're able to maybe snowball multiple lanes as opposed to just top lane. And I think through that you can try to play a lot more aggressively. But it does hinge on getting mid prio against Chovy.
Yeah, which is not going to be an easy thing to.
Yeah, I mean the draft will be actually a lot better. Like that's why I think that it's really important. Like especially today, like whoever get the mid prio pick, I think that's gonna be enabled to the jungle, to everyone, every team. Like it's gonna be including top and bottom support, especially. I think it's the main key of the prio.
Sorry, just reading what is updated here. I want to follow up on the understanding we have from both teams with the games that they've played so far. Would you say that they look better than they did in spring, for instance, or are you waiting for more on the side of both teams? And how much are we going to learn from the matchup we have today?
It's a really tough question, because if there's one thing that we've seen, and T1 versus D+ was a really good example of this, but I think even going back to Worlds, like the last 2 years, EDG, how good did they look against Gen G in semis? Not very much. I remember a lot of people joking about, oh yeah, this is the real finals was T1 versus D+, right, which was the other semi, and then EDG ended up winning. And I think a very similar feeling a lot of people had last year with DRX, and it really just comes down to the performance on the day. And I think T1, the one edge I would give them over Gen G, I really rate Gen G extremely highly for their stability, but the one edge that they do have is that they are, for the first time in like 2 years, not the favorite.
Yeah.
Which this team hasn't really dealt with ever since they won Spring last year, right? And I do think that's a lot of pressure gone. Maybe that's what kind of pushes them over the edge.
I mean, that's the thing. They were the golden lineup. They were the ones who were supposed to bring back the T1 legacy, and even though they performed, they haven't performed to the fans' expectations, of course. So let's bring up the... I mean, yeah, that's the thing, but they're still a bit...
Yeah.
T1 win conditions. Early win cons, this is something that we saw, of course, during the best of fives that they play. And heavy winning top 2v2. Again, a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Zeus, but he can take it.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I think Gen G was looking much worse when they didn't have an early lead prior. I think that's gonna be matter for T1 actually, especially if they win early game. If T1 with their actually having with a faker back, I think they know exactly what to do. Especially as we see the stats, like post 20 minute, the snowball gets even faster and faster. The T1 is actually probably still, I think, the best team, or still best kind of at a top laner that who can actually snowball the fastest right now and impact the map like the most. So I think that's gotta be really important for T1 to win the top lane.
Yeah, and also let's not forget that Zeus did that against Keen, who was, and I think very deservedly so, unanimously voted for best top laner in the LCK, right? First All-Pro. And I think that it's the two teams have very different ways of going about stuff. I wouldn't even mind if Owner ends up drafting like a Lee, which we know he's really good on, just to get that early pressure. For me, T1 needs to find early angles, because if they don't get a lead on top or a lead in the jungle, I think that they're really going to struggle. And I think for T1, it's like a genuine win condition to get early leads. For Gen G, if they get an early lead in the mid jungle, they won't really use that to push kills as much. That's often you hear people saying how Gen G are boring, which I disagree with. But they use it to set up mid to late. And then once they've done that, I think the team is almost immovable.
We're past the Gen G's boring era, I feel. Although on the side of T1, there's one player that we haven't talked about yet. It is Keria. Heavily criticized during the entirety of summer.
No problem.
Please, no.
Popping off so far in playoffs. But yeah, just leave the Braum away, guys. Don't focus on this.
He just wants to
There's
engage.
more than enough engaged champions that he can play with here.
I mean, honestly, I'd rather see him playing like Pyke, Blitzcrank, Thresh. Like even yesterday, HLE brought up the Blitzcrank pick, and it worked well. You know, like the meta, it's not only right now Rakan, Braum, or Alistar, Nautilus, Exor. You can pick so many champions on the bottom right now, especially top lane is impactful. You can pick any mobile champion and then it's impact the map. It looks so much better on them.
This just got to make sure, right? You got to make sure that this guy's not on Braum, because I do think that Keria famously said, I just want to hook people on Nautilus. Let him do that. Don't have him pick a disengaged champion. Like, I think the team really showcased that when it functions, when Faker and Keria do have a lot of agency.
I'm gonna ask you guys the difficult question of giving me predictions and the score, something that I don't want to do here because I don't have any idea of who's gonna win. I think it's gonna go 5 games, but it could go either way depending on how much T1 is gonna show up. So again, how much information did we get from the previous series, and venture a guess, guys?
Well, I mean, my prediction was a T1 3-2, you know? Like, honestly, I said the reason why, I think if it goes to game 4, I think Gen G 3-1 can close. But I think if it go game 5, I think T1's bringing back the BO5D, you know? The experience.
So I do remember that I predicted Genji. I don't remember what score. I don't know if it was a 3-1 or a 3-2.
Probably 3-1.
I think it might have been a 3-2 because I do think that this will be a very close series. I think this T1 that we see here today is not the same that it was, but I really trust Genji's stability and the consistency of Chovy in playoffs over the last couple of years.
I mean, that's the thing. Is it gonna be Peanut Chovy or is it gonna be Owner Zeus who's gonna have the advantage here?
Peanut Chovy.
Peanut Chovy.
I mean, honestly, today my thought about today going series was a Zeus against kind of Chovy.
I like that.
It's a Zeus against Chovy. Whoever gets fat, it's gonna be a battle.
I just want 5 games. And a great series. And I know you guys want to at home, but that's all first here on this side of the space. It is time for us to toss to the casters for this amazing series that is going to be T1 versus Genji. Take it away, guys.
LCK 올버스가 무너집니까? 왜 이러죠 KT? 넥서스 때립니다.
왜 우리 골랐어?
T1의 어게인 2019 2023 도전객의 스타트. 이게 뭐야? 완전히 젠지!
쉽잖아.
대왕 젠지.
자 이렇게 해서 젠지가 초고속 열차를 타고 대전으로 갑니다.
와, 또 돌고 돌아 젠티. 또 너냐? 또 나다.
젠지 화이팅!
팀원
파이팅! genji, T1 파이팅!
Good afternoon and welcome to the LCK 2023 Summer Playoffs Winners Finals, or not finals, but match we got here between T1 and Genji. I'm Valdez, with me is Wolf, and this one is going to send one of our teams straight to the Grand Finals and also will send them to Worlds. Genji versus T1. It's back again, Wolf.
It's back. Run from it, hide from it. It's just going to happen here at the LCK. It didn't look like this was going to be the storyline we had, but with a massive upset win for T1 against KT Rolster just 2 nights ago, now this is the matchup that decides which team is going directly to the finals. and will also, as was mentioned in the pre-show, be directly qualifying to Worlds. Our first team to qualify will be decided tonight after this best of 5. So there's a lot on the line here. The T1 players and coaching staff have definitely said that this match is so important for them because of that Worlds qualification. It'll be the first time T1 ever goes when it's in Korea.
It's going to be insane. Now, these Preds, I believe, are going to be all over the place. And already on the Korean side, we do have a slight favor towards Gen G. Also the same on the global side. Slight favor towards Gen G, 4-2, 4-2, and no 3-0s. Nobody's predicting a 3-0. I think the way that the playoffs have gone so far, you can't predict a 3-0 because it does feel like any team can win on a given day, with T1's form especially coming kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Faker rejoining and upsetting KT.
You and just a few others predicting the 3-1, but almost unanimously, people are expecting this to go to 5. The T1 fans out in force. Massive fan favorite here from Twitter. And this is, of course, from 10 minutes ago. So a lot of data here on this one. Just 3-1 in favor of T1 here nearly. And Valdez, I mean, I think if you are expecting a T1 win tonight, you're just going to be hoping that that momentum does continue to carry forward. Obviously, they have some additional time because they had that extra day, whereas Gen G did play against Hanwha Life Esports yesterday, so they have the preparation advantage as well going into this series. And even though Gen G did win 3-0, I think there's also that thing in the back of your mind where you're like, well, Hanwha could have won a few of those games. You know, those games were very close, and they had a great draft in Game 1, Game 3. Definitely felt like it should have been theirs to take, but one small mistake from Grizzly, and it all comes shattering down.
Yeah, I think Gen G are a team that are great at punishing in that facet. And to be honest, part of the reason why I win for Gen G is because I feel like KT kind of underplayed, underperformed in their match against T1. We're not expecting that level of play, and so T1 were able to walk over them. As here is Doran.
All-Pro second here for top lane. And a player who has really turned his year around. It felt like it started, of course, in the spring finals where he had a phenomenal performance there. Then in summer, weak round 1, but round 2 came back with a vengeance.
So Doran comes out, and we show the Gen G move out of the way sign. I'm not sure what that was about, but either way, Doran will try to match that. As here's Peanut.
Peanut unanimously on the global side picked for All-Pro first here. We had a higher opinion of his early game and the advantages he gets than what Cuz offered for KT, but Cuz ultimately ended up getting it. But Peanut, he's the one here is in the upper bracket finals, not Cuz, and he looked fantastic yesterday as well. Definitely the MVP of the series.
Yeah, I think Peanut and this guy's power might be too much when it does come to this winners matchup. Let's see, as this is Chovy in the mid lane.
Out he walks. I think a lot of respect needs to be given to how powerful this man is in lane, and with Faker still resurging, still recovering, definitely could be a very strong point here for Gen G's early game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, BDD's a really strong player, but we do rate Chovy higher in terms of laning phase, so that's really going to be an interesting matchup when it does come to those two mid laners clashing.
Hayes, a lot of fans he's earned through his insane plays this year. Rookie of the Year, and he is definitely living up to the hype.
Yeah, Pays deserves all of the hype that he has generated, as this has been kind of an unexpected hype as well, with Delight, his laning partner, and Delight has been really strong. I do agree kind of with the space in the pre-show that Pays and Delight weren't necessarily the strong points of how Gen G did win the series just yesterday. But we know what they're capable of, and we'll see if they do step it up here for this best of 5.
Yeah, and it's definitely feeling like it could be an angle of attack for T1 that you just wouldn't have expected going into playoffs. As Pays not having a bad series per se, but just not having the large impact that you expect from a player of his caliber. And now T1 on the other side going to be walking out here as well. A bit of an underdog story for the first time for this org in a very long time here as they push through. Starting with this man, the man in the top lane, the MVP of that series against KT Rolster.
Zeus definitely a huge win con for T1. This guy was able to carry a lot, given pretty much anything in that match against KT, and no doubt they're going to be looking to play through him once again.
No doubt. And then Owner, of course, I think kind of quietly having a pretty good series himself. Very cheekily calling KT Rolster out for picking them. And he deserves, I think, the criticism he got for a lot of his plays throughout regular season, but he's brought it back in a big way in playoffs here when it matters most. And a bit of a cheeky grin from here as him as well. He's definitely feeling himself, I think, going into this series.
Yeah, a lot changes for the jungler when the mid lane changes up, and you have someone with veterancy, with a lot of experience to kind of lead the charge. The mid jungle, incredibly important, and these two are going to have to step it up. Of course, Owner alongside of Faker.
There he is.
He's back.
He's back, and he's back in a big way. And even though individually his performance wasn't the performance you write stories about or write tales about, you could definitely tell when he stepped on the rift, T1 was ready to win a best of 5 that nearly no one predicted them to do. And here's Guma. He's given the stare down again. He's been asking for these camera shots. He's so confident right now that he has been the one consistent point for this team.
Yeah, I'm glad you do mention it, because even through the deepest depths of the T1 slump, this guy was still playing pretty well. Unfortunately, League of Legends, not really a one-man game. Has been at different times, but not really, especially as the meta has shifted a bit away from it being only ADC-centric.
Yeah, and Keria, he was such a force to be reckoned with in spring, but fell off super hard, was not really in the top 3 for consideration, but as the fans cheer him on as he walks out to the stage, he made a huge impact in that series against KT Rolster. His Alistar has been fantastic, as was mentioned by our analysts before this series begins.
His one rel play that grabbed the Tristana out of the sky, that was the one where I'm like, oh man, I think Keria's back. Like, it was a, you know, whether it was a purposeful bait from Owner or it was a KT mistake to go all in on the Sejuani, and then the perfect angle for Keria to shut them down. A 4-man Magnet Storm really turned the tide of that game.
And the T1 fans never stopped believing in this roster, even when it looked grim, and even when Poby was in there, he received an insane amount of support from the fans that have watched and treasured this org for generations here across the LCK. And I think those same fans are coming out here in force tonight. I would say, once again, as we often do, T1 are the fan favorites tonight to take this series, and with that explosive win over KT Rolster, they're more invigorated, both the team and the fan base. And you walk into the series right now feeling like, yeah, Gen.G should be on paper the favorites based on what we saw in regular season, based on that result against Hanwha. But T1 has brought something else. It's the enemy you just can't quite quantify, and it's the Faker factor that has been so revitalizing for this roster. And we knew it was going to happen. We predicted that when Faker came back, they were going to slowly get stronger. We thought maybe, hopefully it'll be enough for Worlds qualifiers for those T1 fans out there, right? Like maybe by then it'll be good enough to maybe get T1 to Worlds for the first time in Korea. But it's happening a little bit earlier, I think, than everybody expected.
Yeah, I mean, one best of 5 really changes everything up, right? And they got through DK. It was very rocky, but maybe that was the 4 games they needed to kind of understand where they're at and build up that foundation to get back to where they are now and have the ability to take down KT. But Gen.G, I do feel like, is a tougher opponent, especially compared to what we saw from KT in the best of 5. I do think that Gen.G showed, yes, they're not perfect against Humble Life Esports, but they should be a more consistently strong opponent against T1, and this is the next step. I think that for T1, if you can take out Gen.G here, that would be insane, and a lot of people are even predicting a 3-2 victory for T1, but I still believe that Gen.G are the favorites in this one, and I think they're going to take it down.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a really great point that Chronicler brought up earlier about Gen.G having this reputation for being a boring team because they play standard, they play to the meta so often. but I would say their style is more oppressive than boring. They play a lot of these games where Peanut gets the lanes ahead, and then they just fight only for objectives. They don't hard force, they don't make mistakes, they don't get themselves into losable positions. They very rarely, minus some of the stuff we've seen this year where Peanut gets a little bit out of position on a critical objective, but they very rarely take their leads and toss them away. You almost never see Gen G lose if they have a lead at 15 minutes, and that's the kind of thing that's scary about this team when Peanut is on fire and he and Chovy are ruling the mid lane, or Doran is having one of his fantastic performances we've seen from him so much. But I think that is really going to be the crux of this series, is how well Zeus and Doran match up, because that is going to be, I think, for both teams, the sticking point here in this best of 5.
Absolutely. Well, the pick ban is going to be incredibly important because, as the space was highlighting, these two teams, they have different ways to win at this current stage. You want to try to play through top for T1, Zeus also being relatively consistent through their slump, but especially strong here when it has come to playoffs. Whereas on the side of Gen G, Peanut and Chovy putting it together, you have the other guys that will always help out, but all of these ideas will come to form when it comes down to what they will prioritize in these drafts.
Now, Gen G heavily banning LeBlanc against Zeka, but against T1, I don't think that's going to be the plan or the strategy here, and that may be something that Gen G get to play in this series that we didn't expect. I think Gen G absolutely ends up being the best LeBlanc team that we've seen in the LCK, even after subsequent nerfs to Shiv. And
you see that laugh after they banned Jace?
Yeah. And, I mean, this is just taking away some of the power picks here for Chovy and what will be a weaker matchup in lane for Faker. I do really like this approach for T1, but it does hinder your draft quite significantly. As now, Poppy banned here by Gen G. Maokai stocks way up in this draft as well. And as T1, you have to decide, do we want to ban the LeBlanc that Gen G will absolutely play, even with those Shiv nerfs? Do we want to ban away the Maokai, which has an incredible win rate? They will ultimately choose the Maokai, but Nico is available. Kaisa is available. So many power picks here. Gen G get their pick of the litter.
Yeah. Will be interesting to see if we do see the LeBlanc making her way back onto the Rift. We haven't been the biggest enjoyers of the LeBlanc, but definitely are ways to make it work. So they're going to pick the Sejuani here instead.
Yeah, and I think this is Gen G also saying they think the crux of this best of 5 is going to be the top lane, and this is the most empowering champion you can lock in as Gen G. Now, T1 could go ahead and grab Xayah here, and even the Azir, they'll prioritize highly here for Faker to give him that additional safety. And this does weaken the Kaisa pick substantially, but Gen G are still, of course, going to go full in on this Jax, but it's the Taliyah here for Chovy. Very likely, of course, still technically a flex, but that's not something I expected we would be seeing in this series. Kind of a BDD exclusive, but it is going to give Gen G the power to rotate quickly around the map, which is so viable and so valuable when you have this Jax in the side lane.
Yeah, you can see that on the side of T1, a lot of disengage, but also a lot of team fight power, especially rounding it out with the Rel, which, by the way, is 6-1 so far in the playoffs. But for the side of Gen G, Taliyah Jax playing around the Jax on the top side, working for these solo lanes, trying to get a 1-3-1 going potentially later on, and just having a lot of global threats.
Let's see if they want to ban away the Renekton here for Zeus, or towards Zeus rather, and just limit what the top matchups here are going to be. The Gragas obviously is considered the best counter in lane, and with the engage that they have with the Azir and the Rel, it would have been really strong to set up for this Xayah in late game team fights. So the Zeri also going to be taken away from Paze. I think probably the best AD carry pick they could have had, but obviously weren't going to get it. Let's see what that final ban is going to be. The Braum, interestingly enough, kind of an interesting choice here from Gen G. I don't think T1 were planning on playing it. The Alistar, however, yeah, that's the one I would have been a little bit more focused on.
Absolutely. I think the Braum ban is very questionable, and we'll have to wait and see. I mean, maybe they round it out with something that's really weak into Braum, their draft I'm talking about on the side of Gen G, but you just gave Keria as Alistar, and they already have Rel, so you can't counter with Alistar, and now they're going to play Aphelios Lulu, which can be very strong into Alistar, to be fair. Like, in that lane, they should have a very strong laning phase, the Aphelios Lulu, and maybe Paze can just get a free lane and carry from there, but Aphelios has been hit with the nerf bat about 17,000 times this year.
I think if you can get ahead enough with this pick, it is going to be fantastic. The Ornn is, I think, a great choice because one of the things you could do in this draft, of course, is play Cassante and have some great setup for this Xayah, but she's pretty low range. The Ornn is going to give you just another angle of attack from distance here with the Ornn Horn. actually warp fights the way you want and stop these Taliyah Weaver wall engages from being fantastic. You can also use the wall against the Taliyah in this case as well with the Ornn. But, you know, this also forces Chovy probably to have to build Leandries in this draft. I think it's very likely he will do so. We'll see exactly how he wants to play it out and what Genji's early game looks like, because he might just opt into something else if they get ahead early. But the Aphelios, I think, is the one pick that sticks out like a sore thumb here for Gen G. Very much a great scaling draft. They have side lane win conditions to get those Aphelios items online, but he needs to live up to what he's been able to do on this Aphelios in the past year. It's a pick we're not huge fans of right now in its current state in the meta, with some of the nerfs to Gale Force, for example, and just his straight up stats that he's going to get from his level ups. Still though, FaZe is arguably, you know, one of our top 3 Aphelios players here in the LCK, and when he's given huge leads and they have map control, this Aphelios doesn't really feel as vulnerable in this draft as it does in many others.
Yeah, definitely do have to agree. And, you know, this is taking away one of the win conditions on the side of T1, which is Zeus is not on a carry. He's just going to be playing wall-breaking duty and team fight, you know, power duty. But, you know, it's not the Ornn into the Aatrox, so I like it a little bit better. It's not what we saw yesterday. But I'm very curious to see if they can win with, you know, a lot of your carry power being through Faker and Gumayusi in this draft here for T1. So a very interesting start already to the series. Let's hop into the rift for game 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here at level 1, Faker can get hit by a little bit of a rock, but nothing too critical going to happen here. To have the concern that maybe he was going to get
the
caught.
mana flow band stack.
Yeah.
Huge.
I mean, it is significant, you know?
It's very good. I liked Faker on the Annie because it was very straightforward, very safe laning phase. You press flash and R in team fights. It's very hard to mess up. His Azir was very safe. Didn't have, you know, the greatest time, but we know that Faker has a lot of experience on the Azir, so I also like prioritizing the pick for him just to make sure that he's on something comfortable, because maybe at the end of the day for T1, all you need is just a bit of comfort for T1, or rather for Faker, so that he doesn't get too far behind against this mid jungle. And then you've got, you know, an angle there.
I think Chovy's very excited to play this mid matchup here after coming off a series against Zeka, which did go a little bit back and forth, right? But obviously Chovy did end up proving that he's in top form. Ended up winning out that series and had great laning there, but this is arguably a much easier opponent here in lane than what Zeka has been offering with Faker. So you could see already at level 1 trying to get some damage off, trying to stack that mana flow, and coming in here and just putting on the pressure, putting on the poke at level 1, trying to force Faker to have an early TP so he can't make any sort of impacts bottom side where you have that prio with the Lulu pick. And I do really like how Chovy is approaching this matchup straight up. It feels like he's got an answer to that safe Azir from Faker.
Yeah. No, I mean, absolutely. Gen G have winning lanes across the board. Like, the Azir doesn't really lose in general because it's Azir, but absolutely Chovy's getting the work done. And the bottom lane we already talked about, right? Like, Alistar level 1 is pretty terrible, right? And you're going up against a Enchanter support that's ranged and Aphelios, so Gumayusi and Carry are going to be under that turret for a very long time. Also, the top lane, Peanut, I feel like can just kind of hang out around the top side of the map after he clears his jungle, and then you've got Prio there as well.
Yeah, Delight, he is picking up that Lehen's tech that we saw earlier this season, and, you know, one of the reasons why a lot of people look towards Lehen in his bigger champion pool is we're going to have to hold our thought on this. Owner coming around here, level 3 gang.
Yeah, level 3, there's the engage onto Pace. The Ignite comes in, and if you get this early gank in, you might be able to turn the tides to this bottom lane as the crash down is there. Pace, though, no flash, no summoners at all, and now we do have a ton of damage going into Pace, but we also have Peanut making his way down here as flash still available for Guma. I don't think that they have the damage quite to get in here on the side of Gen G, so it's just first blood to the side of T1, and now Delight's gonna get stunned up. He gets rooted down, flash in, but there's a shield on Faker, as now T1 gets 2 kills and a win in mid, taking away Chovy's flash.
Yeah, Chovy flashing for a kill, just feeling the pressure there. Was constantly trying to chunk Faker out, but flashes to attempt the kill is unsuccessful here. Faker is going to be able to catch this wave, and you know, Chovy expending all of his mana, so even though you got a lot of Faker's health here, you're not going to get teleport advantage out of this play either. And Owner sacrificed a lot potentially to make that play happen here in his jungle, but even though there was some prio for Chovy, Peanut can't come over here and punish him, so Owner just skipped doing this part of his jungle, which is why T1 didn't, Gen.G didn't expect him to come over this quickly and why they were putting that pressure on, but there wasn't any vision, and his sacrifice ends up paying off in big dividends there on the bottom side, a kill and an assist going over to the Xayah in the early game is fantastic news for T1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're never going to expect the Rel to go topside clear into bot. Now, you would expect a level 3 gank. This is something that Rel is amazing at, right? You get all your skills. You're not going to get away from this champion. So the second she's here and Peanut's not, it's definitely a kill for T1.
Chovy in live, though, looking for a pick topside, gets a flash. And yeah, we don't have to break all of this down. It was really just a numbers game here, and Peanut comes over, unfortunately, a little bit too late, and a level 2 Lulu just isn't going to be able to offer the damage required. But they tried to force it. It ends up being a second kill that goes over. And unfortunately, Peanut just a little bit behind on this play. A rarity for Gen.G's jungler here, but just didn't see it coming. Tried to push that maximum advantage across all 3 lanes and got punished there on the bottom side.
Yeah. It's definitely something you have to be aware of, but a very tricky start here for Owners. Going to get T1 to get in a very nice lead. Now, this lane doesn't change too much, even though the summoner advantage is pretty heavily into the side of T1. Those summoners are on Guma, so mostly a defensive thing. So Pays and Delight still going to have control of this lane, but obviously a nice boon for the side of T1 down here to just get the kill, the assist on the Xayah.
Yeah, I mean, you can't see it in the CS numbers, obviously, but that's a ton of gold she picked up on a weak side lane. This Faker.
Level 6, and look at this, no flash for Chovy. It's as free as that. The rocks are on the ground. Doesn't matter. Just gonna delay his inevitable death. And this is level 6 Azir against a flashless,
yeah, I mean, Chovy
mobility-less mid laner.
Yeah, he doesn't have flash because he used it on that previous play where he tried to get the kill on the Faker, way overextends, and man, T1 are bopping Gen.G here in this first game. Like, I'm kind of a little bit baffled by the insane lead that they have this early, as here comes Peanut down here to contest Drake, and they could at least get a win here, force Owner off. But man, this early game has not gone the way that Gen.G wanted it to, and you can just naturally get leads with prio, but hard forcing bottom side there, hard forcing mid, and then T1 just picking up the free pieces on the ground.
Yeah. It's about as simple as that, right? Like Gen.G, they're trying to pressure in the lanes, but Chovy's like nearly under his turret. You're just not going to get away from level 6 Azir and level 3+ Rel from the jungle, right? So it's just insane, and Chovy basically has to hug his turret or he always dies.
Exactly, and Faker has flash advantage, so, you know, that's the extended engage range you just didn't expect, or rather didn't respect. I think it was probably the better way of putting that, is he wants to try to make another topside play here, potentially. We'll at least get this ward off here and try to get some additional vision of where Owner is right now. Not a ton of information gleaned. Try to make that topside roam into a successful play either. Zayas had to flash, but he's otherwise matching in the early game against this Jax too in CS. And man, everything's coming up T1 right now in this first game, minus, of course, that first dragon. And now the Rift Herald is spawning here in 35 seconds. Gen.G will have this scuttle advantage here, and Chovy should still be able to maintain a modicum of mid-prio. But, I mean, it's the first Herald-Ornn fight, you know, that we've seen so many times go well for the Ornn team because Ornnhorn is so strong at warping those fights. Emperor's Divide also back up here for Faker. And it's going to be hard for Gen.G to contest this objective, and I think, simply put, they probably won't.
Yeah, might just let it go. You got the Infernal Drake, just kind of settle things down, as now they're trying to get aggressive here on Taguma, at least force some summoners out. There's the cleanse, but Polymorph coming in, already a lot of damage. Pays going to hold on to the Moonlight Vigil. Doesn't want to trade ultimates just yet, and probably didn't think he had kill pressure with Red-White. And yeah, Skooma just going to heal it up. They get the cleanse out. Nice pressure play when Keria leaves the lane.
Yeah, just getting a little bit of pressure done, but unsuccessful at getting the kill. It's a heal, you know, used here to try to make that happen. Unsuccessful. Faker grabs a plate here. Chovy really just not able to regain control of the mid lane here anytime soon. There's always a threat of Keria being nearby. He knew he was, you know, not in the bottom lane. I think was even clearing a ward nearby, so he had to just let the wave push. And Herald is getting taken. Oh, okay.
Magnus Storm coming in. Chovy here, he has Flash this time, so Owner just gonna pass go and collect Flash. I guess the ult is gonna come in here, and the Ornn's not in position to take it down, so Zayu's trying to keep them around. Chovy just trying to keep them out of the fight. Doran just leaps away as this Rift Herald is taken by Gen G. The second they see Owner in their jungle, they say, well, we can take this objective.
Yeah, it looked like T1 were going to group faster for the Herald, but Gen G held on to it. Chovy's forced to flash again here, but his Weaver's Wall helps them secure it. If they end up losing that fight and or the Herald here, it gets even worse, but at least they're able to pick up the local gold, as well as that's going to be able to be a lot of money here for one of these solo laners, very likely here. Or they could just drop it bottom side and try to push FaZe's advantage there. But it's really important that Gen G don't lose this objective, because otherwise you're looking at T1 really just pushing that gold lead even further, and Faker having probably just guaranteed money there. In terms of the scaling aspects of these comps, both comps scale kind of differently. The ornaments are going to be really valuable later on in the game for some additional stats for Faker and for Guma for the damage. The side lane threat, though, is something they will have to deal with, and even though Doran hasn't gotten massive advantages here in this lane, he's still Jax. He's still naturally going to be stronger and way more relevant later. So that's the one point of attack T1 hasn't found. They got the success in mid, they got those kills bottom side, but this Jax is still a problem they need to solve.
Well, they're gonna take a free Lulu on their way, I guess, as Delight is gonna get caught here. Might have to flash. Faker takes a ton of damage as Delight is out, and now Guma forced to go into that Featherstorm pretty early. Chovy, though, no flash. Peanut not gonna overcommit on this one, and the root comes in, and Gen G say, okay, you get away with it this time.
Yeah, that was a very close call for Delight, but he gets out with his flash. Chovy being flashless, as you mentioned from the last play, means he can't chase for any kills here. T1 will lose out on what was an attempted pick there on the Lulu. And nobody dies. You know, still a calm and collected early game here in terms of Gen G's gold. No advantages to be had, but winning that fight definitely feels nice, as the Lulu now flashless is kind of a problem. If he does get caught a second time, I don't think he's going home. It's not the way he wants.
The fast recall through the death. A little bit late for that at this point, but still. And Peanut farming up very nicely in this game. You know, he wasn't able to help out either of the lanes in this case, as say was just pushing the lane here. Not really doing anything else with that Ornhorn. But besides that, Peanut has been able to farm up very nicely, picks up both objectives, and it's not that, okay, Peanut's in your face all the time kind of counter-jungling style, as, oh boy, we got Keria in a World of Hurt here, does not have flash, and with the Unbreakable Will, not able to actually get the combo because of the Polymorph, and now Owner's here, trying to help out, but he's almost dead as well. Magnus Storms the Lulu alone, as yes, the kill will go to Guma, but it's 2 to the side of Gen G, and Pace is getting free farm bot.
Yeah, Pace getting free farm bot. Doran did back and doesn't have teleport, so he's not getting anything topside here, but this is additional plate, and Guma, really smart ward, let's say.
Yeah.
Definitely feeling a little bit worried about what could have happened there.
But it's so free in the bottom lane.
It's 100% free, and Pace is actually going to be able to drop they're going to drop this Herald for him and pick up so much money here, as Faker also a little bit overextended. Looks like they're not going to hard commit any further.
He is here, but the knock-up and the stun comes in. Where's Peanut? Doesn't have his ult just yet. Just got it now. Not even going to need it, actually, as Chovy very slyly just going to dodge the ultimate. And you were right, Faker just very overextended there, not respecting the rotation up from the mid-jungle.
He had flash, just felt like he was going to be safe even if Peanut came over, but you knew Peanut was in the area.
Okay.
Yeah, that one's going to go a little bit wide, but they are going to grab the Dragon off of this play here in mid. Nothing that T1 can do about it, and that lead that T1 had is just completely gone now. Gen G, so many kills. You know, Chovy was behind, now he's picked up 2, and it's going to be Cloud Soul.
The scanner just ran out from Owner. They know he's here, and I don't think that T1 have any idea that they're spotted. This is going to be a potential as Paze. This is very suspicious, as now the teleport's coming in the wall. It's cleansed there. Is the Sejuani ultimate. Keria still behind. Now the counter teleport coming in, and Paze will have to flash away from this one. So Keria going to take a flash on his way out, I suppose, as both teams commit heavily to the bottom lane.
Yeah, a big commitment there from T1, and Gen.G read it well. They have the ward there. Try to send Pays forward to bait T1 into the engage, then scoop them up and punish there with the Weaver's Wall. But T1 also then realized, okay, this doesn't make sense. Why is Pays walking up like this with no vision? They don't take the bait, and they're able to get out. Even Keria successfully avoids death here on the Alistar, still holding his ultimate. As this is Faker up in this lane, doesn't have a ward in the river, and Peanut just waits it out till the shove comes through. His ultimate, as you were mentioning, was also coming back up, but he won't end up ultimately needing it here because he's able to sidestep the Emperor's Divide. And Faker has pushed this Azir in lane so many times here in playoffs. Like, he's always trying to get plate gold. Every time the T1 are behind on a play somewhere, he's trying to push that advantage, but this time just pushed a little bit too far. And Gen.G now, as you can see with this gold graph, take back the lead here, and it's a significant one with a 2 Drake advantage here as well.
It's 2 Drake advantage, and it's Cloud Soul, which, you know, some people would say, oh, it sucks, it's not Hextech, but I actually think that Cloud Soul is pretty huge for this team, especially when you're trying to play globally, when you're trying to use the Jax on the side lane, even the Talia as well. Just that extra movement speed to get around the map to outmaneuver the teamfight engage from the side of T1 can get very huge. Even in the jungle, you know, the rift that we have here, everybody's going to be really fast. And I think that's going to be really nice to the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, with the Talia especially.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, the fact that they have the side lane pressure and the ability to rotate up to protect it so quickly is fantastic, because T1 do have some control of the top side of the map here. Faker has been pushed into that lane. It's going to be a trade here of this turret for the Herald, and that's, of course, the first turret of the game going over to Gen.G. Keria may be forced to ult.
There it is. And this is a win to the side of Gen.G, right? Like, Guma's safe in mid, trying to farm it out as Owner's spending a lot of time on this Rift Herald, but I thought they were going to commit heavier to the bottom side push. Instead, they're actually trying to take Owner out here, as the flash is going to just be wasted. But at least Owner is not able to pick up the eye.
Yeah, they denied the eye from him. He is able to pick up local gold and escape with his life. But,
okay, well, maybe he will get the eye. I guess, you know, he will get the eye, actually. As he gets out, he has to use flash, crash down, etc., but he does get away.
Okay, well, you know what? I'll say worth on that one. It looked a little bit silly. It looked very risky, but he is ultimately able to just kind of pull the wool over Gen.G's eyes there and go ahead and grab that one. So that's quite significant, actually. He picks up the play, feels a lot better now. For T1 is Chovy.
He's going to have to flash again as Keria going to taxi onto the minion. The seismic shove comes in, but is not going to survive against 3 as Owner shows up once again, this time to take out Chovy.
This game is just filled with action, and both of these teams relentless in their punishes of even one overextension, even one misstep. Thought that eye was secured. You thought you denied it. Nope, Owner's making the play on that one. Chovy says, oh, they've got to be leaving the area now. They secured the eye. And then, nope, they didn't. And Keria makes the play happen there. And his Alistar has just been honestly phenomenal. I think it's been a pick that he's been so good at here in playoffs and at the end of regular season as well. It's one to look out for in the draft here. I think that Braum ban really does sting quite a bit. I mean, we talked about it in the draft quite a bit. And the Ornn pick I mentioned was going to force Chovy to probably go Leandris. He did ultimately make that choice as well. Oh, he's concerned about the rotation. And he's like, oh, I can't get the eye, but then... Got it. And he just tells Faker to get out. I love the comms he refers to Faker as Hyung. He's just like, get out Hyung, which is the term for older brother.
He's also like cursing the whole time. Yeah. Not like a heavy one, but you know, he's feeling the pressure. And a bit of a risky play, but Owner kind of gets away with it. He does lose his flash for the next 5 minutes, so that does mean potential engage is going to be not quite as good.
Yeah, I mean, he has Hex Flash. It's not the end of the world. They've got a lot of setup with this Ornn, too, so he should be able to get in position for that Magnet Storm. So I don't think it's going to end up impacting T1 too massively or too drastically here. Let's see, though, because this Drake is now spawning here. Does have the Magnet Storm coming up in just a moment here. T1 will have to delay this if they want to contest. And see the teleport coming through. They've got that Rift Herald. I mean, this is super valuable. This is why he went for this attempt to pick up the eye. It's going to give them a little bit of prio here. Zeus does have that flank angle when he rotates in.
Uh-oh. Shelly a little bit confused and is going to be stopped here on the minion wave. Now Doran trying to zone them away. A 5v5 for priority in the mid lane as Okay, both teams definitely want to make a run at this Cloud Drake. It is just an individual one. Gen.G could potentially give it away, but they've already teleported Doran in, which means that they might commit to this one.
Yeah, Doran, it has the flank angle here with Toby. They could Weaver's Wall engage.
All right, well, that ult was a bit questionable. Not going to hit anyone. And now the wall can be broken by Zeus if they even need it. Keria just going to dodge the Moonlight Vigilance now. Gen.G just want to get out, but Faker has other ideas as he's going to take a ton of damage, though. He's the one that goes down as the ult on the Sejuani was not the play, but Lulu will be the casualty here on the side of Gen.G. So they engage onto Sejuani, don't take her out finally at the end, and the Lulu will go down, but Gen.G will push them away, and this Dragon is going to be going to the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, it should be. They don't have a jungler right now, but they do have tons of damage here on this Aphelios, and he's got the support of Doran here, so they're going to be able to get this done. Looks like Faker just dashing straight into the rocks on the ground there. Takes a ton of damage at the beginning of the fight, sacrificing himself to try to look for the engage, but loses a big portion of T1's damage in the process, and they can't actually win the fight decisively the way they wanted to. I thought the setup was so fantastic. The way they used Herald to get Prio, bought enough time for the Magnet Storm to be ready here for Keria. Now they have so much control, and even the flanking Weaver's Wall isn't necessarily going to be problematic here, but Faker just instantly dying is a huge problem, as we do have a turret set up here in mid to be destroyed. Looks like it's not going to be a dive, but watch Owner here set up for Faker. The Faker goes in, and it's just the wall, or the rock's actually placed on top of him. He didn't dash through them, but there's just so much damage here. He's isolated, no one can peel, and even though Owner's engaged follow-up is decent, the damage is just too much with this Taliyah, and Faker's deleted early.
Yeah, the issue being really is that he's going for that play. He only hits Sejuani, who, by the way, again, like I mentioned before, Peanut is incredibly farmed up. Like, he hasn't gotten a lot of kills, but he has like 150 CS, so he's got a lot of items. He is really tanky, and, you know, that's not really the target. So at the end of the day, Peanut and Delight going down, and, you know, the carry staying alive on the side of Gen.G is going to be a big boon to them. Now, Guma did get a couple more of those kills, so he's feeling pretty good himself in terms of carry potential.
Yeah, I feel like there's definitely an opportunity here for T1 through really strong engage, because they have, I think, arguably the stronger setup for team fights. Even though there's a Weaver's Wall here, right, and the Sejuani has long-range engage, can even be used as an additional knock-up with the Wild Growth. I think T1 just have way more ways to warp team fights, and they have fantastic turn if they can ever get control of objectives. The question is, will they ever get that control versus Taliyah Jax here? A Jax that's been uncontested in lane, a Taliyah that is starting to get pretty big here, and we'll have Void Staff second, so he's going to be hurting a lot when he does finally come into these team fights. I do worry for T1, but all it's going to take is one Baron turn, right? And right now, this is like trademark T1. We got control of these choke points. We got Magnet Storm, we got an Orin, and let's force that fight the way we want it. I mean, you could lose the game over this, but I like that they're trying it.
Yeah, you got to go into the team fights as T1. That's how you're going to win, as now the Magnet Storm is just going to totally miss, as now Doran going to set up 3, and the wobble combo is huge from the side of Gen.G. As yes, Delight might go down again, but it doesn't matter because Gen.G are just winning this fight. Zay's going to go down as well. Double kill to Pays, and now they're going to try their luck at this Baron.
I think that was one of the only ways T1 could have won this game, but the engage wasn't good on the turn. The Magnet Storm was just completely avoided by Gen.G. They basically parted and avoided it completely.
Uh-oh.
As Faker coming over.
I don't know about this. He does do a nice amount of poke damage, but he can't go 1v4. You see, Carry is just backing, and now Faker, he is going to skirt around the rocks. Not sure if he gets out here, actually. Flash committed to by Peanut, just for the headbutt of Keria. But now it's Keria who has to pay for the sins of Faker. Faker will get away, but Gen.G, they are going to burst into the lead after this.
I mean, this is almost the beginning of the end here with this amount of control now they're going to have on the map. Remember, they do have Soul Point. Now, look at the setup here for Owner as he turns to try to set this up. Look at Peanut, Pays, Delight. He can't hit anybody with this, so he's just instantly set up to die here. And Guma, isolated, they left him on Baron duty, and so he just is also dead straight up, and Faker's the only damage you have left in this comp, and with no engage, no turn, there's just no way he could do anything. And then he comes over for the contest here, but this is, I think, a rare wrong call, actually, from Faker just completely, and will be punished for it. Peanut commits to the flash carrier, then has to get the knockback here to hopefully save him. He pays for it with his life.
Yeah, I think Faker oftentimes is riding the line of, you know, was this a great play or was this just a total fail? That one, definitely a total fail. Definitely not the position to go in there.
And I think T1 is playing this game and those two Baron decisions, right, to start the Baron and to contest it there by Faker, is T1 basically playing this game as if it's already a loss. They're like, well, we'll just see if we can make a miracle happen here, because if we don't, the game is lost. And it's something we've criticized a lot of our LCK teams for, and even yesterday we saw it as well with Hanwha Life in that first game. If you don't do anything, you 100% lose. And, you know, they tried, they have good turn, but Gen G just outplayed them in the Magnet Storm for Owner really coming up empty. Now Gen G, I mean, they're just going to use this Baron to get prio for that Cloud Soul, and this Jax is not, you know, he's not going to be dealt with at all. There's just no answer.
Yeah, I think T1, they were a bit rushed, but I think forcing Gen G into a 5v5 on the Baron was all right. It's just the turn was pretty...
It was abysmal.
It was abysmal, right? So the execution out there, I think the call is fine. Maybe a little bit fast, but either way, now T1 are really behind the 8-ball, and Gen G, with Baron, their pushing power is just insane, right? And they should be able to control this Cloud Soul. So we do have the teleport now coming in from Doran. He picks up a Black Cleaver, so pretty tanky build. Also will deal with a lot of the tanks on the side of T1 as, oh god.
It's poke Talia.
Oh man. Well, now they can't fight at all.
Yeah, that's it. Like, he just hits Skooma for 2/3 of his health.
You ever just get Chovied?
Yeah.
I guess T1.
Actually, I'm not lucky enough myself. Like, I haven't yet. I've asked him a few times. He's denied me my request. But, I mean, now you have Doran just going, all right, well, cool, I don't even have to be a part of this team fight. I'm just going to take this turret. We still have Baron buff minions here, and they're going to be able to get this inner here in bottom. Should be able to now siege up and take this mid inner. And Faker, you know, he's able to get that push top side. They pick up something for it, but it's just grasping at straws here, as you're never going to have map control ever again to set up for those engages. The only way they could have set up for a turn was Baron. They lost that opportunity, and you're just not going to get another chance to have that proper setup on Baron in this game. Yeah. And on Elder, you're going to have to walk into his Peanuts.
Oh, they're going to catch the Xayah! Gooma's just 100 to 0'd! And Keria is also going to go down, taken out, double kill for FaZe, as the Magnet Storm is just desperate, and T1, they don't have a leg to stand on now, even in the team fight, as, okay, you're going to bounce the Jax to the sky, but he still has Counter-Strike, and he's still going to take out Owner. And Gen G, they are just ruthless. They're not going to waste any time to end this game.
Nope, they're just going to end this one early. We've had a lot of one-sided games in our playoffs, haven't we, Valdez? This is going to be another one on the list. Gen G, I mean, the early game, definitely very close. Like, don't get me wrong.
They're not going to end, actually.
They're not going to
back away.
They're going to back away, but this game, the mid to late game, completely one-sided, still to the point. Inhibitor goes down here, and that further map control that they gained from that last team fight in the Baron is now even a bigger problem here with no inhib. As this is a great play for Peanut. Dashes over the wall here, and he's just fishing for the Xayah. If he gets the Xayah, he can commit to kill him, and he does. And it's just threading the needle on that Sejuani ult, and then here, you pulled in the Jax, and he doesn't care. Faker's just instantly reacting here. It's a reflex to try to push that Jax away, but Owner gets taken out as a result of it. Faker is isolated. There's just too much Gen G here, too much gold.
Yeah, I like that Gen G. You know, they're really trying to do some mental damage, perhaps. You know, they could have easily just said, okay, we have Cloud Soul. Let's just push side lanes. Let's 1-3-1, you know. But instead, they just group up as 5. They look for the very tricky kind of engage there onto the Xayah. They catch her off guard, as Owner might just die here. I mean, he has flash, but he will be forced to use it as that comes in. The Blast Cone kind of trolling pays, but I don't think that Gen G really care at this point, as Doran will have to use his stopwatch as he bonks the cow on the head. But the push just continues, and Gen G are bopping T1 on the head.
They really are. I mean, this is just business as usual with this kind of a lead, and what we were talking about before is Gen G just, they don't mess these up. You know, they don't make mistakes in the late game when they have advantages like this. They are oppressive, and they will find opportunities, and as T1, you know, based on those calls we saw earlier, I think that they knew that this game was probably done. They made a few attempts to have miracles happen on that Baron, but they will come up empty. And while the Nexus still stands, this one is definitely looking like a Gen G win here at the beginning of this series. And it's Talia Jax, it's super oppressive as owner. Not
No
really
flash.
safe.
No flash here for owner. And they might just bide their time. No, they're just going to rotate into mid. And again, Gen.G just as 5. They're not even giving Doran a chance to side lane, even with the teleport. There is a Baron here, so they're just going to go for that instead. It's now the turn coming out of the jungle. T1 do not have vision of the jungle at this point in time. Gen.G just running at them. Faker isolated. Keria trying to peel for him. Guma is going to cleanse, but a huge burst comes out from the Talia as Faker is just not a factor in this fight. And Doran will just threaten that backline. Guma can't do anything as he's hunted down by the Jax and Gen.G. Now it feels like they really have broken the back of the space, but they don't have a wave.
Yeah, not yet.
They'll just wait for that.
Yeah, we're waiting for that super mini to come over here, and then it is going to be as easy as you like it.
Look at his face.
Redemption dropped on top of the team here. And I gotta say, Valdez, it was a pretty impressive game from Gen.G. It was definitely a little bit of mental damage potentially, as you mentioned here. Gen.G just making it look easy.
Yeah. Mental and emotional damage done in game number 1. 20 kills to the side of Gen.G as they stomp out T1 in game number 1. As you mentioned, early game was all T1. They punished those pushing lanes, but unfortunately they were not able to get anything off of the back of that, and Gen.G's solid, consistent play eventually suffocated T1.
And even with some mistakes from Chovy, his Talia was phenomenal when he was given those kills and had that Leandries. He was just always applying the cloak. He was always applying the ability to pick targets, and our observing team did such a fantastic job, I think, of illustrating how oppressive Gen.G were. They're grouped up as 5 around Baron. As T1, if you're watching this as a fan and you don't really fully understand the reality of how quickly Gen.G can turn and blow somebody up, you're probably thinking, why is T1 walking towards Gen.G? Like, that seems like a bad idea. But they have to, because they don't know they could be doing Baron. There's just literally no information. There's no vision. That mid-prio of that inhibitor that they got just means T1 can see nothing. And if they sit back and let the Baron go, the game ends. If they walk towards Gen.G and get engaged on, the game ends. It was a choose-your-own adventure there from that point in time. And
yeah.
for Jonas Strong and crew, I love that they showcased that T1 just were going in completely blind to those final exchanges.
Yeah, you can see here in the goal difference graph, it was relatively even. Like, T1 got that little lead, but then Gen.G got a lead, but it wasn't massive. What really changed it was the Baron fight. The turn, not great from T1. Gen.G immediately shut them down, and they ran away with this game in no time. So that was game number 1. We are done here on the caster desk for now. We will have a break and then the space to break down that first game. We'll be right back.
같으면 그냥 여기서 QR 보는 거고. 여기 탑 보자. 다 같이 나온다 여기. 뭐부터? 벽 꺼줘. 아니야 벽 묶어 벽 묶어. 그래 켜줄 수 있어. 그래 벽 켜. 야 이거 벽 그을게. 자연쪽 보자. 나 아지르 1대1해. 아지르 더미큐 빠졌어. 나야 그냥 앞라인 맞으면 돼. 다야 P1이야. 아지르 잡았어. 다야 클린드랑 공 없어. 그럼 맞아? 아니 앞에만 봐주면 이겨. 아니야 이거 이겼어. 이겼어. 나이스.
팬 여러분의 환호 함성과 함께 시작하겠습니다.
대전 마이시티.
요즘 파티예요 아주. 31일 만에 선발 출전 메이커가 돌아왔습니다. 아래서 관문 돌파.
Hey, welcome back to the space. After this game one, Genji takes the first game here against T1, and there's a lot of takeaways, I believe, from this game already. Quick notes on the draft, maybe. First, as to my understanding, I like the 1, 2, 3 on each side, but Huni, talk me through what you thought about the end of the draft for T1, and also maybe following up on the Sejuani Jax discussion we had.
This is not what I expected from the T1 draft for sure. Like legit, like when I see the second phase on the draft, like, oh, they're gonna be counterpick top, and then they can still counterpick support. So the carrier get the good champ, and also Zeus get the good matchup. But this is not what I wanted. And also, like as you mentioned it, like first phase on the T1, they pick Xayah, which is like incredibly strong this meta, and Azir, the secure early lane phase for Faker, and Rel, especially really high rim on jungle right now.
This is all just Huni for pick Rumble. pick Ignite Rumble.
No, but honestly, what would you have liked to see here? Example, what would you have drafted?
Just pick Rumble with Ignite. Just go for it and just pick support. Like just pick like something that has engage on.
Yeah, one final note for me, what I think is really interesting is that we see Genji actually go for the Taliyah over the Yone. Yone is a pick that I do think is incredibly strong into Azir. Chovy obviously plays it really well, and you have Sejuani. The Taliyah does have, I think, a little bit more early agency, and I think mainly the way you can impact side lanes is very different. So I think Genji were, from the beginning, already ready to try and maybe have a little bit more impact early on in the map. And I think that T1 with this draft, like trying to get early pressure or set up skirmishes when you are losing top 2v2, plus you have a Taliyah in mid, is really, really hard. As soon as you lose any control of the map, you're kind of in shambles.
That's the thing, and we saw the impact of the Tilia during the fights as well, similarly to what Peanut was doing with Maokai yesterday. But we'll talk about this later. First things first, I want to praise T1 for the early skirmishes that they managed to put in motion in Game 1. Owner leading the pace in the early game with the bot ganks. But yet again, T1 overextending and not being able to contest vision in this fight is what cost them the early to mid game, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we said. Like, if the T1 doesn't actually have a lot of lead, and also like in the middle game of the agency, like the Genji's already, like there are a better team. Like there are actually dedicated around like the mid jungle side, and especially this death, like it's so unnecessary actually happened too. Like for Faker here, like it just happened. Like they just got. It's straight up just chain death happened, and it just lost a whole map control after that.
And I think it's really telling as well that you had a bot lane that even after, I don't think the bot lane play was the problem, don't get me wrong, but like even after the really great gank from Owner early when Pace and the Light sit on the wards and don't respect the fact that Owner can level 3 gank when they get the crash on level 2 because they want to try and pressure. Like even with that, they were still up with like 15, 2 to 3 waves. They were still able to generate bot side pressure because the matchup was just so lopsided. And it does go back to draft. If you can counter pick support, maybe that doesn't happen. Yeah. And they also had no pressure on the top half of the map because Zeus was stuck playing Ornn.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're not going to impact anything. The only thing you can do is just nullify the impact that Jace can have. But yet again, he's gonna. If he's not stopped, he's gonna be able to have this sideline impact that he had later on. And I feel like we're gonna run the second replay here to talk about what Genji has been able to do. Because when it comes to fight situations with the tools they had, it was really hard to fight on the side of T1.
And I think that Pace, again, showcases why he was so well regarded in spring. It's because his positioning on the Phalios is exceptional. I think his weapon management in this game wasn't necessarily perfect, but there is no room for T1 to engage on him, and as long as he's alive, winning teamfights is really hard.
Yeah, it was only one thing. Like Pace has no flash there, and then Owner had a flash advantage on him. Like, but Pace was incredibly well sustained to keep the distance as well, and there's no any counterplay for him. And it's like, this is the thing that I'm gonna echo like what I said in the pre-show. Like, if the Genji actually get the not only team, like it's just like the team fight comp position. Like, it's so hard to beat them. Like, that's why I said T1 is so really important for top lane to get the counter pick or like winning matchup, and they have to play through that lane.
Is it just a draft defeat here?
Not entirely, because I don't think the T1 draft was bad by any means. But the problem is just that I don't think it plays to their strengths with what they showed against KT, and it really plays into the Genji strengths. Like, I think that within the LCK, just don't let Genji get the team fights, because that's where I think they have the edge over everyone else.
Yeah, that's the thing, and I feel like T1 was not playing scared, but showing being scared, honestly, with this draft here. We'll see what they can come back with in the second game. We have the player of the game ready, though. Who do you think it should be? I think you guys voted for Peanut. I think it makes sense that Chovy is here also, but it has been... Okay, so my point is that it has been a duo. It has been Peanut setting up and Chovy following up with the chain system.
So I actually should have gotten the picture ready, because I was already roasting Huni. I do think that Peanut definitely, because we ended up voting for Peanut. I think Peanut had a really good early game outside of the one play, and we do actually see Peanut playing a big part here. But I was also leaning towards the Chovy vote. Because of his mid to late game team fights, but like, look at this.
Bro, he hit the ult.
No, I know.
This is the one Sejuani hit the ulti.
I know. I think Pino was a good vote.
I mean, honestly,
that's why I went with you.
I mean, honestly, Chovy played incredible well. It's just thing is like, I would like to just a little bit more.
That's perfect.
It's because of double vote on media. that could have changed. No, I mean, like, seriously, like, I think it's just like a little bit, if I was criticize of the Chovy, the first death, like, that's why.
Yeah, the flash, we didn't show it, but there was a aggressive flash into the reason why he died on the first owner gank. That's why you give.
I mean, I think it's both deserves, honestly. I'm just kidding.
It's mid jungle.
Yeah, I was about to say,
it's always
we
mid jungle.
placed a lot of the mid jungle on the side of Genji, and here again, it shows that they're the superior duo coming into this matchup. But again, we haven't seen Owner and Zeus play at all, given the matchup that they played. So improvements for draft with the upcoming game. What do you guys want to see?
Well, I mean, I like the idea Carrier putting on Alistair. I mean, that's a great. But the thing is, like, it wasn't there. Like, it didn't have to be at the fourth getting counterpicked by Aphelios Lulu typically, and also picking Ornn into Sejuani Jax. You know that, like, as a top lane, that feeling. You know you're picking Ornn, already you lost. on top lane. You're not winning with that pick.
Yeah, he's just not going to have any impact. I like the Zeus tech, went for Comet. His laning phase was great. He didn't fall behind at all against lethal tempo Jax, but like that's not enough. Zeus needs to carry, I think, for the current iteration of this team to really pop off. And then I think the Taliyah pick also, again, I really want to give credit, really shut so much of the aggression down and also set up for pace to have a bigger impact in team fights.
Following up on Genji, even though they beat Honda Life Esports 3-0 yesterday, they didn't play to the expectations I had from the team and they were not decisive enough when it comes to what I expect from Genji. What do we make of the team here, quickly?
Well, I mean, I'm just going to straight up say it. With the team fighting calm, I think clearly Genji's a better team, like 100%. So I think Game 2 magic we needed for T1, the Ignite Rumble effect.
All right, Huni, I hope they can hear you. It is time for us to go directly into Game 2. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, Spacers, for that awesome breakdown. I think it's fair that Chovy and Peanut get the majority of the votes. They were the ones that carried that one across the line. Chovy just getting a little bit of a media boost. It happens. Faker needs to do a little bit of a reload. His Azir meant to be a safe pick, but he played it very aggressively and got caught multiple times. Not really what you're looking for. I love that Taliyah pick, though, especially when they're hovering or after they pick Xayah Azir. It's great into both of those picks and was a big factor in shutting him down.
Yeah, I really think that, as the desk mentioned, the death that we saw there from Faker when he pushed forward was really the turning point in the game because they lost all map control against Taliyah Jax at that point. Like, it's really hard to come back. They got that one chance on Baron. The turn wasn't great. Let's see what happens here as we move to blue side now for T1 in this draft. The Tristana ban is going to remain the same. That's not surprising to anyone. And I do wonder if they will consider a little bit of different topside prio here. Maybe they themselves try to put owner on the Sejuani instead and turn the drafts kind of around, flip them a little bit. I'd like to see something like that here from T1 rather than just safe Azir prio. And I liked what you were saying about the Annie for Faker potentially in a draft like that as well. Just seems pretty simple, easy to play, but yet extremely impactful.
Yeah, I would definitely like to see it, but when the Azir is available, it just feels like maybe he is already going to pick that one up, just in general, but we'll have to wait and see. Let's see how this draft has changed. The bans so far pretty similar, although Genji the ones that have to take away the Nocturne and Aatrox on the red side, and T1 going for Tristana and Maokai.
Yeah, so just repeating that one. I think it's a wise choice. And the owner has not been one of our stronger Maokai players here in playoffs.
Yeah,
in terms of the pool we have. And see what that final ban is going to be here. Will they leave the Sejuani open for T1? And will T1 be willing to take it, or will they prioritize the Kai'Sa? They're going to take the Sejuani. I think this is a great draft adaptation here on red side from Genji. Knowing the strength of what they did with this pick, not going to allow Zeus to have Sejuani duo top side, because that's the strong point for T1. They gave him Ornn, which I liked for the draft, but it isn't going to be Zeus flexing his full power in a draft like that. And maybe this time they'll change it up here, as it is just going to be that first pick Azir. This is not surprising, but this is a problem for T1. Like, I think they've been a little bit exposed, at least in these first two games, in terms of if Faker needs this pick, he's going to rely on this pick so much that it's going to warp the draft to Genji. I mean, they can get Jax here. They have Kai'Sa prio if they want it. They can get Rel. That is a very strong position here for Genji on red.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I think this first pick Azir is not something we see very often for a reason, but T1 kind of indexed into it, and Genji have their pick of the litter. They're going to get Jax and Vi as the duo, so they're going to wait and see. I would expect Guma probably to go for the Xayah again, just because he's so comfortable on this pick.
Yeah, I agree.
And Rakan available could just do that, but you're leaving a lot to be desired on the top side of the map once again.
Yeah, it's really just going to hurt Zeus' opportunity to have a strong pick here into the Jax. Maybe they go for Xayah Renekton here instead and just say, look, we have Azir Renekton set up. We have the Xayah here who has a plethora of supports Keria can play to support her, and we're just not going to let Dorn run the top side of the map this time around. The early pick of the Azir, okay, they're going to just straight up counter pick the Gragas into this instead of playing the Renekton. So you still have good engage here, some additional magic damage. And Genji just saying, we don't need to play Ahri. I mean, Vi, Taliyah, also extremely strong combo.
Yeah. And
Well, okay, they're going to play the Ari anyways. I feel like the Ari became just too easy to play when Gragas was locked in. You're like, oh, that's just another target for me to blow up.
Yeah, and I mean, Chovi's Ari is really exceptional. I think it's okay. Like, there is already, I feel like, this huge difference in mid that is beginning to balloon. Now you've got Ari, Vi, like, Gen.G are getting their win conditions, and T1 are not. Like, Zeus on Gragas, I mean, sure, this pick can change games. Just look at Doran in the finals against T1 in spring. But this isn't Zeus on Jax. This isn't playing in the 2v2 to Zeus owner. And I feel like Gen.G once again are getting ahead in this draft.
No, absolutely. I think that the Xayah felt pretty nice because you knew you were going to have a Vi plus strong mid follow-up dive champion that you were going to be dealing with. So that was a great pick here in the draft. They can ban the Kai'Sa away now. The Nautilus is taken away from Xayah. And it looks like they want to prio the Rakan here. And I think that's absolutely fine as Gen.G. The Lulu gets banned away. They'll take the Zeri actually instead here for some additional scaling. Yeah, I like this better, to be honest, because they already have the Xayah locked in. They can't take the Zeri away from you. Just take the Rakan. And they are like really valuing the counter pick here for support.
That's really what it is, but he's going to play Rakan probably, although Emilio Hover would be very interesting. Yuumi as well. Xayah Rakan very strong, very reliable engage when you're already lacking it a bit on the side of T1. I feel like the Rakan's a no-brainer, but Gen.G kind of scary. You know, they're like, oh, if you pick that Rakan.
Oh, that face that owner's given means that he is not feeling comfortable about what it means when he plays Kha'Zix in this draft, and I think it is a strong pick for what they're trying to put together here, but it is feast or famine, I think, completely in this one, and he is just going to be squashed like a bug if he's ever found by Vi Ari, or just Ari, honestly, in any point of the game where Ari is ahead and fed. And you take the Alistar here, and now Zeri has a few options she can play with. Obviously, the Lulu is banned away. The Rakan, I think, still works with this draft, even into the Alistar here. But you could also just, okay, well, the conversation's over. I mean, this has felt pretty obvious here for Gen.G this entire draft. For T1, it felt like they were trying to fix the Azir prio they had on B1 the entire draft. And
it's like the foundation of the house is like shaky, so the rest of the house is shaky.
Yeah,
right?
it's just like the Azir is covered in Band-Aids, Band-Aid solutions here. I mean, I don't think this draft is bad, but it is way weaker than, it's not robust like what Gen.G has. Like Gen.G has God mode, ultimate tier list draft that works together perfectly. And, it's like Gen.G is the Rolex and T1's the knockoff brand, essentially, in terms of what these drafts do. Like, it is going to be so difficult to play into this Gen.G comp if it gets ahead. We talked about how oppressive they are, and Faker's reliance on this Azir, really does feel like it is hurting them a lot. And, the Rakan setup as well for this, the Jax engage, I mean, there's so much that is problematic here for T1.
Yeah. No, I do agree. I think that, if the nameplates were off, I think T1's draft is okay. Like, you have a lot of disengage options into Gen.G that have indexed into pretty much only engage. Some very funny stuff happening there. So, but again, the issue is that this is T1 and this is Gen.G. And, Kha'Zix, like you mentioned, it's very feast or famine. You're also not playing around Zeus. I think this is a very risky draft from T1. It can work. But again, from game one, they're really going to have to prove something big here in game two if they're going to. Whereas Gen.G, once again, only praise for them. We'll see how it goes as we hop to the rift for game number 2.
Here we go. 3 out of Ari's 4 wins are Chovi's. He's 3-0 on the champion. He has been our best Ari player this season. It's been a very niche pick. I think we've seen mostly our weaker teams try to solve drafts by going via Ari when left open. It hasn't worked out for them, but it has worked out for Chovi. And to me, I think he's the one player you can 100% trust that he's going to get it done on this pick, like his win rate indicates. But we've kind of jokingly given the moniker the Tristana license, but I feel like in terms of Ari, like he's the only one who's allowed to play this pick right now.
Yeah.
매니언들이 산성되었습니다.
Yeah.
All right, she's getting in there. She agrees. And yeah, it's kind of funny too because after the Ahri changes to mostly her Spirit Rush, Faker was the first one to come out and show that, hey, this pick is actually really strong. And I think it got like a couple of nerfs after that. But now it's definitely not Faker who's in a position to pick this one up. It is Chovy, as we are going to have a start here on the red buff for Owner. Saw a lot of pressure from Gen G at level 1, trying to get wards down, trying to spot exactly where Owner was going to start with this pick.
And no wards, into what Gen G is playing. It's really hard to get a ward up to spot Peanut's pathing here in this game. So no information, whereas Peanut, because they have the stronger level 1 fight, is going to be able to have a ward there on the Raptor camp. So when Owner does path up there, he will be spotted, of course. So this is a really good start here in terms of information already for Gen G. And yeah, there's that 3-0 for Chovy. Peanut also 8-0 on this buy. I mean, look, Gen G, they only lost to KT this season, so,
Yeah.
these numbers are going to be pretty inflated.
Well, there was also that bro.
Oh, right, sure. Yeah. I actually forgot about that. That did happen.
That did happen. Again, stuff happens, and they were probably preparing for playoffs anyway, and bro way overperformed. Gen G did not. But yeah, they only have one loss.
Yeah.
And it's on Delight's Rakan, which, as we know, is exceptional. So I'm not worried about that one loss.
So Peanut here is actually going to wrap around and maybe try to grab an early flash here from Faker.
Yeah, I mean, the weak foundation, Faker just not going to flash until this moment, as he will take a big amount of damage. If that charm hits, I think there's a decent chance they just kill him.
And just to make this even more clear is, yeah, this is why I said 4 of the wins for the Ahri are Chovy, or 3 of the wins are Chovy.
3 out of the 4.
Yeah, 3 of the 4
in this matchup.
Going back to that point, is we had a little bit of fight here, so I want to be like, wait. But the level 3 for Chovy was hit during the gank. I think they were really trying to time that. He didn't have Charm. If he has Charm, Faker 100% dead. Like, no matter what, 100% dead. If he gets caught by the Vi like that and gets Charm, he didn't have level 3 until after the fact, wasn't able to hit the follow-up Charm. But man, that was like a minion and a half away from actually just being first blood here at 3 minutes, and it's just that razor thin, the margins in a game like this. And Peanut and Chovy, the mid-jungle duo, we've talked about it a lot, but it's for good reason that this Ahri pick has worked out so much for Chovy.
Which is why, again, going back to the draft, like T1's draft is all right, but it's not them playing to their win conditions. It's not getting Zeus ahead. It's not doing what won them a best of 5 against KT, right? So this is where we have our issues with it. But we'll see. I mean, here comes Chovy trying to face check an Alistair. Keria doing his best Lehen's impression, rotating up to mid after the first back from his AD carry. Here comes Peanut, and I don't think Zeus has any idea about this, but Doran is very low. There's quite a large wave here as well.
Gonna force it.
Side. As, they're going to go for this level 5 hit from Zeus. He's still going to flash away as Peanut just blocking him, and no belly boop means that, he's going to save it, actually. He did have it, and Doran is just going to get pushed away. Holds on to his flash, though, and will have flash advantage in the top lane.
Yeah, they really just want to get Doran ahead in what has been a rough matchup for him here. He's significantly behind on CS, and actually committing to that play puts him low, even though Zeus had no mana. Now Doran has to back and commit teleport to catch this wave. This is really awkward. A bit of a misplay here. Peanut found the pressure angle, but probably should have just been happy with Zeus backing off with flash there, but instead now Doran actually feeling the hurt here. And actually Zeus will back, so we'll get to catch the wave here as he teleports in. But at the end of the day, like, this is the advantage that you have, is this Gragas counter pick here for Zeus. So even though it's not a strong pick where he can carry necessarily, he is putting the pressure on early, which is exactly what he needs to do. And then bottom side here, you see Owner with that Kha'Zix he picked up is going to be able to steal away some of these camps, punish Peanut a little bit here, start to get ahead of the farm game, going for that early Dirk. And once he gets the Umbral Glaive, if they have map control, it becomes very difficult to play this Ahri Vi composition. So things are going well for T1. They need to continue to do so, because only one hiccup can really be disastrous and lose you this game. But so far, so good. The train is still rolling smoothly across those tracks for now.
And it's going to be interesting. I think Gen G are actually going to commit to challenging this Drake. This could get pretty iffy because Jovi's just not here. Okay, they are going to back off. I'm like, I don't know if you want to fight this 3v4. But yeah, it's pretty interesting how the roles do swap. Owner doing most of the farming once they hit level 6 on the Kha'Zix, whereas Peanut now on the Vi doing a lot of the lane ganking, which is kind of what Owner was doing in game 1 on the Rel.
Yeah, it's, you know, the situation here pretty good for T1. Faker having that level 6 advantage, I think a huge part of why, and Chovy obviously not being there, a huge part of why they just simply could not contest that. They wanted to so badly, because what's so cool about Zeri with the Ahri Vi setup is the scaling aspect of your comp is all about the Zeri, but she's so well set up to get early kills and have that Zeri moment. So if you are in position to challenge there and Zeri ends up getting a double, you know, at 6 minutes, then hey, you're absolutely probably just going to win the game off that play. So they wanted to contest, but ultimately could not. So good for T1. Faker in trouble.
Level 6 hit here for Chovy. He's going to be pushed into the turret as the charm is going to miss, and that means that Peanut will not commit. Chovy's taking a huge amount of damage from the minions as well. We're going to lock on a Faker here. The Soldier's going forward, but Chovy going for the aggressive play.
Faker's flash just coming back up. Probably would have been able to kill Chovy there, or at least force him to flash if he had it 5 seconds before. Really great play from Faker. Looked like he was in big danger there, but he outplays him. Really great Emperor's Divide there with the minions. Chovy going to have to eat this honey fruit to be able to sustain here in this lane now. Teleport down, of course. Pretty happy he has that plant, huh, Valdez?
Yeah, I mean, the health plant is all right. I just don't like when blast plants deny me some action in my League of Legends. But yeah, it's going to get him back into the action in this case as Keria kind of a funky spot, but he's okay. No, he's just going to get ulted by this area. I'm like, yeah, he should be okay. Nope, just going to have to run this one away.
Owner's here.
Owner is here. He's going to hop on in. Paige just dashing away. Delight says, I will flash. As now on the top side, ult committed to here by Doran, as now he's the one putting on some pressure.
Yeah, Keria drops Ignite, but otherwise here, pretty nice trade up for T1. Looked really scary there. Pace hits level 6. He's got the all-in angle. Keria's a little bit out in front, doesn't have his ultimate yet. He's level 5, but Owner comes over, and he's able to catch the play there. Forces Delight, in fact, to flash. So big trade up in terms of summoners here. And again, just getting through this early mid-game is exactly what T1 needs to do if they're going to have any chance of winning this game and winning these later objectives. See what solo it's going to end up being as Owner is, because he's Kha'Zix going to be able to solo this very quickly, and he will have the support of Faker and Keria as well, so even though Doran has prio, not going to be able to go for a contest here, especially with that bottom side play going so wrong. So both early objectives here to T1 feels fantastic.
Yeah, definitely very nice. You know, Genji haven't really been able to get any of these early kills with the Vi Ahri just yet. Peanut did hit level 6, and he has his ultimate available, so I expected them to actually try to fight for that one with that spike, but not going to go for it, and, you know, effectively neutralized here in the early game. Now, Genji still do have a nice amount of scaling in their own right with the Jax and the Zeri, but it definitely feels pretty nice for T1 to just avoid any of those early skirmishes from the Ahri Vi.
Yeah. And, I mean, this is... Okay, once again, Owner's going to come up here and look for something here. Now, Peanut's a little bit far away. He's doing red buff right now. This could actually work with the wave escorting Owner through. He's got 6.
He's going to get dive on as you can't dodge the Kha'Zix Q as the barrel comes in, and an Arcane Comet not quite going to be enough. Doran holds on to his flash.
And that was a very close call, but Doran handles it well. And will they actually get the counter here? No vision.
Maybe. Zeus does have flash, but there's 3 members of Gen G, and the back completed here for Owner. Just an ult away from death as Doran pretty low, and it's probably not going to matter. Holding Counter-Strike, you see Zeus trying to... Oh, Doran really flying close to the sun. Flashes after he dies, but it's still first blood to the side of Gen G.
Yeah, not sure about that flash, but perhaps scared of Comet was going to proc on him again or something like that, and decided that he just wants to be 100% sure he doesn't die, because if he dies there, it is pretty horrible, because he won't be able to get this wave. Don't think he can go over and grab a turret play. I don't think he's going to be that greedy here, but you know that Owner backed. He's on the other side of the map. And let's see how he
Pays. All right, just going to face check the Kha'Zix. He's just dead, as Owner will just collect a kill. As Doran is going to take this turret plate.
He is going to greed for it, and I think it's when you see that play bottom side there, you feel pretty confident you can pull it off. Kha'Zix is obviously not top side, so they can get more down here.
Trying to go pretty deep for this one, trying to get on top of Peanut, but the peel from the Rakan is huge. Guma taking a lot of damage, but it works out for him. The turret shots getting Keria and Guma so low. As Doran, he's going to get in here, hits the stun, as now Keria not going to help out as Kha'Zix. It looks like a dead bug once again, as Doran going to pick up up a double kill in the bottom lane with a huge teleport.
And this is massive. I mean, Doran, he went back, got some health back, just enough to actually be able to carry that fight after going and completing the plate after seeing the Kazakhs there. So kind of beating the Kazakhs in 2 places at once. Okay, you're making the moves bottom side there. All right, is Paze gonna be totally fine here as Zayas gonna take a turret shot.
I mean, 2 barrels hit, cask available, gonna be thrown in.
Good positioning there on the other side of the turret.
At the very least, he's pushing him out of the lane.
Yeah.
That will work out.
A good position there on the turret to make sure he couldn't get pushed through, as he is punished here bottom side by this Kazakhs, but that means plate goes in. Doran heads back after that plate and then will teleport in to save the day here, as this Jax got a lot of money with the plate, the kill top side, and then he's going to come in here. And this Jax is well and truly online, as this dive takes a little bit too long, gives him the opportunity to come down here. Guma extremely low, and he's got the ability to come straight to this turret, go in for the counter-strike. The blast plant here, a little bit awkward because he gets the counter-strike before they can launch, and that means Guma will go down as well as Owner, who is still flashless on this Kazakhs.
Yeah, it's definitely really huge for the side lane pressure of Doran. Now, Owner's still doing a great job here in this early game. Unfortunately for T1, it is an Ocean Soul. So they get those first couple, which are nice in isolation. But now this Ocean Soul not going to do all too much, especially because Gen G is not really a poke comp. They're just going to be going all in on you. And, you know, not too many tanks on the side of T1. They have Zeus and Keria a bit, but Zeus is going to be going AP, etc., etc. So yeah. Ocean, anyway, not really great.
It's not really, yeah, it's not really good for either team, but, you know, feels bad because that was one of the big edges, like you said. T1 having the 2 Drake advantage means that it feels less bad, or less good, because you're not really going to be threatening a soul that's game-changing. It'll be slightly game-changing, it'll be fought for, but it's not going to be the most valuable of advantages you could have had. As the Umbroglaive is done now for Owner, and despite what looked like could have been the catalyst for this composition for T1, really struggling, that bottom side play going up big for Gen G. I think he's still going to be relevant here, still has a lot of money. He's actually going to find Peanut here on these Krugs. Force him off.
Yeah, looks like Peanut is feeling the pressure very nicely. Just going to push him away, take the Krugs down.
The question becomes now, Valdez, what's going to be the real first fight? Is it going to be over the second Herald that will lead to, you know, Drake Prio and things like that? Or will Gen G just opt out of it, saying, okay, well, we have a lot of aspects of our composition that scale better. We have the Jax for side lane pressure later on. We don't have to hard force. Or will they commit? And we'll really see if Zeri can actually, with no real strong items here, fight this early into the game. Because I think committing here and losing this fight is a way for T1 to really just kind of close the final door for what the game is going to look like here. Because then you're going to give way too much money over to Faker. If he wins that fight, you're going to have the Gragas starting to become really strong in terms of his engage setup. He's going for the Everfrost build here. I think Gen G should think twice about trying to hard force on this Herald unless they have straight up complete control there, because the advantage you gain from it, I think, definitely are heavily outweighed by the risks.
Yeah, I think, you know, a lot of the advantages of Gen G's composition is that you can do a good job of picking and choosing fights. You have insane amounts of mobility, so you can look for an engage if someone looks out of position, but otherwise, you know, you can go in, trying to poke, and then just back away if necessary. Yeah. So we'll have to wait and see how they do pilot it, as the damage numbers don't really mean much at this point in time. Just showing him off as not much is happening. Faker has really parked himself up in this top lane, just trying to take this out. Picked up a plate for himself, not bad, farming it out well.
He already picked up that stopwatch too. Like, he really feels like this fight is one that Gen G's going to opt into, and I think Gen G feel like they're priced into it because of the deficit here in terms of gold, but Teleport even committed here. Let's see, T1 don't have control of the choke points, so it's really hard to actually start this one up.
Uh-oh, Owner, he's going to get knocked up by the Rakan of all people as Kazakhs. He doesn't flash, he doesn't jump away, just doesn't expect the Rakan to be there, I'm not sure, but yeah, usually bit of a mistake, and Gen G will run away with this objective.
Usually the Rakan, the natural predator of the Rakan is the Kazakhs, not the other way around.
Oh boy. Well, now we got a charm to come in, and at least looks like Doran didn't have his counter-strike, as T1 are trying to fight for this. This is a 3v5, okay? Faker's not in this fight. You can't fight for this. Just a bit of poke coming down, and Gen G get the eye.
Will they get even more is the question. Zayas really flirting with the idea of trying to stop some of these backs and getting a late pick. Not going to happen. Too much setup here. They can at least delay, though, to maybe grab this mid turret. Will be the second of the game here for T1. A lot of extra gold for Faker, so that's a nice play. But, man, that was a huge disaster for T1. I mean, two fortunate picks onto Owner, or half of Genji's kill gold they have this game. And that's going to be Herald that goes over as a result. And it's not like the fight where Zeri got fed and got massively ahead or anything like that, but just a really unfortunate moment here for Owner, who's just unable to avoid this Recon engage. He had the Rift Herald pulled all the way to this choke, and T1, it's a rare case of just being completely on different pages and very disjointed. Like, Baker's still trying to deal with that top wave. The Xayah isn't here. It looks like the rest of the team had called, we're giving this up, but Owner just hanging around, holding on to the Herald, and then gets punished there by a great engage from Delight. 100% kill contribution here on this Recon.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we went and said, okay, Delight's on the enemy team, we have Xayah. We're just not going to pick the Recon. We're going to give him an opportunity to pick it. I think that was also a bit of a question mark in the draft for me. The guy is just insane on the pick. You can't really give Delight the Recon. Looking, honestly, a bit, you know, invisible in game one was Delight as the team won, but now he's doing all the work, it feels like, as T1 are going to start up this dragon. Now, Genji, not a huge amount of indexing into fighting this one, as we mentioned before. It's not really huge value, but it's still a Drake to the side of T1, as Doran, he's just going to get a lot of value here in a side lane.
Yeah, no one to answer for him right now. Faker's heading over, doesn't have teleport, so you know, since it's the inner, like, he should be able to get here before this turret takes too much damage and won't lose too much CS, but Doran is going to just get a ton of experience here as well as big money. Zayas looking for a potential engage.
There are 3 Genji members down here.
Okay, it looks like he was setting a trap, but he's just coming back.
Yeah, he's okay. Doran, and that's how you respect Flash, guys. Perhaps Owner can watch the VOD from that one, because, you know, if you're gonna get caught, you're in a rough spot, you're in a weak spot, just flash. You know, like, don't even think about it twice. Just get away. Just play it safe.
Yeah. Okay, Zayas really trying to make this work. Okay, I don't know about this.
Yeah, nice try, but teleport will be forced, I guess. Question mark from Doran, who's going to join on the bottom side. Faker just in the top lane.
He's like
take out this
turret. Yeah. Okay, well, get a little bit messy down there for a second. Everybody wanting to fight over that bottom inner turret.
Scrappy.
Scrappy indeed. As now Owner does have his Dustblade, and he can actually kind of carry team fights if he gets the opportunity to get backline access. That's much easier said than done. But T1 actually pushing this mid wave here. The fact that they got 2 turrets, or actually now 3, is quite critical, because it allows the Kha'Zix to actually go and clear deep vision pretty safely with this Umbral Glaive. And that's what you need to do with this composition. Otherwise, it's just going to fall on its face. If you can know where the Ahri is at all times, watch those Recon flanks, then this comp is actually insanely strong into what Genji has put together. And with the gold lead that T1's held on to pretty much this entire game, I think that it's still winnable from here. Like, even though there have been some errors from Owner this game,
yeah,
it's definitely a pretty strong position. Now, the next fight is going to be very telling, and I think Genji will have to opt into denying the Cloud Soul, even though it's not our most valuable. You just don't want to give that over.
Ocean Soul.
Or sorry,
yeah.
Ocean.
And yeah, I do feel like both teams have an angle to win this one. It's still very close. Like, again, Genji just have so many ways to engage and to pick people off, but T1 definitely a nice amount of scaling, a nice amount of front to back. You have that kind of X factor with the Kha'Zix, and not just because he has an X in his name. He can do a lot, right? Obviously, the last fight wasn't a lot, but definitely can find those back line targets. So we're just going to have to wait and see how the execution goes, I'd say. This one definitely could go either way. As Peanut sitting in the enemy jungle, doesn't look like anyone is really looking to get in there at this point in time.
Yeah, looks like he wanted to maybe catch someone coming over here, like Guma clearing this mid wave.
Okay, Guma just going to walk that one out as T1 are starting Baron at 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think realized, okay, like they're trying to set a trap. We actually have positional prio here. Zayas also teleports in the nick of time to try to deny Chovy entry. This is a great setup for T1.
Yeah, no TP for Doran. They just want to go for it. That is a dead Zeus, as now the fight may heavily go in the way of Genji as the knock-up here on a Peanut, but he's got stopwatch as Baker is going to go down for free. Genji just trying to get as much value on the backside of this fight as possible, as they do get 2 kills, but T1 did take down the Baron. Let's see how much else Genji can get.
The problem is they lost the Baron buff on their solo laners for it.
Yeah, and Genji are going to push here.
Yeah, they're just going to push and take this turret out, and I thought that the attempt to take Baron was fantastic, but you lost too much here, and when we go into the replay, I want everyone to watch Faker's attempt to try to turn and win the team fight, because it seemed, again, very unlike T1 how disjointed this goes, as the teleport here from Zeus is fantastic to zone, and T1 want a little bit more. Carrier's coming over here, and they're thinking they can win this. It's just great setup for Gen G, though, and Faker goes over the wall straight into the Recon Charm here, and he's got Crown one step for the Emperor's Divide, does knock Peanut through, but it's just a peculiar call when probably should have sacrificed Zeus and get out of here and save that Baron buff on your Azir so you can actually have a little bit more pressure in these lanes, because now no Baron for Gragas, no Baron for Azir means it's only really the 3-man in mid that can push.
Yeah, absolutely. You keep that Azir alive. You can wave clear as well in mid, so maybe you can like try to stand up 4v5, but that follow-up, like Zeus going down is fine, but the extra is not. His owner again is going to get knocked off by Delight, who just has his number in this game. And now Chovy, the pick potential, the mobility, everything coming forward, and maybe it's late, but 21 minutes in, Zeri gets a double kill.
Yeah, Gen G on the verge of taking a gold lead here for the first time in this game, as well as, I'd say, an ult committed to deny it back. Chovy's like, all right, well, I guess I'll take those. Interesting. I mean, you're delaying this, but now Guma potentially in trouble.
Yes, Featherstorm trying to force that out, but he's just going to walk away again.
Faker, I mean, he's in the side. Imagine if he had Baron buff here, it would have felt a lot better. The thing about this Valdez is the composition clearly disjointed from T1. You could just tell in the draft they were super uncomfortable. And like owners 2 and 3 on this Kha'Zix has been picked multiple times. We mentioned it straight up in the draft when you watch the lock-in of the pick, when he's talking to the coaching staff, or interim coaching staff, whatever you want to say. He looks clearly annoyed by the fact he has to play this pick, and he's now been just destroyed by Delight super hard twice in this game, and he's calling that they're coming for the Dragon here, and it's just a really easy pick onto the Kha'Zix, and like T1 just looking all out of sorts here, and it's so unusual, especially when you consider this team so far in playoffs have just looked so robust. Even after a Game 1 loss into KT, they bounced back in a huge way. Not so much here in this series.
Yeah, Gen G just looking like an overwhelming force at this point in time, as they, again, it's been a couple of good plays to the side of Gen G. The gold's still very even, although the gold doesn't tell the story at all. I do agree. I think T1 looked very disjointed, and they're about to face check this, it looked like. His owner at least is going to check it here. And I think get the scan down.
Valdez, I think that Faker and Guma are really going to have to pull more than their weight to win this game. Like, they are going to be so critical, and if the game is won, it's going to be about Faker's damage. He's been given so much time in sides. He actually has a ton of money, even though he's 0-1-0 on this Azir. He has that Nashor's Tooth. He can do more damage output than the Ahri who went for the Everfrost Zhonya's build here. The utility from Chovy is going to be great, but the damage isn't there. They're more reliant on Zeri and just combos with the Jax and the Vi. I think there's definitely a way Gen G to win these fights, but it has to be Faker and Guma who just out-damage Gen G in fights if they're going to win this game, and they cannot be picked. And this is just so terrifying to watch when there's no vision here.
Yeah.
You know that Vi is lurking.
Yeah, I think Gen G are just doing a really good job of this suffocating playstyle once again. As this teleport, again, a little bit questionable. I don't think you're getting a lot out of this. Maybe they're going to take out this inner because of this. Probably could have gotten it anyway. And now Faker's just on the top side alone. There's no big objective or anything like that. There's not even a Drake to fight for with that teleport, but just a bit opportunistic perhaps. Chovy looking for a play, not going to quite work out, and now Doran's going to teleport up top, which means both solo laners on the side of Gen G now do not have teleport for the fight. As, okay, nice little engage from the side of Keria, and Faker's doing some good damage already.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. The teleport usage here from Gen G has been a little bit questionable at times in this game, and Doran feels really priced into, okay, this Nashor's Tooth Azir is going to rip through this turret, I need to get over here. But there was an opportunity for Faker to even commit the Emperor's Divide and try to kill him with the teammates he had shadowing him there on the top side. Really got to be careful about this, but Faker spent so much time up here and got so much money, he should be able to purchase a Zhonya's here before the next team fight pretty comfortably, you have to think, with the components he's already put together. And I think T1, there's definitely an angle here to win this game. And I know it looks like it's really close, Wolf. Why are you guys talking about this? T1 don't have a chance. I just feel like what we've seen from them thus far and how strong Gen G's composition is and how many angles this Zeri has to pop off in a longer fight is really scary. Because all it takes is killing one of Faker and Guma, and Zeri just out-damages you, and they have great CC. So this game is really on a knife's edge for T1 specifically. They need to win this fight swimmingly to win this game. 30 seconds on Baron. We're already having that vision fight now.
Yeah, taking a look at some of the spikes here, we have basically Doran and Peanut very much in sync, both buying Black Cleavers. Obviously Doran a bit ahead because he's the solo laner, and he is moving towards the Zhonya's third rather. So definitely pretty tanky, robust builds from both the top laner and the jungler once again. Peanut trying to get in there, and Gen.G just trying to choke out as much vision as possible.
Teleport here from Zeus. This is going to be the commit here for T1.
So Doran's just backing in a bush, has to go and use his stopwatch, as now Chovy gonna miss the charm. Carrier looking for the follow-up, going to get in there really aggressively, is going to just force Chovy to use a Spirit Rush, and that's about it.
I mean, that's pretty decent here for T1. Faker does have his Emperor's Divide, and now the choke point is controlled by T1. Bit of a whoopsie there from Doran. Stopwatch broken here. We'll be able to get his Zhonya's, of course, but that really did hurt Gen.G's opportunities there. Chovy missing the charm, missing the Q as well. In that choke point means T1 just kind of walk around this Baron and say, that's mine. And Kha'Zix's going to be able to threaten in 30 seconds here, potentially grabbing this Drake if Gen.G are over-committing for Baron control, because Kha'Zix clears Drakes so quickly with his passive. So something to think about here is the Jax isn't threatening anything right now. Of course, all inners are, or rather, all outers are down, and even the bottom inner. So he's not really threatening any real damage to T1. He's catching a wave. And with this Sundis turret, they should be able to set up for Soul now. And Kha'Zix can just kind of hold on to that while they push mid. Peanut looking for a flank. He's got a control ward.
Yeah, this is a pretty good angle, actually. Again, your targets, it's not the easiest composition to engage on. Like I mentioned in the draft, like if nameplates are off, I still think that T1's got an opportunity with this draft, but I'm not sure how they're going to play it out, specifically the team, as we'll save that for another time. We got to talk about this Baron fight. Gen.G going to start this one up as the charm is going to hit Guma, forces the cleanse, but enough delaying of time here from the side of T1, and now Doran gonna have to flash out of this one, and the follow-up comes in! That is a dead Jax as Gen.G leave him to the side, and now T1 will start up this Baron.
Oh man, this is just such fantastic map reads from T1. The teleport from Faker just right in the middle of the team fight. That's how confident they are. They have control. Peanut has flash, but won't be able to contest necessarily.
Peanut getting in. He is just dead now, though. Not able to steal that one away as the wombo combo onto Zeri. Down will go Pays. Not even allowed to flash out of that one. Owner trying to land a slow. Zeus getting really deep in for this one as well. But the W speed up and the miss on the W from Owner means that he just walks it out.
All right, they will be able to do a ton with this Baron. I mean, this game is 100% T1's to lose now. I really loved how they set that one up. Clear the Drake as quickly as possible. That Faker Kha'Zix damage. Faker waits because he has teleport so he can show up to the Baron fight. They send Owner over first, and Gen.G just get destroyed on this subsequent fight. Not even close, and Chovy missing a lot of critical charms here. Might be his first loss of Arya on the season if things continue like this. 2 inhibs down now.
All right, trying to do it again as the charm angle, again, not going to hit. Faker just stands his ground, and Doran's caught again! Just gonna get comboed by Carrier and put into the Death Realm. As now Zeus and Guma trying to lead the charge here. They don't have a wave, but they're just gonna sit on the turrets, 5v4.
They have a lot of damage for these turrets as well as a cannon minion here now, and this might just be the beginning of the end here. Gen.G, they don't have really great tools to turn this. Delight's ult's coming back up, but even getting into position is going to be really difficult. He's got the flank.
He does, but there's just a Gragas zoning him. There's an Alistair zoning him. He has to engage onto Xayah with Featherstorm, and they're just not even going to get an angle to do it. They're just going to end the game. Will T1, and they tie up the series. We officially have the series on our hands.
And the T1 chants are starting, but man, that was a very messy game. And I think T1, there were some huge individual mistakes. They looked a little bit out of sorts. When it came to the map reads, though, and the calls on objectives, they punished Doran twice. And Doran getting caught really cost Gen.G control, meant that they had lost control of the Baron pit there, and then the Soul gets taken, they push in and win the follow-up fight. And Faker spent a majority of that game alone inside, but he was able to have some pretty good ultimates as well himself. And I feel like in a lot of ways, Gen.G lost this game more than T1 won it, but they were decisive when they needed to be in both games on these late game Barons. And T1, they bounced back again after a loss in game 1 to tie us up.
Yeah, very true. I think Score's going to have a lot to say about what went wrong in this one. It's not just Doran getting caught a couple of times. It's just kind of a lack of clean setup to look for the picks. Like, if you're playing as Gen G, you know what your composition has, but unfortunately, they didn't really play towards it, and you can see that the damage, yes, they are very bursty, but Pay's never really given a chance to pop off. Nobody really given a chance after any picks or anything like that. T1 just allowed to control the game, and you can see that it was very close for the majority until the Baron.
Yeah, really uncharacteristic game from Chovy and Doran there. The series is tied up, man. It's going to be another potential 5-gamer. I really feel it.
That looks like it is coming to fruition here, at least at the beginning of this one. But guys, we are done on the caster desk for now. We're going to have a break, and the space will break down game number 2 after.
소식이 돼 얘들아. 확인하게. 라인부터. 3라인도 끊어주면 좋아 이거.
내가 할게. 뛰었죠. 타워.
할만해.
타워 칠 수 있는 거부터 쳐봐.
내가 라칸 쪽 마크 해줄게.
타워 하나 밀었다.
라칸 맞아.
천천히. 탑 라인 데려올게. 탑 하자. 탑.
내가 라칸 마카. 내가 파이브.
쳐. 릭스 아직 멀었어. 천천히.
방금 그냥 제리 밀어줄게. 라칸 반피야.
타워.
쳐봐.
타워. 싸울게.
나이스.
에이 잡자.
나이스.
해버렸다. 나이스. 세게요 아주. 31일 만에 선발 출전 메이커가 돌아왔습니다. 아래서 관문 돌파.
Hey, welcome back to the space, everyone, as T1 equalizes here and strikes back here in Game 2. Any first words on this game and what you thought of it, guys?
T1 is back on the track. I think they listen what we actually said it. You know, Connor picked top, make sure play, you know, some useful champion and carry us on engage support without getting super hard Connor pick. Great.
Yeah, the Gragas this was the big difference maker. Did get banned away last time, so it wasn't like I couldn't go for it, but actually securing it in first rotation, I think was a wonderful call. I also think that Gen G, this is something that worked really well for them in the past, the Vi Ahri combo, but I do think both champions have either Ahri just with the meta developing, and then Vi just through the continuous nerfs really lost a lot of power. And I think that we won't see them try and prioritize it again. This to me feels like if this works, you basically win the series from there, right? Because we have seen them completely run the 2v2 with this combo. And I also think that looking at what T1 have, trying to go for Vi Ahri is a gamble. You have Azir, Xayah, Gragas, and Alistar. Like the amount of counter engage that you have into what effectively is a full melee comp is kind of insane. And I also think that T1 was very aware of this during the game. So I think they played according to the draft as well.
And again, really focusing on the 2v2 mid jungle on the set of Gen G, when you have the Gragas that can actually create more plays and more space on the top lane, I'm just wondering if it was the right play here. I was a bit suspicious of the Kha'Zix pick, though, because we know that if this jungler falls behind in the early game, it's really, really hard to recover. And Honor had some oopsie moments, I feel, but still, in the end, it didn't quite impact the game.
Yeah, it didn't really matter. Like, it was not really about the Kha'Zix in this one. But I do think that you can see that Honor not that comfortable on it.
Yeah, I mean, if there was no Kha'Zix mistake, I would say the game ends like 5 minutes faster. Like 10 minutes faster. It would have been more clear for sure, but I mean, I still kind of agree that Kha'Zix can make a lot of the other potential, like the, you know, it's unexpected damage, and also like the Kha'Zix is just giving the champion the pressure on the map. It's pretty high. So I think it was fine. Just gameplay was kind of oops.
Yeah, I think only Peanut has been able to consistently pull it off, because you can't really make mistakes on Kha'Zix. If you make mistakes, like especially back to back like Honor, it's really tough.
And you have to be really mindful of vision here, which is something T1 played really well around, I feel, especially when it comes to objectives, which is what I want us to take a look at here.
Yeah, I mean, this is like what I said earlier in the pre-show. Like, I think like Gen G, when they're not actually controlling all the object, like they still like kind of lost. Like, I think the main reason why the T1 was being able to keep constantly just stacking the Drake is like, I know Faker did make one mistake around the Baron, but I really want to shout out to Faker that he plays so incredibly well handling around the mid wave and mid lane phase, and also he's just dodged like more than 2 times the gank on mid. Especially he's playing against Vi Ahri, it's against the Chobi Peanut. So this is probably the best LCK mid jungle duo, and it's like he juked it all of it and he won lane phase in mid.
And what's really telling is that you had like 3 separate Vi Ahri moments, right? They tried to kill Faker twice, I think, tried to kill Zeus on top, and like when the kills actually did start coming out, it was already a little bit too late. Like with Vi Ahri, you really need to get snowballing early on, otherwise the composition doesn't really work. And if you don't, and you start losing dragons early, it's already a sign that you are not in a great state in the game.
Yeah, I mean, losing objectives, losing control of the map slowly, because the pace of the game was actually really slow compared to the first one. What could Gen G have done better to stay in the game, especially with the tools they had, as you said?
I don't know if there really was a lot. Like I said, I think that the T1 was very aware that unlike the last game, they actually did have a decent amount of pressure, and Gen G had a composition that needed to win, unlike last time. Like last time you had the team fighting, you know, maybe, but you know, 5v5 with Talia and Felio is still going to be fine, and the side lane pressure was really good. Now, with Vi Ahri, like T1 knew, if we hold on, I think we're always going to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, also, I think the isolation death on the pace, I think it's actually keep coming off. Like, even it's shown the last series, the against HLE, but even this game, like, Guma was be able to pick up the kill and it's like be able to get the turret goal, but the plate goal rather. And it's like the mid pro it actually entire throughout the like this game, like Guma she was able to just hold the mid pro and then Genji was not be able to make any single object play because the only mistake.
Yeah, and it came together also during the Baron and the setup that T1 was also able to create here. Not being first on the objective, but being able to contest it nonetheless and not losing too much in
And
the end.
they also already had picked up the Ocean Soul off the back of this, right?
Yeah.
So I do think that's really telling that they put themselves in so much of a better position compared to last game. I also think that macro was a lot crisper, actually setting up this trap really nicely. And does it still come down to a flip? Yes. Yes, it does. Faker ends up getting it. But I think even if they lose this flip, I really favor them. I think at this point with the Soul, and you're going to get at least 2 kills off the back of this as well. Tempo's still in your favor. I don't think there was a lot for Genji to the left from that point on.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they will just take it one other Baron and then they will just end the game. I think the gap about the soul point as well, like I think it's just way too further. And I think the T1 also was really a favorite, like as you said, like there was just really confident on Azir ulti, like making after playmaking, and Alistar was already in Tribush. It's just overall, I think T1 really clear had a plan for a round object, like as we said it, like when they're playing well, they're playing like this.
And when you have the Azir to create space, the Gragas to create space as well, I think it's really easier to maneuver, which leads us to player of the game here. I know you guys chose Faker in the end. Did you? All right.
No, we end up going for Carrier.
Okay, my bad. But, it is Faker who takes it, and I think it makes sense also in how he was able to clutch these fights with Azir.
Yeah, so to me, and this is something that we saw in the series against KT as well, the Faker Carrier axis is something that I think the team fighting for T1 really relies on. Right? The way that they're able to utilize the pressure that Faker provides, combined with Carrier when he's on his game, and frontlining, I think the prio on this one made sense. As I think a split vote is pretty reasonable here.
Yeah, I mean, I was like, I think it might be too crazy to go Faker. That's what I said. Oh, because like I was like,
it makes sense.
Like he kind of make a one mistake, but it's like he brought to the team like it's so much a safeguard around the mid prio, and it's like not dying against the Ari Vi.
Yeah, that is
incredible, extremely well part, and that's why our highlight one was just taking Drake for free because the Faker play well.
Looking at the next game, Genji will be playing blue side. We expect some improvements and adjustments on the side of draft, I believe. Any fast words on that, Chrono?
Yeah, I kind of hope they drop the Jax blind prio. I do think that it's a strong pick, but if T1 actually going to start counterpicking it, I think you drop that and try and go and play more towards pace. Because I think that in this game they didn't at all, and it did kind of backfire.
Yeah, I mean, they should do that if they want to pick Jax, just pick F3 and then just ban out top lane. Like I think they shouldn't expect T1 is gonna pick one more time Orin, like those kind of champion, you know? They're giving up. They're not gonna do it again. They're making the same mistake.
Yeah, more attention to Zeus. That's what T1 wants to see here. We'll see if Genji is able to fight back here in Game 3, as it's time for casters to take it away.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown as we are here moving into game number 3. As Faker is going to pick up the POG and reset the mind before we do jump into the next one. As this time, should be Genji going to the blue side. I believe that was highlighted, and definitely... You know, it makes sense, right? The blue side has been winning.
I think you and I had kind of a different take on the way those drafts went. Like, you and I were very much feeling like Genji had the mid-jungle that they have been so successful with. We really felt like the draft came up great for them. And for T1, it was really just punishing some of those mistakes and having way better read on the map. We had some questionable teleports. That last game said to me a lot more about Genji than it did about T1. And I think now Genji is on the back foot here, having to recover from a pretty tough loss where they looked a little bit out of sorts themselves. And let's see what the draft adaptation is going to be here, because we obviously saw a pretty strong draft from Genji in Game 1, and they were able to find a very successful and snowbally mid to late game win there. See if anything changes here. Still banning away Zeus' Aatrox, which I think is probably permanent this series. The Jax gets banned here away from Doran.
So... You just bopped it, you just had a couple of answers to it, and then you banned it away on red side. Very interesting. Not what I was expecting. Not, I think, what the space was expecting.
I think it's going to allow Zeus to have a matchup where you can have a lot of control. They can go for a Sejuani rotation. Like, if you get Sejuani as Genji here, now you You won't have the Jax, obviously, and then they can pick up the Sejuani Renekton if you don't pick it. So it's a very strong ban in that way. So I don't hate it, as the Rumble's also banned away. So it looks like they're trying to say, you either get Sejuani without Renekton, or we get Renekton Sejuani. That's the prio here. So moving away from the Azir, I think, in a big way now, T1, with how this draft is looking. Let's see what Gen G take, as the Kai'Sa has not been prioritized. And I think it deserves a look here for Gen G to play a slower style. See if that's what they want to do. And the Sejuani's still looming, obviously.
Yeah. Renekton Sedge, very strong, but I think Maokai might even be stronger. Let's see what Gen G thinks. They will select the Maokai. And, you know, based on the way the bans wins, I think T1 are kind of making it obvious what they do want to highlight, although they are going to pick the Xayah first.
Yeah, interesting. The Xayah is going to get locked down here. Weakens the Kai'Sa pick. And Owner going to hover the Lee Sin. I don't think that's what he's planning on playing this one. He's going to be picking the Sejuani away here. Instead of the Renekton, interestingly, with the Maokai already locked in, which is scary because, I mean, Maokai can be flexed to support, so you might end up losing Sejuani Renekton here because of that Maokai flex if Gen G went that way. They're still going to take the Renekton away, and that's why...
take it for the top lane. It's
the Xayah reliance here is going to hurt your ability to have that strong combo. And now Renekton Azir feels way stronger than Sejuani plus anything but Yone. And is Faker going to be bold enough to play Yone into Chovy's Azir here?
No.
I think that would be that's like a real Faker moment right there, where he just says, no, I am actually the Emperor. I can beat this side of the Azir matchup as a matter of my hands.
I don't want to
still recovering.
He's just going to play Corki.
Okay, so we saw this in the KT series. It went very well. Faker's got this insane win streak on the champion at the moment. And much safer, let's say, much less hard on your mechanics.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, as we were talking about, like, you ban away Rumble and Jax, and then Gen G get Renekton, and you don't have any current synergy with the Sejuani in mid or top. Now, you can just pick pretty much anything in the top lane that's melee, but you're not really going to pick... I'm not expecting them to go for, like, some kind of carry top, especially with Corki and Xayah. Probably just a frontliner, so... like, Asante gets banned away.
Yeah, that's the best option I think they had in this draft, and it's now taken away. Zeus. This is really awkward. The whole draft was supposed to be about him, and now it's not about him at all. As the Rel is going to be hovered here, but I think the Rakan, they didn't pick last time around, definitely going to be the better option here, and then can save that final pick for Zeus. But he already knows it's into the Renekton. We'll just make sure to lock this one in so it can't be taken away. And it feels like a very obvious area angle here for Gen G, even though they don't have the Lulu. They're playing into the Rakan. It's just super easy here. You have Renekton Azir's area. Like, it's a tale as old as Zeri's release. It's been pretty much viable and staple.
And you can go Rel yourself if you want. I mean, that was highlighted by T1. It was hovered, but they took Rakan instead. It's Xayah Rakan. It makes sense, but there's still a lot of strong supports that you can pick up.
Nautilus?
Light.
I mean,
Nautilus could be another good choice.
Yeah, I think that's probably what he's going to end up playing here. I'm trying to think if there's any world in which they want to flex the Maokai to support here and, you know, play something like a Viego. I just don't think you really need to reinvent the wheel in this draft.
Yeah.
The Nautilus just feels too easy, too safe here. And I think there's a world where, like, T1 flex the Sejuani top, but I just don't see it. They're going to go for the Rel instead of the Nautilus. You mentioned it. And it is very strong with Renekton. And there's a lot of Maokai setup as things are going to get a little bit awkward here. Jace indexes into a lot of poke. Does feel like a matchup you can play into the Renekton. As they're going to force the Yone synergy potentially here. Zeus shaking his head. Set?
He's like, not that one. Hover me a new one. Nope, not that one. Definitely not that one.
I think he's playing Gnar. He's going to lock it in. And so no value out of the Sejuani here in this draft, really.
Hey, you got Mega Gnar.
I mean, yeah. All right, I'll give you that one, but not really going to be the priority that you wanted. I think this draft kind of, again, like the last game, doesn't feel like it's bad in its own isolation, but Gen G got a meta S-tier draft with great synergy. All the champs work together. You've got great 5v5.
Yeah,
didn't ultimately still win the game for them, obviously, in game 2, but T1 got a mishmash of champions that they're very good at, and it is a comp, but it's not, it doesn't scream like, yeah, this is robust, this is strong.
I'm kind of with you on this one as well, and even to the Spaces point, it's not RE-Vi that's kind of fallen out of the meta anymore. It's Azir Renekton, which is the meta, with actually the most important point, which I forgot to mention, Maokai. The first pick Maokai that's been banned in the first couple of games for a good reason. They gave it over to Gen G, and it just doesn't feel like T1 kind of got their worth out of giving that over, you know?
Yeah.
So, like, just from that point alone, it kind of does favor Gen G, and then we saw the rest of the draft as well.
Now, Zeus is a fantastic NAR player. It's his debut champion. He's very good at it. He's the best NAR player in the LCK, and he's the only one who's really playing it right now. He brought it back into the meta a little bit, and I look at the situation as yeah, I don't like T1's draft as much, but they're playing their own style of game tonight. They are absolutely playing their own style of game. It won them game 2. They made it work. They punished Gen G for a weak setup. Faker's shot calling has been fantastic in this series already. And I think that despite some of our concerns, this draft can and may potentially work. Faker's Corki, he hasn't lost on it in a while.
Yeah, definitely a lot of carry potential on that side. But let's see what happens as we hop onto the Rift for Game 3.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Game 3, we have a series on our hands. It's back and forth, and it's Game 1 going against T1, and then T1 take Game 2 themselves, just like they did to KT, except this one is definitely a different feel. You remember in that series against KT, it was like an Omega 24-minute stomp from KT, but then it was like Omega 29-minute stomp from T1. It was like very volatile. Whereas this series, you know, it feels like Gen G slowly, in their own manner, suffocated T1 in Game 1, and then T1 kind of nullified all of the strengths of Gen G in the early to mid, and then slowly won Game 2. So
yeah, I really feel like it was one of those games where voting for Faker was the big brain play because he had obviously that one big mistake, which is why I ultimately just voted for Guma. I actually voted for Guma just because I was like, he was the most stable player. He was definitely not the player of the game, but who was really was the question. That's why we had a crazy vote. It was super split. But in this game, I think that, you know, the Sejuani, we always talk about how Sejuani needs some melee synergy for Permafrost. That's not actually true. She has a great ultimate. She is very strong in the early levels at setting up ganks. But when you look at what the follow-up for that Glacial Prison is on the composition, there's not a lot of great ones. You know, you have the Rakan, obviously. If you are lucky enough to have the feathers down, you could maybe pull that. But it doesn't synergize well with Corki. It doesn't synergize well with Gnar, really, in team fights. So Owner is just going to have to be a big frontline tank in this comp, and it feels like you're playing against, as Gen G here, a comp that's a little bit out of sorts in terms of what it wants to do. It's got poke, but it's also low range. Like, it's got a Gnar for engage, but it's very situational, you know?
Yeah.
And that's why I feel like T1 is just going to have to hard clutch it and play the map better than Gen G if they're going to win this game. And they did that last game.
yeah, they're able to nullify all the threats on the side of Gen G. You see that Zeus has played a huge heaping helping of Gnar so far in his relatively short career, and definitely, you know, it was his debut game, played the Gnar. We all were like, whoa, this guy's really good on the Gnar of all picks, so definitely one that's very comfortable for him. He's played a couple of tanks, but now going on to the Gnar. We'll see how it works out after giving Doran the Renekton, which was definitely a bit of a question mark in our minds, but we'll see how it does play out.
Yeah. Doran has been up or down in the series, right? And that's certainly a concern. That's been historically just the way it is with Doran. That's just what you're going to get. You don't know if you're going to get the best version or if you're going to get, you know, 7 out of 10 Doran, which I think is kind of what we've rolled today.
It's not 369, but it's like 4-8.
Yeah, actually, that's a great way of putting it. I actually think that's, like, he's double as good when he's the 8 out of 10. Like,
yeah.
Otherwise, he's just half a Doran. He's a Do or a Ran.
Oh, man.
I mean, he has a 5-letter name. I couldn't quite do it exactly the way, but, you know, it's 2 syllables. There
Makes
you go.
sense. Okay, we're getting in there on the Owner, who does smite away the Scuttle. He's trying to get over to the speed here, but the Flash isn't really going to get him into a safe spot. There's not a lot of damage between these two, but they finally do get the job done. As Owner, I hope that Scuttle Crab was worth it.
Yeah, I think the answer, not so much. Huge chance here in the crowd for the first blood as well on the side of Gen G. Really feeling that advantage there. They get with the Renekton, link that up, and it's just a rogue Sejuani thinking she could scuttle. She definitely could not. And Flash is also down now for Owner. So just to add insult to injury, this early game Sejuani with no permafrost setup is going to really hurt.
Baker?
First strike value.
Yeah.
+9, baby. That's the Faker dip.
Okay, Chovy's going to shuffle way in there, but Owner going to be spotted on the ward. Chovy, not really the best of trades here. He's going to get hit by the flail as well, but Peanut will make his way in. As both junglers trying to make a play here, Faker very low, but so is Chovy. Chovy having the better range at this point, as Peanut trying to push Owner away. And that's going to be a win for Gen G in the 2v2, just in terms of pushing potential, as now got a little scuffle down in the bottom lane.
Yeah,
Not
Chovy,
much happening.
He also went for Doran's ring and has a mana advantage here, so Faker actually forced to back now with no teleport. Feels very awkward. He can stick around, and Owner once again caught out.
Well, the blast plant is there, but he's super low, and Delight's actually here now as the shield does come down, but it looks like just a Fed kill over to Pays, as Owner is going to go down for the second time in this game.
The observing kind of left it a little bit, it was a little bit ambiguous for a second there, but as soon as you saw Delight not dropping that Ignite in, you knew this area was coming over, and she's going to get a ton of money here early.
Yeah.
And it's not even Guma and Carrier's fault. It's just Owner once again on this Sejuani pick, looking a little bit uncomfortable. We saw some small errors from him on the Kha'Zix, and not having his best night of League of Legends here, as he is going to secure the smite, but then awkwardly caught in a position where there's not great flash angle, and Zeus doesn't come down to bail him out. Like, Zeus just says, no, man, you're done. And like, he flashes towards Zeus, but Zeus is just not going to help him. There's not much he can do.
You have a Corki in mid. You can't fight for that either, so he was just trying to get out, but it was just way too late. And then they're definitely like screaming, okay, he has no flash, feed it to Zeri.
And if Chovy, for example, like, if Owner had flash when Chovy got hit by Faker there and Faker tried to look for the play, then maybe Owner could actually force a flash at Chovy, you get that kill, but he didn't have flash because of that topside play, and it's all snowballing down.
Yeah, it is a bit. We had a mini Zeri moment, not a real one, just a kill, as now just walking in nearly smites it away to Peanut. Looks like he didn't quite have it, actually, so just going to be another Owner death. They do get the Mountain Drake, but this is very concerning as a sheepish grin is on the face of Owner.
Of the three, this one's not really on him as much. I mean, he's got to be the guy who secures the smite. He has to stick around. It was a near steal, as you mentioned, but I mean, that's your job as the Sejuani who's flashless in this case. So if anyone's pointing fingers at him for that one, I think probably rethink it. But at the end of the day, he is 0-3 now on the Sejuani, and another kill going over to Gen G. Chovy's got a kill, Pei's got a kill, Peanut's got one. They're just fed in 3 critical parts of this early game already. I mean, I wouldn't say fed, but accelerated. And
yeah, it's like the anti-treasure hunter, right? Now just Doran and Delight need one. As Pays is getting run down here, he's going to get knocked up. That is a dead Zeri, if I've ever seen one, as Delight now trying to extend this one as Peanut is making his way down, but it's just a good 2v2 win here for T1, taking out Pays.
And Guma Carrier duo, they don't need no jungler to make plays and pick up gold. And Pays once again just a little bit far forward here. I mean, we've had some individuals in this series who have not looked at themselves, and I think on the Gen G side, he has had some questionable moments himself, despite picking up that early kill. Is now 20 CS down, and the laning phase here going swimmingly for the Xayah Rakan.
And Peanut, this is what he does best. He gets a lead in the jungle matchup, and he punishes. He's getting in onto Owner now. He has his own red buff, and Owner's just trying to secure a red buff of his own at this point. So does land the smite, and now they're turning this one as Peanut not really in a position, doesn't have a way to get out, as that's a kill actually going over to Peanut, maybe going too far, as now Carrier making his way in. The Emperor's Divide, but it's 2v4, and Doran is kind of left to the Wolves here. He doesn't have his flash just yet, but it's very close, as he is just going to dash his way out, barely surviving in that trade.
Well, it's a disaster for Gen G here on the top side. Really trying to push that advantage, as you say, as Peanut comes in and tries to steal the red buff away. Has Doran's help. The Narbar had expired, so Zaya sitting on no bar. So they thought in the 2v2 there, they win that absolutely. But unfortunately, the Sejuani ultimate there from Owner is pretty fantastic, and they have the amount of damage they need to turn that. Range advantage coming through. Maokai not really doing a whole lot back, obviously, with just sitting on an Aegis. So it's not the end of the world here for Gen G, but a lot of that lead has now kind of evaporated, and as they will be able to take this Herald topside. Meanwhile, Carrier has 6.
Trying to make a play here on a Delight, but he is going to crash down away as Paze gets charmed up, and he doesn't have any summoners. The Zerial comes out, but it is too little too late. 2 kills go to Guma.
I don't know if we call that a Zaya moment. I think we call it a Guma carrier moment. It's the second time in a row they end up finding a small advantage against this Zeri in lane. Level 6 gets hit by carrier. Paze is absolutely not respecting it. Delight is forced to flash. And man, this is starting to look like everything that Gen.G was doing well in the early parts. All of those mistakes from Owner just don't even matter anymore.
Yeah, a lot of it does get shored up on the bottom side of the map. Peanut did get the Rift Herald, but now we're getting plates solo over to Guma. As we do see Peanut trying to get what he can, as now we have a bit of a lane swap. Doran going to go bot, even though the Rift Herald already dead.
And Keria is on a control ward with level 6. Like, there's just... And the objective is to deny the ward clear, perhaps. With Delight not having level 6, there's just no winning this one. There's not even, I mean, yeah, you're going to lose minions, you're going to get zoned out. That's really unfortunate, but that's just how it's going to be with the wave state there. And there was just no save in that play, no explaining it either.
Yeah, like maybe because the 280 carries were like similar in terms of items. Nobody really has that first item yet. Like maybe if you have a very confident, straightforward like 2v2 engage onto the Rakan, even then, I don't think it's a good idea, right? Yeah. But the fact that it was just like very much disjointed, one person going in at a time, and like Paze just kind of getting run down by a Rakan that has Charm up is very, very iffy.
Yeah, I mean,
really don't do that.
Delight was coming over. He was the one who first got caught, but he was so far up on the lane trying to get that farm. We'll end up buying the Storm Razor for just a second, but of course did ultimately go for the Shiv. I don't know if that was if he actually bought it or if that was just a UI bug, but anyways, he finishes the Shiv now, but bit of a weird early one. As you can see, the gold leads here pretty reflective of the situation in this game. Like, yeah, Jungle got ahead, and Chovy rather got ahead as well with that kill there. Paze got a kill fed to him, but you know, that's not, that doesn't just default win you the rest of the lane, and Guma is big.
Faker has package. Peanut trying to force it here. Let's see if he will be successful in that. Faker's just holding on to it. Sees the Rel as now, after that knockback, is going to be forced to use the package. He wanted to hold on to that because this dragon fight is about to start, but now he does not have it, and he's about 2/3 health.
Yeah, and his package placement there was pretty good. It meant that Gen.G couldn't actually rotate over faster, and ultimately, you know, we'll have to clear that wave and then come over. Paze is going to grab a plate here, and looks like he's not going to be punished, and the Dragon actually isn't secured by T1. They're unable to actually rush it down fast enough. Now Paze is going to get some plate gold here as well, with the Herald getting involved. This game is scrappy Valdez again.
It's just good positioning here from Gen.G. They're trying to pressure the bottom lane. Now Guma is pressuring mid as this is happening. So they're trying to get a trade and maybe a steal, but yeah, Owner's just going to back away. Gen.G take the Drake. And Guma says, I hope it's worth it for me to get 2 plates, because now Guma is massively fed. I mean, he has 2 kills, 2 plates in mid, 1 in bot. You know, he's just feeling pretty good about himself. Like, Pace shorted up a bit on the bottom side of the map, but yeah, not nearly as much.
Josea's picked up Hearthbound Axe, and that's when you start to win this matchup against the Renekton, when you have that range advantage and you have the ability to just kind of chip away at him. So he's actually feeling really nice in this current game state as well. Not going to be good enough to grab a plate or anything like that, but he's now no longer really ever afraid of this Renekton, and the Maokai that obviously was bottom side allowed him to push that lane really hard. He's even going to take Krugs here. And so you have 2 really big threats coming online here with the Gnar, obviously, and the Zaya, who's massively ahead. The Corki's always going to scale. And yeah, T1 aren't able to steal that Drake away. It would have been amazing for them if they had a 2 Drake lead on top of everything else and the scaling they have. Not that successful at pulling that off, but it is Chemtech Soul that we have here, so not the most critical Drake at the end of the day. So it's still going to be a slow-paced game, and T1, with the speed at which they've already gotten this Zaya into a really nice spot, is looking terrifying right now. And locking down Paze is often going to be the issue in this composition. We talked about how awkward the follow-up for Sejuani ults and stuff like that is, but maybe the damage just is too much. Maybe it won't ultimately matter. We'll have to wait and see how these fights go, because we haven't had a real true 5v5 setup just yet. Faker even denied his package in the last one.
Yeah, plate's still up here. Faker looks like he's going to get a free plate in the bottom lane this time. Did this in game 2, where he was just able to sneak down into an open lane and take a plate right before they go away. So, as you mentioned, the Corki will scale eventually. You do kind of have to go Hex Drinker, which will delay your build by a lot. I think it's 1350 exactly, but either way, it's going to take a while before you even get one mythic, let alone, 2-3 items, so where you're really pumping the damage.
Yeah, you're really just kind of a package button in the early parts of this game. And that's fine if you end up getting the first Drake like they did, so you're not feeling like you're into 2-stack Drakes into an Infernal or something like that, or worse, a Mountain in this case for their composition. But Zeus here just really controlling this matchup here in sides. And Valdez, I mean, this game is still winnable for Gen G, like, don't get me wrong, but I'm not ready to put all my eggs in the Pays basket right now, let's just say, in terms of what his performances have looked like tonight.
Maybe you could put it in the Chovy peanut basket. I think that's kind of where the bread is buttered right now for the side of Gen G. Just in terms of like who's got leads and stuff, so maybe they can set something up on that side. You mentioned this side lane here. Doran essentially just wave clear duty, trying to not get poked out by Zeus.
Yeah. Pays with Shiv can lane pretty safely here and pick up farm. One of the cool things about Zeri with Shiv is just that she's never really going to get picked. She's never really vulnerable. She's not putting on any pressure in this game either, but is going to need, Pays will need his teammates to help do that for him to potentially have a Zeri moment here in this game and start to be relevant. He will eventually become relevant, obviously, later on, just by natural. Getting caught by these feathers, you got to be careful with that, but naturally will, of course, be relevant later on in this game. And if Gen G can get to that point and T1 can't lock him down, he could be big even though the early game wasn't his best.
All right, let's see how this goes. Chovy just picked up Ludens. Could be a big difference maker in this fight. Keria looking for the angle from the left side. They're going to get in onto the Rel. Actually, the light just gets 100 to 0, but that's the support. As now Doran coming in from behind. Zeus trying to make a big play here onto Zeri and will take him out. And now it's 5v3 in favor of T1. They have the damage. They take out the Renekton, and Chovy is alone versus like 8,000 people. It's a double kill now for Guma as T1 will take down the fight.
Oh man, T1, Zeus saving the play. This guy's coming up big in playoffs, and Doran looked like he was going to just control that fight. He got the first dash, but decides to dash back towards his teammates because he sees the Gnar engage, can't actually lock down the backline, so Guma gets out through that choke point. The Renekton not going to make an impact on that turnaround. So Faker's here on the flank as well, trying to layer in some damage, and they're trying to put Gen G essentially on a clock here on this hold of the aggro. And we talked about what's the only follow-up you really have to the Sejuani ult? It's the Rakan. Keria hits that perfectly. Doran's on the flank here. Notice how they kite to this choke point. He gets the first dash. Then when Zeus comes in, he dashes back towards Pays to try to maybe turn this and win this fight. But there's too much damage in this Gnar. Like, he's actually straight up a secondary AD carry to the Guma Yusi Xayah, who's already pretty big, pretty damaging. And if you don't lock down those carries, the longer fight isn't going to be yours. Even though Chovy was set up to potentially win that later fight, it was just a numbers game he couldn't do.
Yeah, very close one, but T1 now will skirt into the lead. They're looking to take down this first Chemtech Drake. Looks like Gen G have had enough fighting for now, although Peanut is hanging around here, so it's Delight. Just a Mega Cone denial, I suppose. But yeah, this is going to get very interesting now. T1, they have a 4-0 into Xayah. Guma was already fed, and now he is Omega fed. And this just gives more time for your Corki to get online. It's going to be pretty huge in that way.
We did see Owner having a mouse issue. He was looking at somebody saying something, so it looked like this was communicated very quickly. And since it's a peripheral issue, it should be solved very quickly. So fortunate for us. Thank you guys for your patience.
Those sneaky mice.
Zeus was the one who had the issue, apparently, it seems. This game is kind of off the rails. This whole series has been off the rails, Valdez. And T1 just have some special clutch power, I feel like, this playoffs where they've just shown up in a big way, and they have definitely, I think, continued to surprise us.
Getting the big zoom in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it looks good. Can tell that he is using a wireless mouse.
Yeah.
I don't do that myself.
I've been converted. I think that the latency is good enough now, and I can't go back to having a cord attached to the back of my mouse. It's hard for me.
Makes sense. Maybe I'll change.
Yeah, one day I'd say give it a try. Once you do it for like a month, you're just like, whoa. It's like you're not switching to a cordless phone or something. You know, it's like, wait, why would I have a cord on this?
I can just bring it anywhere. I don't know why you'd bring your mouse into, I don't know, wherever you want to bring it, but I suppose you can do that if it doesn't have a wire on it.
If you told Wolf from 10 years ago that Wolf is now in 2023 using a wireless mouse, he would never believe. He'd be like, what? That's sacrilege. But, you know.
Going to the Army in 2 days.
Yeah. The best choice, it says there, to come watch this game.
Yeah. They always say that.
Yeah.
That is the meta.
That's the way that you do it. And he is, looks like, off duty. I don't know what that rank is or what it means, but he has 3 lines right there on that patch. And
triple mid. Wow.
Nah, he's probably a big deal, actually. So, congrats to those who serve and those who have to here, of course, in compulsory military service in Korea. And Doran's going to get a turret here. Looks like that's going to go over. Herald getting dropped here after Outer. They're going to try to heavily commit to get that inner gold, and they're set up for this.
Yeah. Definitely can just try to siege this. The Sedge ult comes out, but the follow-up from the Maokai. Guma just going to cleanse, just to be safe. Ult here from Carrier, going to catch Jovi, and again, he's just going to be burst down as the Rel goes in just to die. As, man, that is a very nice setup here from T1, and they're just catching Gen.G bit by bit. As now Doran, yeah, he's pushing, but Faker can just TP in.
Yeah, and because Doran didn't have teleport, there was nothing he could have done about this play. This could just be an early inhib if they want to commit to it. Freak is going to get woken up by this. If they actually do kill it post or pre-20, he's gonna actually lose it. But look, it's going to be a ton of permanent map control basically for T1.
They killed it pre-20, Wolf.
Yeah, they killed it pre-20. They killed it pre-19, man.
Maybe because it's the bottom lane.
It's bot, and it also, like, yeah, Pays is going to be able to freely farm minions here, but he was also kind of Zeri, and he could do it in mid. But look at the lack of turrets here. I mean, T1 grab all these turrets. There's no turret outer and mid. There's no bot at all. And this is the call to go on to the Azir. As, like, basically Karya, he sees the angle, and he calls it out. The flash is so beautiful. And I mean, this is just from the regular perspective here now after Karya's play, and then Zeus just goes in here and pulls Peanut basically max range. There's nothing Pays can do. He's sitting on a shiv, and then Faker teleports topside to deal with Doran, who couldn't have made an impact if he wanted to without teleport. And just coming out of the pause with a vengeance was this whole squad. And
yeah, this is what happens when you go for the Luden's Azir sometimes, is that you're just going to get engaged on it if you don't have Crown. So much of the carry potential on the side of Gen.G is just gone. Is Guma going to pull back some feathers? Man, they are really ripping into them now as the Maokai ultimate is going to come out, but easy feather storm now for Guma, who is immensely fed, and now the flank is going to come in. Gen.G, they keep trying to opt into this fight, and they're just getting killed over and over, as now T1 is 4v1. Jovi is alone. He's just going to be taken out eventually. Down he will go. Owner takes it, and Pays wasn't even there.
I mean,
it should be Baron for T1.
It's like the game Lemmings, you know? If you're just going to trickle in one by one into T1, it's not going to be a happy time. It's going to be a lot of gold going into T1. It's a 6,000 gold lead. It's going to be Baron. And Pays is still just trying to get that second item. You're not going to carry this one on Shiv, unfortunately, and without a team, because his team is constantly trying to fight to deny T1 these small objectives when they're so far behind. This one is pretty much a wash, our most one-sided game yet in this series, it looks like here. I mean, look at the siege setup here for T1. Karya decides, okay, they set up the feathers, I'm going to follow up. Like, Guma sets up Karya, then Karya just smashes a home run here. Peanut is dead on arrival. Ends up getting caught by the Sejuani ult, but he was going to die no matter what. And then Chovy shows up super late here to hit nobody and just go down.
I guess he got that 900 gold shutdown. No, not
he did also commit teleport for that play as well, so...
Doran, I don't think you win against Guma. He's just going to TP away. As maybe if you root him down? No, he's just going to get out here.
So no TPs now for Gen.G.
Yeah, I feel like this game is just a wash. Like, T1 got a slight lead, and then Gen.G are like, we can fight them 4v5 under our turret, right? And now it's like the floor was lava. They've just sunk into the lava. T1 have pushed them in. And yeah, I mean, again, Chovy has some items, but he is alone at this point in time.
If it's the lava game, I think Gen.G tripped and broke the coffee table.
Yeah.
This one,
they tipped over the bureau.
Yeah.
Alm's going to be angry again.
And the thing is, like, the momentum has shifted so massively after that last game where Gen.G got caught on the Baron play, and I mean, now you're getting crushed.
Oh boy. Well, he's going to avoid the Blade Caller route. and get away, but that's okay, Engage comes in from Genji. They finally pull the trigger. This is pretty nice, but Faker is going to get away, and it's Guma, who did not get gauged upon, of course. He is the Xayah, gets flashed on, presses his R button, and T1 looks like they should stop this first game, although Paze is going to get the one kill. Guma eats a hit from the Soldier as now maybe they went a bit too far.
Teleport though from Faker.
Quite strong with a flash over the divide, and it will be enough. T1 playing with fire, but they do get there in the end. They wipe Genji, and they will take down this game number 3.
And that 18.5-minute inhibitor's down, so there's super minions on the Nexus. It just absolutely destroyed Genji in this one. And oh man, I don't know if you can mentally recover from 2 losses like that. A narrow loss, obviously, in the second game, but this one, I mean, this was something else. And T1, the crowd is going wild. Guma with the outplays there with Zayas there in that final moment, but Keria on this recon, his follow-up to the Sejuani engages were so good. And I feel like this series is just about T1 being at the right place at the right time, great shot calling, decisive plays on objectives, and who cares about the draft? The draft feels like it doesn't even matter in these cases, but having the Gnar there was another threat, another bit of damage output. Faker, super mobile on the Corki, they almost caught him. He pops that lifeline, zooms out, and the fight is done, it's over. And T1C in that instant, we can win the game right now. Do they walk away? Do they just back out and say, oh, great trade up for us, let's maybe back off and take some objectives? No, that's what T1 does, and when Faker is on the rift with them, they know exactly how far they could push these advantages. And yeah, it looked scary for a moment until it didn't. And Guma does 20,000 damage in this game with the early lead he was gifted by Paze and Delight.
Yeah, absolutely. That 2v2 diff in the bottom side definitely coming to fruition in a big way in this one. And we talked about all the win conditions, everything you had to do for both teams. Genji, they're getting wins in drafts, and they are dropping the ball when it comes to the gameplay. T1 certainly outplaying them here, especially in game number 3. And now they're on match point. You win one more game as T1, and after getting 5th in the regular season, they might go to Worlds. They might go to the LCK Finals. That might just happen. But guys, we are done here for this game number 3. We'll have a break and then the space.
천천히. 미드 한 명 오면. 걸렸다. 해봐. 나안 죽을 것 같아. 이거 시작 걸봐. 안 죽었어.
제리 막혀줄게.
내려가 안 줘.
앞에 때려봐.
야, 세주 와봐. 이쪽.
줄게. 튀어.
바텀라인 끝낼만해. 바텀라인 오면. 테리 높여. 초식 있어.
가볼게.
아지를.
나 왔고.
나 태삼.
나 안 줬다.
돌려 있어도.
제리 노플.
와대줘.
아지를만 잡아. 이 없어.
노플이야.
바텀.
나이스. 소리.
미안하다. 잘했어. 아니야, 너 잘 맛있었어.
야, 너 진짜 맛있게 죽었어.
나이스.
개말리네.
잘했어.
대장정 올릴게. 나 어시 주면 안 돼. 어시 올릴게 그러면.
빨리 끝내.
나 받은 피해랑 올릴게.
나이스.
Tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be let's get it. Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. This run I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-2-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why. I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. Not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away. It's ticking
펜타킬 요즘 파티예요 아주. 31일 만에 선발 출전 메이커가 돌아왔습니다. 아래서 관문 돌파.
Hey, welcome back to the space, everyone. As T1 takes us to the first match point of this series, and guys, it feels like the momentum has shifted. I don't see the Genji that I saw in game 1, and I don't see the T1 that I saw in game 1 either.
No, the early game was a lot, and then T1 won. So I'm still a little bit baffled. I don't think that this was unlike, for example, game 1, where I did think there was a very clear draft edge for Genji, or game 2, where I think there was a pretty decent, maybe not as much, but a draft edge for the opposing side. It just kind of felt like this game was all over the place, and I don't think drafts had too much to do with it, because I see Maokai, I see Renekton Azir, and I'm like, this can work.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really good example for T1 how they win. It's like, as you mentioned it, like you said in a pre-show, like T1 kind of have to make the hectic and chaotic and a lot of all the action. It's gonna be better for T1. It's gonna be increase the percentage they take the fight over Genji. Like, I think that's what actually happened in this game, and that's how they got ahead on the early game. Like, besides the owner, you know. So overall, I really like the idea still having counter pick on top side, and making sure on bot lane, stabilize the bot lane matchup at the same time Carrier has an engaged champion, so it's a really high impact. And build matchup, it's pretty good for Faker as well.
I agree, and I'm happy to see T1's draft priorities shifting to what makes them stronger, actually, after game 1, as you said. But guys, we're going to take you on a journey, the journey of the early game. There's going to be a lot of replays, there's going to be a lot of action, but this is where everything was decided, I feel.
Yeah, and is it good, is it bad? I'll let you draw your own conclusions, but it's definitely not clean, as we are going to take a look at all the shenanigans happening early on, because you see all this and you're like, oh man, owner. Rough game.
Yeah.
What's happening? You're contesting with a Corki there. Can't really do that. Early kill for Zeri, and you're like, this game's done.
And then the
third death, you're like, yeah, he gets the dragon, but surely this is over, Huni. Surely.
Honor starting 0-3. That's not.
It was bait. It was bait. It was No, it was not calculated.
I mean, it's just the like I'll say the character Guma plays incredibly well on the bottom. Like,
Yeah.
you know, like you don't really pick Zyra Khan into Zarya. Like even like was the first game. Like that's why they pick Alistar Rakan. Like because Zyra Khan can't really hit the W, but I think they exactly know the matchup as well. And also this map, also this is like so much extension.
Yeah, I respectfully think that this is a lot of disrespect on the side of Genji.
Yes, I disrespectfully think this. Why are you invading? You're Maokai. If you're a Vi or a Poppy, I'm like maybe you're Maokai. That's not how you push your leads. And Peanut, I think, got a little bit excited overexcited for that one. As yeah, I think the Zarya experiment. We're gonna have to change the priority because Pace is just getting absolutely dunked on in lane. This is the second time now, and I think in the previous game it was more so to do with how the resources were allocated because they were playing really heavily towards Genji. So I think that one was a little bit more excusable. This time around, though, you can't give over 2 kills like that in the 2v2.
I mean, I had the feeling that during the previous series as well, his impact was not as strong as what we've seen from Pace. That's what I mean. I'm not saying that he's underperforming, but a bit more transparent than the usual also.
I mean, it was never about lane, but he wouldn't like absolutely get blasted the way he has been in this series together with the light.
Yeah, I mean, I think they definitely do have to about like the Zarya priority, especially the Guma has been performing really well. We even said it, like the Zarya has been really high priority at the same time, really high win rate in these playoff seasons. So they gotta do with it.
I think to follow up on the Honor death, as you were saying, I think they were not as impactful because it didn't lean quite too much on the side of Genji, but also T1 grabbing leads slowly and managing to focus on the right objectives and the right setup is what made the difference, I think, in the mid-game.
I think Peanut's invade helped a lot with that one as well. Here, though, like the setup is amazing. What I really like from T1 is that they turned this into a 5v5. I actually think that a 3v3 you can still win. Zaze is targeting there as well on Pace, so impactful.
Yeah, I mean, managing rage with the Mega Narc, just the tipping as a Mega Narc is so impactful, and Guma played perfectly well here with the even carrier as well. Like, it's just like, this is the first actually 5v5 happen, and after this, I don't think there was any chance to Genji to come back because it was a huge win for T1.
And what kind of disappoints me for Genji is that we have actually seen you can draft into Zarya. Like, trying to handshake it with Zeri, if they tried one more time, I'll be really disappointed. You can draft a lot of things that have been very successful into the pick. I think Ziggs is the obvious one. Obviously, don't really want to go for that when you have Maokai, Zeri, and Renekton. But you can tailor your drafts in a way that you can actually abuse the fact that Zarya into longer range carries can't play the game.
No.
And right now, we're just not seeing that at all. And as long as you keep handshaking, clearly today, Keria and Guma way ahead of you.
The champion is too strong and it does too much action in the game. We'll see in a bit if Gumayushi actually gets player of the game. We have it now? Let's announce it now then. Is it going to be in the bot lane? Yes, but on the side of the support, of course.
I really wanted to vote for Guma, but it had to be Keria, right? Even though I think Guma played an exceptional game, Keria's impact across the map and how he set up a lot of these kills was too good.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Guma played like a perfect game, but the problem is like that there was a carrier that who played also perfect game, and then you're playing support, so you can impact the map a little bit more. So it's a little unfair that it's just a little job differences, but a carrier basically had more job.
You can even go for Zeus here. I think Zeus is a perfectly acceptable vote because he did salvage a lot of the fights. This to me was the main difference maker.
100%. I mean, it's just like all the fight. It's just so clean. Like, I mean, this is like, that's what I said. I think the T1 plays so incredible well. And besides the early game of the messy, the situational, I think it's a really satisfying bot.
I would have liked the Zeus photo. I think it would have been cool.
But honestly, to follow up on
but it was bot lane.
We've been building for the past series as well, Keria, Zeus, and the entirety of T1. You can see the confidence for the past 2 series. You can see that they feel stronger than they were, and it shows in game, it shows in plays, and it actually shows in the momentum that I think they grabbed here. Do you think it can go to 5 games? Or is it just going to be a wrap? Like,
well, I don't know. Maybe it's just 3-1 for T1, and then we get Genji in the lower bracket, and then they beat KT 3-1, and they beat... Like, it's just spring all over again. It's the I don't know. I think that if Genji change their draft, I really do think that they need to kind of pivot. But Drafts isn't going to change Peanut invading
No, that's the thing.
or them dying in the 2v2, right? They also need to step up the game.
I think it's just more so, especially bottom, I think. Especially Pace and like they shown the weaknesses in the last series against HLE, even though they 3-0. But this is the day that they have to step up. This is not a great day for them. So I think around the BP, I think they probably have to pick other champion or ban out the great champ of the Guma Mountain carrier. There's a urgent action right now.
We'll see if Gen.G can go back to being the methodical team that they were during the entirety of summer, or if T1 will be the first LCK team to qualify for Worlds. Casters, back to you.
Thank you, Lore, Huni, and Chronicler, for that wonderful breakdown. As yes, we will have to see some big change up in the bottom lane. That's definitely the words on the lips of many of us after watching, especially that game number 3, but over the last 2 or 3 days or so. So obviously a lot of work to be done here for Gen.G. They don't look quite like themselves, but still a lot of credit to T1, who have really stepped up to the plate, not only against KT, but up against Gen.G, the underdogs in both matchups, but now they're just coming up on top once again. Some things never change, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if they send Gen.G down to losers and KT beat Hanwha, which is the expectation right now, then we'll have a rematch in the lower bracket finals as well in Daejeon between those two teams.
Does that mean that Gen.G just wins in the final?
I mean, it's going according to script.
Is time a loop? Like
it's going according to script. So, yeah. I mean, looking at this series right now, I think Gen.G's drafting overall has been fine. It's the gameplay. I mean, we've actually liked it in general, more than we've liked T1's, but the gameplay is what needs to change. And there's the ban on the Xayah. Not going to be playing it here in this 4th game. Like this adaptation, this means the Kai'Sa ban will come through. They were just so confident playing the Xayah into the Kai'Sa that they just, every time the Xayah was open, they were like, we're just going to leave Kai'Sa for you and see if you pick it up. They won't give Gen.G that opportunity this time. And Paze, we'll see what he decides to play here, because obviously the Aphelios, we did see earlier on in the series, he's very good at that. It's a very comfortable pick for him. The Zeri, though, even though it's still available here, I'm a little bit concerned about. Now, the Poppy ban towards Owner, I think, is very warranted. He and Peanut are our best Poppy players. It would be shocking if that was ever left through in any of these drafts. Let's see what the final ban is going to be. The Sejuani, they weren't able to get Permafrost synergy with, but won with Despite It in the last game. May just be left once again.
Yeah, maybe. The Gragas comes through, so they say, hey, we want to play Jax. Will you let us? The Renekton's available, the Sejuani's available.
It's a trap here for Gen.G where it's like, if you pick the Sejuani, you won't get the Jax with it. If you pick the Jax, then you're not going to get the Sejuani with it, and they can play something else with Sejuani. And I think you just go Maokai, actually, as Gen.G again, and Peanut doesn't make the overextension we saw from him last game. If you can keep your confidence, I think it's a pretty easy call. That's what they will do. But this does mean that Sejuani Jax is going to go over to T1, and this is, for the first time, the strongest point that Zayas has been given. Like, he's been given some good matchups here. He obviously got the counter matchup with the Gragas last time, but now he gets Jax Sejuani, what T1 wanted to get, but this time we're able to successfully get.
This is like what we were setting up the entire time, like in the pre-show, what we've been talking about, the top lane pressure for Zeus. The guy is obviously really in form right now. Play around your top laner. And finally, seems like they will be given an opportunity to, as a lot of groans from the Korean caster side as Zeri is locked in, and understandably so, right? Yes, they take away the Xayah, but the Zeri hasn't looked clean either.
Now, T1, they could just grab a Zir for Faker here, or they could try to get Sivir now, because I think Sivir is probably the champ you want the most here with your Jax Sejuani setup. But if you don't get it here, then it's going to get banned by Gen.G. You have to imagine, and the 80 carry pool is going to get thinned out. Not really a great angle for example, the Draven here for T1. Definitely feels very risky. And they're just going to give Faker the safety of having this Azir, which he has been very good at throughout this series, as was mentioned. Ended up getting POG in that second game just because he was able to stave off so much of Chovy's pressure. They'll take away the Talia that he played into in game 1. Then let's see if that Sivir gets banned. They take away the Lulu here first.
Yeah, the Lulu has been really impressive against Alistar lanes, especially with a relatively weak laning AD carry like Zeri, so I think that's fine. But yeah, I wouldn't mind the Sivir ban either. They could try to target the support pool further just because there is so much left available, including that Rakan that they kind of just got boomed by. So let's see where their thoughts do lie.
Gonna have to agree with you there. I mean, you have, as Genji here, a counter pick. Like, the Rumble is still available, and you have Rumble Maokai, so maybe that's the angle they want to take, but are we going to trust Doran on this pick right now is the real question. That's something that's yet to be seen, as the Draven will actually be banned over the Sivir, interestingly. And as much as I don't necessarily love the Braum here, Valdez, it is going to save that final pick here for Guma and keep it a bit of a mystery.
Yeah, I mean, Braum can at least soak the Maokai ultimate, you know, and stand there, put the door up. It's not, you know, we don't really like the Braum in current state, but it's okay.
The GP, I actually trust more than I'll ever trust the Rumble here in this draft. It's kind of a Doran exclusive. You can see the win rate is quite high with such a small sample size of games. Those are almost exclusively Dorans as well. And he has a lot of comfort on this pick, and they're going to put Chovy on the Yone here. And this is going to be do or die. It's time to clutch it out, Genji. You're going either to push us to Silver Scrapes with a draft like this with decisive plays. Or we're just playing Vayne. Okay, I thought they were just going to play Sivir and he was just teasing us.
Okay, well.
And every time we haven't liked the T1 draft, Valdez, they've taken the W.
I'm done not liking T1
I'm just going to say it's okay.
So.
I'm just going to say it's okay. We're just going to say it's okay.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
So Genji, scaling, they have Gangplank Zeri, okay? Late game, insane for them. Now obviously we'll have to deal with some Jack side laning, which can be a problem. And it's Braum with the Vayne, so it's hard to snowball this lane, but it's into Alistar early game, so if there's a bit of an accident down there for Paige, like, this is a volatile matchup where the Vayne can get ahead. We saw it last time it was played by aiming. If you just start getting ahead on this Vayne, the mid game becomes so difficult to play out. Then you do eventually get to a point where later in the game, you're going to have a lot of issues against the composition of Genji. But let's see how this one plays out. For Genji, I like what they put together here. And Chovy's Yone is a pick you can always trust since that famous game against BDD, which has led to a lot of Chovy fan signs and all that. And I do think that if played correctly through the mid game, it's a better draft. But that has just not stopped T1 in this series. It just has not stopped them in this series.
Yeah.
Vayne is a very situational champion. Very feast or famine, as we like to say here.
Yeah, I think it's an okay spot. There could be a lot of stray things that come your way with the GP if the game goes late enough, but who knows? I mean, Guma was able to carry in Game 3. Maybe he can go ahead and do it again on the Vayne. We'll just have to wait and see as this GP comes out, the Yone as well. A lot of risks taken in this draft. Let's hop into the Rift for game number 4.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, off we go.
And this is a game, Valdez, where you look at the players playing, the champions they're playing, and you could argue perhaps Delight, you know, and Carrier aren't really a huge part of this, and Owner as well, but like Zeus on Jax, Faker on Azir, Doran on Gangplank, Chovy on Yone, Pays on Zeri, which besides this series has overall been one of his best and most famous picks. He did end up getting Spring Finals MVP for a reason. It feels like it's the all-star lineup. Like, this game looks like it's a fan fiction of everything you could ask for. Guma pulls out the Vayne in R5, and I think we're going to have a fiery one here that may end this series. We will have to wait and see, but it just feels like this series continues to deliver in terms of breaking expectations, and I'm here for it.
I feel like both teams kind of have similar drafts where we have this triple threat comp that has been so strong nowadays because, like, we can say what we want about the Vayne, but, like, if they go all in onto the cleansed Vayne that has a Braum with exhaust right in front of her, then Faker's going to kill you, or Zeus is going to kill you, right? Like, that's why triple threat works a lot. So, similarly, on the side of Genji, if you go all in to kill Peas, who's got cleanse, and an Alistar in front of him, then maybe Doran's going to just barrel your whole team, or Jovi's going to hit a huge Yone ultimate. So, I think it is a very similar feel in this one. And as we have seen, the drafts can be what they may. T1 have just been playing the better League of Legends in the last 2 games at least. And I've been wanting to see this Chovy Yone for quite a while. I think this is one of his best picks, as you can see by his win rate, obviously. He has really just boomed some teams with this pick in the past, and I'm glad that he pulls it out here in an extremely important moment to essentially give it all. It's not Sejuani, but Maokai alongside of it, and I think it can have a lot of power in this draft. Yeah.
And the same comes true of Doran's Gangplank. He's 4-0 on the pick, so he has not lost a game with us yet. It was when he pulled the Gangplank out, like earlier in the season, towards the end of round 1, where we kind of collectively decided he's back. You know, there was a moment where he had a pop-off game on GP, and we were all like, okay, well, Doran looks like if he's comfortable, he's on, and then he continued to have a great season. Like the first few weeks of LCK, we were all very concerned about Doran's individual performances despite Genji picking up the wins. Felt like they were winning despite him, not because of him. And then that changed. But when he plays the GP, he puts a lot of pressure on in lane. He passively generates income. He becomes a scaling threat. His barrel chains have been really good. He's one of our resident Korean GPs here. And I think that if you look at what the composition of T1s is trying to do, it's going to be hard to punish this GP in team fights with the Vayne. The damage isn't going to necessarily be there. If you're trying to get on top of him as Jax, like I think that's your better bet. If he gets caught by, for example, a Sejuani ultimate, that could be how he dies first. Yeah. Like there are ways, but if he's just left to his own devices, he's going to do a lot, and Vayne can't really get to him.
Yeah, absolutely. As we've seen this combo at least now twice. You get the engage from the Alistar, the Braum just goes right in front. Guma's totally fine. Here's Owner. Wave not really in a good spot, so it's actually pushing away from Zeus, or rather from Doran, so maybe if you wait long enough? As you see Doran, he's sniffing it out just a bit.
He's sitting on 2 cookies, he's going to eat one now. He can definitely stay here, but he's not going to push it out. Just going to play very passively, very safely here. Owner's going to go around here all the way. Heavy commitment, trying to kill his GP.
All right, they're trying to get on in. He is going to use the apple really early on, the oranges rather. That's going to be first blood given over to Zeus. And a very nicely set up gank in the top lane.
And they don't even have to use a flash for either carry. Doran commits flash and still dies. So, I mean, it's really worst possible scenario here. And he had enough mana, as you mentioned, to use the oranges, but there's just too much CC here, and it's the permafrost synergy. You know what? You can hard force it like that, and it's going to work if they have enough damage in this early game. And that is the end of Doran's first life there as Sheen is picked up. Chovy putting some serious pressure on here in this lane, and this is definitely kind of been one of the consistent points here for Genji, is always trying to get those early advantages. Chovy has been pretty good at that, even though it hasn't translated to big wins.
Faker does take a bunch more. Peanut waiting in the wings. Chovy, let's see if he can crash this with Q3. As let's see, there's Peanut, but here's Owner as well, but the damage is coming out too fast. Peanut now, no twisted advance, but he is just going to walk this one out. Unfortunately, the Sejuani not doing too much, as Unbound Soul kind of confusingly, as Chovy is going to get frozen up and will walk it out.
So they get away. Successful kill here onto Faker. Faker doesn't flash, knows the situation he's in. Chovy set up that Q3. It was really nicely played, and is able to set up the knock up there as Peanut shows up. So went from pick top side here onto Doran. His Owner goes over the wall. Sejuani can get you into these positions without committing flash. Doran flashes, but then still caught by permafrost, and there's just too much CC here. If you get caught by that counter strike, you've only got 1 orange to cleanse. And then Peanut comes over here and sets this one up with Chovy. Owner trying to hold him into turret aggro, but Chovy actually doesn't pick it up. Very well played. Juggling that one, Peanut holds onto it, so Chovy just walks it out there. Faker is going to be able to get the plate. It's like he almost didn't get it, but he does pick that one up, so at least that's
and something. Doran, once again, Owner going to flash on in. No flash here available for Doran, and you can't cleanse both of those. That's another death here for Doran. Excellently set up, and this is what we wanted to see from T1. They're doing it between Zeus and Owner.
And finally, like, they actually got the Sejuani duo, and all it took was Guma popping off on Xayah to pull 1 ban away, and that's all you need. And I mean, it was a really nice trap set up in draft, and the Doran angle here on this GP, if he's just shut down early, all of those things we're talking about, he's so comfortable on the pick, like he scales, barrel chains, etc., just might not matter at all. You're not passively getting gold if you're not last hitting those minions with your gun. And this is going to be another wave deleted here completely. Doesn't even get the last one.
Oh.
Nope. Oh man, it's just going from bad to worse here for Doran on the top side. At least they were able to set Chovy up for a kill in mid, but this is disastrous.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, this is, again, it's why we don't see a lot of Jax Sejuani generally picked up. And remember that Gen G got it in game 1, actually. And they didn't play around it, you know, amazingly, but they still won the game. Whereas this time around, it's a heavy focus. It's now trying to follow up on the play. Here is the wombo combo. It's the Yone ultimate. Gonna hit them both. This Keria does keep him alive for a while, but the Q3 is huge. Gonna knock up both Keria and Faker as the Emperor's Divide.
Oh,
now, as, yeah, he's gonna get caught by Maokai. That's 3 kills going the way of Gen G.
Oh, it's a messy one, Valdez, and I'm all about it. We're running Bane in this composition. We got Chovy's Yone, and he's going to set up the Zeri for success. Actually, Chovy, though, picking up the majority of the gold from this one. It wasn't Zeri who was able to lock down the last hits of those kills, but still, pretty significant advantage there. And yeah, you might not have a top laner, but you certainly got a mid and a bot, and the advantage here in CS for FaZe is starting to really get felt here for Guma, as he's now significantly behind in this game. And the Yone Zeri types of compositions, when you have this much control, feel fantastic. And look at Faker, he's just unfortunately a little bit too far behind the play here. And yeah, Chovy's low on health than he is, but you're fighting into a choke point here. I mean, yeah, you put up the door here as Keria. Braum is trying his best to mitigate some of this, and Faker holds his ult to the last possible second, but is still caught by this Maokai ultimate. You just don't want to be opting into these fights here, into Zeri, into Yone. Bit of a lack of respect here from T1. And then
So clean.
Faker, Emperor's Divide, he just can't walk out fast enough.
Yeah. And excellent setup from the side of Delight, by the way. I know we highlight Jovi's play, but Delight was the one who saw the angle.
갱플 어시 4개 넣어놨어. 킬까지 먹었네.
Oh man, he is so hyped about this as well. And like, the angle that it was looking like we might be heading down, like the path we were walking in the series after 2 deaths on Doran, was like, oh man, maybe it's done. You know, this looks pretty doomed, but all it takes is one good team fight like that, and the rest of your comps win conditions are online. Now, Doran is still not relevant in this game, and it's going to be a long time before he ever is, if he is, but
yeah,
at least you've got the other angles.
Yeah, he's never going to really be relevant. Oh god, even Keria's here now. They're going to get him to flash. As, yep, once again, Owner and Keria getting Zeus ahead. And he's never really going to be relevant in the side lane for sure. I do wonder if he can get to a spot if this game will go long enough now that the rest of the team is doing okay, to where Doran at least can like hit 1 barrel, 1 ult in a team fight, and maybe that's enough. But this is a very big Zeus problem that Doran has right now.
Yeah, barrel is going to land here, and Zeus can take an extra turret shot. Peanut was in the vicinity with flash and ult. And it looks like maybe they wanted to try to come over there and punish Zeus if he wanted to be a little bit more aggressive, but he won't greed too hard. And he has picked up several plates here. I mean, he is really big. I was going to say, I'd love to see a goal lead graph here. It's 1,200, the advantage on this Jax this early. Super big problem here, but the Yone and the Zeri, these are the real win conditions here now for Gen G. Lots of threats. Peanut on the player cam is still just loving every minute of this. Remember, it's double elimination. You lose here, it's not like your tournament life is over. You can absolutely still make that run back to the finals, but it's just a little bit of a shaky series here for Gen G, and the momentum is not in their favor, but it is in this game.
Yeah, and you would have really liked to just win and get a straight ticket to the grand finals plus Worlds, right? Like, that's really, really nice. So you don't lose too much, but you also have a lot to gain from actually winning. So yeah, definitely a lot of stakes here for both teams.
Essence Reaver's picked up for Doran now, so it's the first step to trying to be a champion in this game. And, you know, he's held on. Obviously, looking for a little bit more money, a little bit more relevancy. He's just going to sit there under the turret for a little bit longer. Pei's going to grab some additional plate gold down here, bottom side. And Gen G really having some of their very critical pieces advanced very early. T1, the Vayne issue in team fights we talked about in the draft, you know, potentially valuable she could or could not be if she snowballs, etc. Not relevant in this early game right now, but that doesn't necessarily mean that she's going to be a nothing champ in this game. We have to wait until we see real 5v5 fights like the one that Gen G just crushed there again, where everybody is set up on the side of T1.
So they have Rift Herald, but they don't even need to use it in the top lane. Owner shows himself on a ward, but he's like, well, I'm just going to hold on to this Rift Herald. I mean, you have the turret already. Just my presence here is enough for Doran to have to back off the lane and for Zeus to take an entire turret by himself,
First
plus
turret, by the
all
way.
5 turret plates. So this guy already, you can see
2,000.
2.4 thousand gold ahead as Gen G, they're going to take an Ocean Drake, but guys, your top lane is kind of it's kind of in a rough spot here as it will just get the crash on the inner.
Yeah, and Chovy's going to respect this and teleport in. They still get the dragon. So 2 Drake lead here. It's Chemtech Soul again. So not feeling great about this 2 Drake lead, unfortunately, for Gen G, but it's feeling pretty good about almost everything else. And Chovy, he teleports over there. It's going to be down teleport now for... Okay.
He's very far down the lane as the flash comes in, and Faker's in a lot of trouble. Has flash himself. I don't think he's going to even bother to use it as just throws up a bunch of soldiers. But that's another kill given over to Chovy, who is 3-0 now on his Yone.
It's reminiscent of Game 1, that kill onto Faker where he was greeting for plates in a similar situation, and you could see how quickly Faker reacted and how much of a leash he gave himself there, obviously to slide back into position there to the Sand Soldier, but still there's just too much to lock him down. He knows he's dead, doesn't even flash, and he's greeting super hard. That's another kill going over to Chovy, and it's a lot of map control that T1 are going to potentially lose, just like we saw in Game 1. So, again, Doran, not relevant, but everyone else so relevant that you start to wonder who's really ahead in this game. And I think it's like, do you believe in the side lane condition of this Jax? Do you believe that that's going to get the Vayne and the Azir into a late game win condition? Is really what you're asking yourself right now if you're a T1 fan, because the Fed Yone is a big problem, and Doran will eventually still be somewhat relevant later on in the game, and they have great engage. They have a Maokai and a Yone, and they have this Zeri that's also significantly ahead. So Faker here thought he could just dash his way out of this one, set up the Sand Soldiers to get out. Delight here, though, just knocks him away from turret, and then there's just so much damage. Not going to commit the flash. If he flashes Delight's knock up there, maybe he gets out, but really tough position. Delight just had his number on that one.
Yeah, probably should have flashed it, but hindsight is 20/20. As nice to set up gank there from Gen G. But again, we're in a state where, as you mentioned, it's very unbalanced, like where your leads are, right? So you got the Sione, you got the Jax. Who is going to be able to play to those win conditions, I think, and who's going to execute better with what they're given is really what it's going to come down to, right? We've talked a bit about the drafts, but it hasn't always come to fruition. Sometimes it's just about who's playing better League of Legends, as Doran is trying to match here against Faker, which is pretty okay. Although the crown definitely the right choice here for Faker, by the way, because yeah, you can get it poked down, but you're going to be denying huge barrels, huge Yone engages. Even the Zeri is going to struggle to take that down. Not a lot of range here on the side of Gen G, so
you need
good choice.
Yeah, you need to be able to have really strong engages as the Azir, and the crown is probably just going to guarantee that happens every time. You follow up on Owner's ult as well. Is this Rift Herald fight here? T1 not fully set up. Zeus coming down now, and Chovy's going to have to go back to that. Zeus could find an angle potentially.
He could. He's thinking about it. He is going to get knocked back here by Peanut, who keeps Chovy safe, but 5 members at T1 just trying to zone them in the choke. They want to take down this objective as the smite will go over to Owner. The engage now from Delight, rather, is pretty good, but Paige is getting low, and he just gets popped by Zeus, who gets to that backline. But look at Chovy as well. Is doing incredible damage on Aguma, takes him down as the carries are really going 1-for-1 here, but still T1 on the chase. They have Zeus, they have Faker, who did use his ultimate, and Delight looks like he will have to sacrifice to get out of this one. So T1
Chovy, though,
trying to get Chovy here. That's a big shutdown if they could, but they're not going to be able to lock down the Yone.
Okay, he gets out with the Q3, dashes his way through. Doran here going to get a demolish proc, but isn't going to be able to pick up any gold here at 16 minutes into the game, but still going to delete some minions away from T1, so that's one good aspect of this lost team fight here for Gen G. T1 win the fight, grab the Herald, and it was a really nice start off by Zeus. He wraps his way around, and Chovy unbinding early. It looked really scary there. Like, oh man, this Jax is going to get him, but Peanut actually outplays it and hits him there with the Bramble Smash. So watch this passage of play here as Chovy unbinds, and then Peanut actually smashes Zeus away. Actually really important here, and then the ult goes off, which keeps T1 at bay. The Paze's ultimate here really hits nobody, and even though he's able to avoid the Emperor's Divide here, Gen G are just fighting into this choke point where it's literally a fanned out composition of T1, and Zeus once again gets into position, and even though Chovy's here to do some really big damage, there's just not enough damage once Zeri's gone, and you're still a ranged champion who's relying on your kit. You're not going to have that damage output, unfortunately, that a enemy Azir and a Fed Jax are going to have.
Yeah, and Doran, you know, not really a factor yet. He's just kind of pushing mid, not really able to help, as, you know, he doesn't quite have that damage. And the second the Zeri's gone, as you mentioned, and Yone's just out of the fight, you don't really have any follow-up. So even though Guma goes down, Faker and Zeus able to get the job done. Now, game is still very close. You can see here, especially with the Chemtech Soul, and, you know, T1 are slightly ahead, and they are going to try to take out this mid tier 1 with the Rift Herald. Might just barely be able to, able to get across the line there.
Yeah, so picking up some more gold here now, trying to maybe set up for this Soul Point fight. Not, again, very critical for this comp. I mean, Vayne's one of the better champions to get it. Jax as well, I guess, you know, if you get that Soul. But they don't have any dragons, so they're just getting the individual healing and shielding power and tenacity. Genji looking to force this.
Yep. We will have a fight. Both teams declare as Zeus has a Mega Cone. He's got an angle. I think he's spotted just barely on the end of that. As in he goes. The spite is early from the side of Peanut. It goes to T1. Big knockups coming in now, but a lot of low health bars here on the side of Genji. As Chovy has to ult away. He is not going to be able to follow up on that initial engage. As now Delight slowed down pretty low. T1, they get the objective. Looks like they don't want to chase on this fight.
Yeah, Baron's not up for another 90 seconds here too, so it's not like Genji backing off here is going to cost them any sort of big objective, but the Dragon goes T1's way, and that Blast Cone engage from Zeus was pretty cool. He also is able to just narrowly avoid, I believe, the Nature's Grasp there from Peanut as well, so he gets into the backline. I think ultimately that's really why this fight goes so swimmingly here for T1, and with the big stun coming through, I mean, Delight takes almost all of his health instantly, and then they just know they can't win this longer fight. Doran is not a factor. As you mentioned in the last fight, he's still not a factor in this one either. And the Cannon Barrage is kind of tickling T1 as they are able to push Genji away. And you're fighting towards the Vayne. Like, that's the cool thing about the Vayne in this comp, is when Yone is your only Fed carry. I mean, you have Zeri, obviously, but she's very fragile. You're kind of walking into the low-range Vayne, and she's very happy to accept that challenge in fights like this.
It's part of the reason why you picked the Vayne in this one. Is it's such a low-range comp from the side of Genji. You're going to have a lot of targets to chase, potentially, as what is going on here. Chovy miles down the lane, but it doesn't look like Zeus is going to commit, as he doesn't quite have the support nor the vision. And he doesn't want to throw away his gigantic bounty he's got on his head now that he's 4-0.
Look at this build from Chovy as well. We've seen a lot of different variations of the tank Yone, but the Even Shroud here he's going to pick up is going to be empowering him when he sets up those CCs, as well as his teammates, and empowering the Zeri as well. I think a lot of the time with this, he's gone full utility here, and I actually think it's pretty cool. It's reminiscent of the old Sunfire Bork builds we saw on Yone in the past.
Yeah. I think... I don't know, I might have just preferred him to do damage, but like you mentioned, it kind of does enable the rest of his team and himself even, so definitely an interesting choice. I feel like we need like a 10-minute desk segment to really break this down.
Well, I think in a lot of ways, Valdez, like the way this game has to be won for Genji is extending it so long, and obviously with the Soul being such a non-factor in this game, plus their 2 Drake lead, they're just saying, okay, Yone is really strong now and really ahead, but that's not going to matter in 10, 12 minutes where the game is probably going to be decided. So I just want to empower this Gangplank and the Zeri later on where they're going to be super relevant. I want to make sure my engages are good. It's basically crown Yone, essentially. It's like what he's saying here, and I like that.
Yeah, it's definitely going to keep him alive. Try to use that lead to just stay alive, stay relevant, stay doing damage. I think I would have liked the Sunfire better, but either way, here we go. We got a push in from Genji, trying to get on top of the Braum now. As you see, they can extend pretty far for this one, but big burst into Chovy anyway, as he's getting some alone time with his top turret, and should be able to take it out.
This is a huge problem, and it's going to get worse as Doran, you know, if he gets counter-struck, he's dead in any scenario for the rest of this game. So the fact that Zeus could just walk up to these turrets and say goodbye is very problematic for map control.
Oh, the Sapling keeping him around. They want to engage on Zeus right now, but they're so scared of him. They're just hopping away, but now no counter-strike. Can they burst him down? Zeus is alone, and he he lives for an incredibly long amount of time as Chovy can't quite take him. They finally get him at the end as Chovy will pick up the kill. Zeus isolated, and now it's 5v4.
Yeah, Gen G should definitely be able to start up this Baron here. As Yone doesn't have ult, obviously, but still, they have the man advantage. Teleport back from Chovy.
A lot of damage being done right now by Faker. You see those Sand Soldiers owner trying to get into the pit as Chovy looking for the angle, not going to get the knockup, has to go back. And
this is awkward now.
Yeah, it gets real awkward as the divide comes in. Delight going to engage. It's going to take away Faker as he is not able to live. And now Guma just being hounded down. Gets the 1 kill, but it's a double for the side of his opponent, Pays, who just barely not going to hit that. But Guma is pretty doomed. Down he goes. Pays going to pick up 3.
All right, so T1 now losing several members here. The shutdown comes through onto the Jax, and Chovy just got bigger. He's like, all right, I'll go for the IE to finish this one off. I don't know what he's building, actually. Picks up the pickaxe. And, you know, you can't build IE third, you know, on this anymore, but he's going to pick up a ton of money, and they're going to get the Baron. Zeus going to try to come here. Last ditch attempt to steal.
Yeah.
And...
Burst is coming in. Oh, he's going to charge over, and he's not able to avoid. Oh, he flashes. Jeez, that was close. Got in with like 1,000 health, but not quite able to do it. That's Flash now down, and Gen G in control of this game.
Yeah, they're in control of this game. Chovy picked up a ton of money. Like I said, regardless of what he builds third here, he's going to do a ton more damage with the gold he picks up after locking down Zeus. So Zeus is actually getting up into the thick of things here, but notice the lack of follow-up damage here. They just don't really have any of it. Bane is in mid. Like, Guma's not on top of this, so Zeus is locking down these champions and trying to do damage on his own. There's no carrier. Once he's dead, it's really tough to fight it out, and Faker doesn't get a ton of value with his Emperor's Divide here. Doran sitting on the side, then Delight comes in, takes Faker out of the equation, and then it's a dead Braum. Bane can't do anything here, 1v4. And Chovy, I mean, he's pretty big in this game, even though he went for a utility build. Now the game is getting longer. They're getting a lot of money. Doran's starting to become more and more relevant as well. A little bit concerned here for what T1 is going to do. All of the eggs in the Jax basket, and it looks like it might have just dropped to the floor.
And the other baskets, you look at Faker and you look at the Vayne Guma, like those baskets are all right, but they don't quite compare to the amount of eggs that are in the baskets of, you know, even the Zeri and the GP at this point, who picked up the Navori Quick Blades, and you give enough time to this Gen G comp, they will just bop you with the sheer amount of damage that they have. The amount of AoE damage as well is pretty insane, and target acquisition as well. So
yeah, I mean, the Randuins here for Peanut is just so fantastic. I feel like into what T1 are running. They've got to get on top of you, and it's going to really hurt the Jax's power. It's basically an anti-Jax item in this particular case, as it is the shield bow he does complete here third. This build really threw me for a loop. I apologize to everyone. But I don't know how they win this now as T1 without a really clutch multi-man stun or big Emperor's Divide, because there's just too many threats, and even Doran is becoming a threat. He's a whole item behind, but he's still GP, still does a bunch of damage AoE in these fights, and he outranges you. If he could set up those barrel chains, when you have this much map control, guess what? You know, you're going to have those barrels down.
Yeah, no, they are, and I think Zeus is just the one threat they have. He gets Zhonya's third, and Gen G are just ignoring him. They have the Baron buff, they go top, and this is the triple threat right here. There's no tanks with this at all. It's just Chovy, Doran, and Pays moving forward, taking a turret, as T1 cannot match this. Not without Zeus, not without the whole team being there, basically. And the Baron push just getting more and more value to fill the coffers of the GP, who looks to be going Collector next. The Yone, who is going to have a lot of resistances, a lot of tankiness in this one.
Yeah. The Jax can buy T1 a lot of time here, and the Baron has now run out. So they haven't lost any inhibitors, so no permanent base damage done here by Gen G. You see that swing of gold in those last two fights really spiking here for Gen G. Looks like Doran will not be able to stop this back here, but he actually lurks.
He is a bit of a lurker, but we do have Pays down here, and Peanut is here, but Zeus just kind of following his prey at this moment in time, as Peanut is going to come on down, but the TP is in position. Now Doran's just gonna have to flash. We got TP coming in here from Jovi, as he's like, oh God, get me out of here. I didn't want to join in on this. I didn't ask for any of this. Is Peanut just gonna dab his way out?
Very, very strange exchange down here on the bottom side, but Zeus, just by standing in a brush, actually gets T1 into a pretty nice spot here on the bottom side of the map. Get the Yone ult out, get Doran's flash out. You can see that, you know, Doran's actually a level up, actually, with all the time he's been given in this game, as well as all the kills he picked up. Like, he's picked up a decent amount of experience, right, despite being so far behind in the early game. So it took Zeus a while to actually get on top of him and like, really threaten to kill him. But ultimately, because he had a lot of friends there, Doran has to flash out. So big win here from Zeus just by the lurk and the commitment there. As Gen.G, 12 kills to 5, 5,000 gold still ahead in this game, absolutely, and have a very strong, well-rounded composition. But if one miracle Counter-Strike goes off in one of these fights, or Faker has a really great Emperor's Divider, somebody gets picked by Owner setting up an ult, I think this game is still winnable for T1, and that's the one thing that T1 has been, I think, so much more than really any other team in our playoffs so far, is clutch in situations like this. And if they've taught me anything after I predicted them to lose 3-0 to T1, it's just do not count them out even when the situation looks dire, as it does in this game, because right now it feels very doomed.
Yeah. Definitely the dark horse of these playoffs, now turned into potentially the strongest team. But let's see if Gen.G can pilot this lead that they have in this game. Not a lot of action in the current state because T1 from behind, they don't really want to force anything, and Gen.G from ahead, they know they scale incredibly with GP and Zeri, and even the Yone, so they're just kind of sitting, resting on their laurels for now. But I think once this Baron does spawn, we will be fighting over that. The Chemtech Soul, you know, maybe Gen.G can collect that if they do find an opportunity, but shouldn't commit heavily into that if the Baron is available.
Yeah, no, don't think so. Zeus looking for a flank. Notice where he is around this Drake pit. There's no vision for Gen.G whatsoever. Like, they have not done their due diligence about that.
Yeah.
He's going to just come over here and really have a potential big engage angle if he's just left his own device. He's going to get a red buff while he's waiting as well. As Baron's coming up, and the problem is with Zeus here on this lurk is if they don't go for the Drake, which they probably won't even though they're closer to it, he's not going to get much out of it.
All right, Unbound Soul down. Zeus still lurking.
They're just going straight towards the Drake, too. His wait is going to pay off. Another lurk from the Jax.
Uh-oh, Pays in trouble, and he is going to cleanse. They get the cleanse as now Zeus goes into a stopwatch. Delight taking a bunch of damage. The Wombo combos here is taking a huge amount as the Jax, and he will go down through the counter-strike, and now Pays has the front line. The engage from Delight is insane, and it looks like Gen.G will absorb the pressure and should be able to take down this game number 4. It's a clean ace to the side of Gen.G, and they'll push down and bring us to Silver Scrapes.
It was a great try from Zeus, but with the press of his cleanse button, Pays is A-OK, and they are going to be able to win that longer fight. T1 putting up a good fight here with the Zeus resources they were given. Everything we wanted to see from this team. The Jax, the Sejuani, they had an early lead, but everything else going so wrong in those early game fights where Chovy got ahead is just ultimately too much here for T1. And it looks like, again, we are going to Silver Scrapes here, Valdez, in a T1 series. And Gen.G will not go quietly into the lower bracket. They are going to fight this one through. And, I mean, this has been one of our best playoffs we have ever had. I really feel like this is just crazy back and forth action. Now, the draft for T1, this time I think you had insanely good aspects of it. They played towards those, but the weaker parts of it definitely fell flat.
Yeah, and I think Delight had a masterclass of a game. Like, the Alistar is just becoming this pick that all of our best supports are like, no, you just can't give this to us. And, you know, other players did, obviously. I'm sure we're going to get votes for Chovy, even for Peanut, right? Like, he had some decent moments. But at the end of the day, I think it just came down to the consistent hard engage of that Alistar over and over again that T1 just could not handle. Even with their lead, they weren't able to play around just the 4-0 Jax, especially because the other side had a 5-0 Yone, not to mention everyone else. And the Vayne experiment doesn't quite work. I don't think it's really because of Vayne herself. I just don't think that Gumo has really ever given an opportunity to do anything in this game.
Yeah, the game was so lopsided that Gen.G has identified their win conditions are to slow it down a little bit and look for great 5v5 fights where they have pretty nice range advantages plus pretty consistent engages. And Faker, unfortunately, yeah, he did more damage than Chovy, but his impact was nowhere near what Chovy did in this game. And yeah, this comp just didn't really come together. Zayas tried to put the team on his back. He really did, but it wasn't going to be enough in that fourth game.
Well, we're going to 5. We're going to Silver Scrapes. It is happening, and whoever wins in Game 5 when all the pressure is on will go to Worlds, will go to the LCK Finals, and will achieve glory here at the LCK in one way or another. But guys, we are done for this game number 4. We're going to take a break, and the space will break down, bringing us into Silver Scrapes.
자, 세주 넘었어. 야, 뒤. 괜찮아. 야, 잭스 먼저. 잭스 보셔, 잭스. 만나면서. 잭스. 오, 잭스 잡았고. 계속 가자. 나 콩가 갈게요. 이거. 야, 베인 떴어. 베인. 가자. 야, 라인. 브라운 봤어. 아지도 높을. 아지 잡다. 끝내. 브라운 높을. 아, 나이스. 아, 우리 팀 지렸다. 아니, 장단. 좋았다. 아, 다행이다. 가보자. 막판 잘해보자. 자, 어택. 5세트 보여준다. 야, 플래그 세운 거. 아, 자, 다행이다. 나이스요. 나이스 먼저. 아, 이걸 이겨? 해주잖아. 아래에서. 자, 잘했다. 나이스. 나이스요.
LCK 요즘 파티예요 아주. 31일 만에 선발 출전 메이커가 돌아왔습니다. 아래서 관문 돌파.
And welcome back to the space, everyone, as we are going in Game 5 here between Genji and T1. Guys, this playoffs so hype, honestly. I was not expecting this in summer at all.
I am happy that after multiple games of I'm better, no I'm better, no I'm better, we get a competitive game. This one really did feel like up until the point where the Baron was taken, it was actually a close game with back and forth action. We had Zeus being fed, we had Chovy and Pace being fed. It wasn't a blowout. I'm happy.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it's really happy to see like both teams like exactly know why they lost. Like, they exactly know why they win, why they lost. So like every single game, they're coming with a new feedback, new draft, and it's like stabilizing bottom as we said from the draft, and also Chovy's getting fed. Even for T1, it's for still playing on the Zeus and the Zeus getting fed, but they crossed the line.
It's perfect, right? You actually play towards the Jax Sejuani 2v2. Hard punish that. Then on the other end, you play towards your Maokai Yone. Actually utilize the Gangplank Global Ultimate. And then in the end, it comes down to the team fighting, and Genji pulls ahead.
Yeah, and adaptations in drafts, as we said. Although here, for the side of T1, they took a bit of a risk. I'm not saying that the draft was bad. I'm just saying that the win conditions are really narrow here. We've been talking about Keria on prom. I would like the camera to zoom on Huni here.
Yeah, I mean the reason why I said the cross the line, the T1 make the same mistake as we said it. They cross the line, they picked up Braum, and Little Happy Gaming with the Vayne Braum on bottom in 2023. Bro, Zeri just released the champion like last year, and the Vayne released the champion forever. It's not a lot.
Yeah,
Not it's
the Zaya ban, I think is going to come back in the next game. Because that one actually ended up really paying off, as we did see that without that... I don't think it's is down to Guma specifically. We've seen teams have a difficult time dealing with Zeri, right? We also saw Aiming kind of get into trouble when the champion pool was kind of pinched. And I think we'll see that here again in the next game. But yeah, it's not even that Keria is a bad problem. He went 1.Q full E max into W max, so like he did everything right as far as we're concerned.
Oh, for sure.
But as it turns out, without Keria on engage, team looks a whole lot worse.
And also, like, as I said, I think it's easier to maneuver here on the side of Genji. We saw that as well. Chovy having an amazing
pressure R buttons.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, pressure bot. Mid also popping off here. They were hard to stop, and I think we're gonna see Alistar being the best support we have in the meta right now with what he can create, both in lane and in the mid game as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason why, because like if you don't have a playmaking champion, it's easier to make a mistake, and that means like around the object that there's a higher chance that you're gonna mess up. Like we're gonna see like this multiple highlight. It's including like everything. Like Braum cannot start the fight, and that means like Alistar can choose to when to fight, when to go, when to press R. This is the thing. Like these types needs the point of like option who has is no matter what Alistar favor.
I don't know who picks it up between Delight and Chovy, but that one too was so pivotal in winning this game, right? The combination of the Alistar, as you point out, it's Alistar in particular is really interesting because he both allows you to disengage and to engage. A solitary engage, I don't think is as good as like Rel or Nautilus because of the changes they did to him, right? It's not really able to lock people down for as far. But if you have Maokai and Yone on top of that, then you don't need nearly as much time. And we saw right there, Gangplank ult on top of it makes it really hard to play out early fights.
Yeah, Gangplank champion, and we don't see that often actually. Good matchup in 2Jax, but I think the laning phase is quite difficult, but it was not really about this here today. Let's jump into the Baron fight. And guys, talk me through what happened here, and where did you see T1 lose the...
So Zeus already died here, and when you're that fat, unfortunately for him, you don't get to make any mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, you're not allowed. It's really sad. Like, I'm not really blaming for Zeus, but it's just like the difficulty, like as we explaining about like the Genji has a Yone and Zeri, both carries are fat, but Zeus is not fat. And also as a champion, like as I said it too, like for T1, who can actually make a play, there's like almost no one. Like it's only Sejuani. Azir's not a Fed champ, and also they're playing Braum and Vayne. So it's only for Zeus that who can actually kind of 1v9 the game. But difficulty, it's so tough.
It is. It really is. Now, let's move forward because it's Game 5 that we're interested in here today. How do we rate either team's chances of taking Game 5 here? And
I think actually it will be really even final game because I think that we're going to still see Gen G take the adaptations that they made, and I think that when Gen G have been able to withstand the early game, they do look better. I think game number 3, the one which they lost the hardest, was also the game where they played by far the sloppiest. And if they clean it up, I think we're going to get another game like this, where it is very even, and T1 is going to try and withstand, you know, maybe some of the early pressure towards mid, which Faker in this game struggled with. Really big contrast to the previous game where he absorbed it all.
Yeah, I mean, it's completely agree. Like, and also our prediction was a 3-2. I was on T1 side, he's on Gen G side, so one of us, we're gonna be right. I'm happy that it's Game 5 banger series. Like as he said it, I think the at least Game 4 throughout the later going the series, the teams are actually getting better. I could easily see the quality of the game right now. It's getting better and better. So I can't wait for the Game 5.
Yeah, I mean, each game, each team is just getting better, and each player as well. Let's reveal the player of the game who was the most influential during this one. And I'm happy to see Delight here, initiating every time he could, disengaging every time he could as well. Again, flashing on Alistar, I think it's one of his best champions today.
Yeah, I'm not even going to make the Chovy Rob joke, because I do think that even though he voted for him, it was him and Delight. I really feel like it's been these two-man units of support plus whichever player is popping off for any given team. And Delight has not had the best playoffs. I think this game is really important for him, both in the 2v2 and I think just in mechanical execution. He hasn't really lived up to the level that, I mean, in particular the global cast. We all voted, I think all of us except for Wolf, which went for Lehens, which also makes sense. But we really rated this player highly. Wolf also had him second. And we haven't really seen that level of dominance. So seeing him have such a great game, I think is really big.
I mean, we said it like right before the Gen G, to order to win, their both duo has to step up no matter what. And they did. So that's their result. They deserve it.
Yeah, I'm really happy with how the votes are split here, honestly. It represents really well what they find. Yeah, it's the second time, but it makes sense. Yeah. It makes sense as well. If we have a bit of time, I want us to touch on the win conditions for both teams. We talked about this in pre-show. We have way more people watching today. So how can we re-evaluate how both teams are supposed to win this Game 5?
Well, I mean, starting with a T1, I think it's starting with T1. I mean, I think it's a.
You think they're gonna win? So
because it's 3-2. Because it's 3-2. That's my prediction. No Braum.
No Braum.
No Braum. That's the first one. That has to be first one. Like nearly Delight just got POG with the Alistar, who can actually make the play like this, and T1 has to know why they lost with the Braum and Vayne, and no early death. Especially, there's a lot. You know, like I think a lot taking from Faker as well. Like he criticizing not actually just have a secret lane.
And then for Gen G, I think we saw again, if Peanut and Chovy do get early leads, they run the map. Really important that they get that here. Stabilize bot lane, make sure that Pays and the Lighter in a matchup where they don't get boomed in the 2v2. And no overstepping. No invades into red buffs. Peanut, you're Maokai, it's fine. Just take the Herald. No crazy overextensions. And then I do think that Gen G can take the game number 5 here, but it's going to be a close one. And I'm happy because some of the games in this playoffs hasn't blow up, but the game 5s thus far, been amazing.
Yeah, they serve, definitely. It's been an amazing series so far with both teams ramping up in this round 3 of playoffs. Casters, take it away for Game 5.
Well, thank you, Spacers, for that awesome breakdown. You can light up your phone at home, too, if you want. And join us all here for Silver Scrapes, as Subin was just playing the flutes?
Recorder?
The recorder?
Yeah.
She was playing recorder version of Silver Scrapes on the Korean stream. So that was an experience, Wolf.
Yeah, it certainly was. You know, we don't have Mark C here, but we can get that. So that's what we do here in Korea. Now,
close enough.
You can feel the pressure here mounting in this 5th game. I think we've had massive momentum shifts, and, you know, in the middle of a series like this, it feels like, oh wow, T1, they've got two back-to-back games. Everything is on their side now. They're in complete control. But one change up in the draft, the ban of the Xayah, and then you win that game right before the final one. Momentum's back in your court here as Gen G, and a very dominant win. Yeah, there were some weird moments in the early game, obviously, with Doran falling super far behind, but this 5th and final game decides it all. Who's going straight to the finals, as well as being our first seed sent to Worlds. It is a huge, huge, huge final game here for both of these teams.
Yeah.
The stakes could not be higher.
Everybody looks so nervous on both sides, and it's understandable. There's just so much to gain by winning this one. Again, you know, you lose, you get a second chance, you're not out of it, but it would be really lovely to have that cushion going into the rest of the year. But
I mean, you got to play against KT or Hanwha Life, likely KT, right? And KT already brought you to the brink if you're Team 1. They've already beaten Gen G twice, in really critical games. Like there was the Shiv, of course, incident right in the first one, but that series felt like it could have gone KT's, and you lost that second series pretty handily as Gen G. You know, you don't want to face KT. You just do not. You save that one for the finals if you're going to meet them there. That's what you'd like to do, and just go to Worlds and be able to represent Korea. T1 has been cursed. Every time Worlds is in Korea, they are not participating. They were able to do MSI last time around, but in this 5th and final game, they can bring themselves that ticket straight away, skip the gauntlet.
well, we're here in the draft at Game 5. We get the epic music that's not even Silver Scrapes. We have our own fun draft music, and it's going to be interesting. You know, as the desk was saying, it all gets just slightly better on both sides. Like if you lose, you just slightly tinker your drafts, slightly tinker your gameplay so that you can be just one step ahead of your opponents. Blue side has been majoritively the winning side so far in this series, and T1 will have side selection. They choose blue here for the final game. Should be a slight advantage, I'd say. I don't think it's going to dictate whether or not they win, as Corki is banned.
Yeah, trying to maybe pull out an Azir first pick here from T1. See if Faker's going to opt into that, and will, of course, then give over a lot of prio picks. So for the first time, Kai'Sa will get locked in here with no Xayah answer. Gen G, see what FaZe wants to play this time around. They just still feel comfortable, you know, that even without this prio pick, he can get it done. They banned Zeri, so T1 very aware of this possibility, and we're happy to first lock the Kai'Sa. And now does Chovy want to take away Faker's Azir here? I feel like that's a strategy that actually does make sense. You can grab the Maokai here early. We haven't seen Jace in this series just yet. Certainly could come in as the Alistar prio is rising in delight after picking up that POG. Yeah. You're just going to grab this one too. So you know where both of these picks are going. The Maokai flex is not a thing, but it seems like otherwise a very reactionary draft for Gen G now.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. The Alistar could have easily been picked on the side of T1 if it wasn't picked here.
Poppy.
The Poppy's available. The Rel also available, but the Alistar kind of prevents you or makes it so you don't really want to pick that. But Poppy Azir here for T1 already extremely strong.
Yeah, Faker is going to get his Azir even though they prioritize the Kai'Sa over it, and Owner gets to play Poppy. And this has been banned for every game for a reason. Both Peanut and Owner are so good at this pick, and T1 are getting their hands on that and the Kai'Sa here. Feels very strong, and we'll see what Gen G want to answer with. The Jace here for Chovy could be what they opt into, but they'll try to put the Aphelios here into this third slot for FaZe. This could be a decision that comes back to bite them, absolutely. I mean, we're talking massive range here in terms of T1's comp already for their damage, and you're not setting up any poke here with the Maokai. The Aphelios so low range here, it feels really risky, and you don't have any sort of answer to the Kai'Sa poke in the late game, not yet. Ban the Rumble here, so it looks like we're trying to prioritize Doran's pick here on R4.
Yeah, this is about to get very interesting as no top laners pick. We've had so much top lane focus throughout this entire series, but now it comes down to the second phase as Talia once again taken away from Chovy. He played it once, and that was the end of it. They're like, okay, well, you prepared this for the Azir. That Faker is definitely going to play, and he has played a ton. And so we're just not going to let you have that. The Aphelios, very interesting, Wolf. I'm not sure about that, but, you know, I just come down to execution.
I mean, I'm probably the biggest one in our entire caster group who doesn't dislike the Aphelios as much as everyone else. Like, I still think it's a very viable pick, but I just worry about it into this draft specifically. I'm going to take away Doran's Gangplank here now, so See if he just opts into grabbing the Jax or the Renekton here. No Sejuani, obviously, in this draft, but still very strong and has great setup with the Maokai. And, you know, the pool is getting quite thinned out here for Zeus in terms of what's left to play. Could just trade the Renekton, as we're going to see the Nico get hovered here.
Remember this pick?
Yeah, very strong enabling pick in terms of engage. The Yone is going to opt into instead, though, and it's the harder engage here now. Gonna make a front line for that Aphelios.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, we saw what Chovy did in Game 4, and I don't see any reason why he can't do it in this one. Yes, he's up against Poppy this time. I think that's the big difference maker, but he's just so good at the pick. Like, why not just pick it up? He's obviously on point with it tonight, as Jax is going to be the choice here once again for Zeus.
It's got to be Rel for Keria here. He is so good at this pick. You have the Kai'Sa dive follow-up. You have Jax. There's just so many different ways to actually get on top of backline targets here. The immobile Aphelios is going to be always in danger here. They're going to consider some other options here in terms of pushing into the Alistar, but they do opt into the Rel. You know, the Lulu was still available, but doesn't feel great in this composition. And it's just going to be Doran K'Sante here that they round out this draft with. So not a whole lot of magic damage outside of the Maokai here. T1, on the other hand, have one of their strongest drafts of the series yet. I mean, they got Rel, they got Kai'Sa, Faker's on Azir. I mean, when you look at this draft and go, well, the weakest part of this draft is the Azir in terms of tier list here, and it's Faker playing the Azir, that's when you know T1 got a draft they're pretty happy about. But Gen.G still have a lot of setup for this Yone, and it's going to be about Chovy popping off and carrying. Pays will have to position well. That's not something that we really ever criticize for this player, even in today's series where he's had a little bit of shakiness in lane. In terms of his positioning on the Aphelios, he's one of the best. He's Rookie of the Year, and I mean, if you can't trust Chovy to get it done on the Yone, what can you trust in your life, Valdez?
Exactly.
I feel like this draft is going to be so epic. I think what Huni said was true on the space. The quality of game has gotten better and better. The quality of draft as well. Draft adaptation brings us to what could be our most exciting and closest game of the series.
Both of these teams are just so good at best of fives. Like, this is just one reason why they keep meeting in the end of playoffs, is that they're just so good at figuring it out. The coaching staff is great. The players have a great understanding of what works, what doesn't, what works for them, their teammates, etc. And we're here once again. Fantastic draft for the side of T1. They did index into more kind of hard engage, like jumping in champions after they had a big range advantage, but I think it still works alongside of the follow-up engage from the Azir, as Chovy's back on Yone. I almost said Yone's back on Chovy, basically means the same thing. Here we go, guys. We are ready for Game 5. Silver Scrapes. Let's hop onto the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
It's it. Game 5. We made it here, Valdez, to the epic conclusion. Everybody knew, almost everybody, there were a few 3-1 predictors, but most people knew and expected this to go to 5. Because
who knows what those guys were thinking, right? I was a 3-1.
He was a 3-1 predator.
Gen.G.
But I think the overarching opinion was that this was going to be a back-and-forth series with two teams that really know how to draft, with T1 really bringing it back in playoffs. The Faker shows up, still claims he's not fully recovered, but has overall been good enough in lane and has, you know, weathered the storm enough times to where he's been very relevant on this Azir pick that they've relied on so much in draft. It was not punished this time by Gen.G, and you know, we're in a situation where Gen.G strike back in that 4th game, you know, where they have some really clutch plays from Chovy early. Doran falls behind, but he's still able to stay relevant in those later fights. And it's just, you can't ask for a crazier story than this. I mean, the fact that T1 is even here in the first place was something nobody predicted, nobody saw coming. Yeah, and here we are.
Yeah, and I do think that, again, KT didn't play their best of 5. Gen.G had some stumbles here, but a lot of credit does deserve to be given over to T1 for the run they have been able to make. Nobody really expecting it. They have defied those expectations. So let's see if they can take the final step, or will Gen.G, the expected victor in this one, take it down. Although, of course, over the last 4 games, expectations have changed wildly back and forth.
Doran has been pretty good on this K'Sante. It's a pick that's hard to really mess up, and normally we don't we aren't huge fans of the K'Sante in terms of what its power is in team fights, but with an Aphelios comp and a lot of setup with the Yone and the Maokai, it feels really good here, actually. You can follow up on engage with your Q3. You have a lot of space. You have a lot of time to stack those up and get on top of some of these targets. You can peel really well for the engage. So the K'Sante actually does feel like one of those points in the draft you're not excited about. So, Faker again.
Yeah, the timing of this is perfect from Peanut as the flash on it. Going to take Peanut all the way underneath the turret. Will it matter as he takes 2 turret shots? And Owner's just doing the blue while this is all happening.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Faker gets away.
If you lead with the root, you're going to get pulled because Faker always does this. He pushes his advantages and then just jumps to his Sand Soldier and dashes max range. He shuffles, as it's called here colloquially in the LCK, back to his turret and flashes, and that pulls Peanut into too much turret aggro before Chovy can layer that damage on top. And so, yeah, Faker loses flash here, but Peanut will as well.
Big rotation over. Now this is Poppy. I don't think that Chovy alone can really deal with double buff Poppy. And in fact, it's going to be the flash in as Keria sets it up, picks up first blood. And Chovy not respecting the Poppy and not respecting that first roam from the bottom lane.
Oh,
got a nice lead.
In the crowd as well. I mean, the environment that we are casting this in this room with some of the most passionate fans in esports on both sides. You could just feel the tension as Owner's going to smite this one away. Great start here for T1. Faker handles the pressure from Peanut. He's down a flash. Then Yone gets caught. Now Chovy also down both summoners. It's going to be a little bit tougher for him to put the pressure on he wants here in this lane against Faker. See if Peanut gets punished again.
Peanut doesn't get to jungle. I mean, Owner, he can just sit in front of him, take his camps, smite them away, and he's ahead by 3 camps already. And one of them including the blue buff of Peanut. So Peanut very far behind to try to flash onto an Azir that has flash.
Yeah, and Poppy's early game has been so impactful throughout this entire season. And, you know, Owner very rightfully criticized a lot this season, but also this series for some shaky performances, the Kazakhs especially coming to mind. But you give him this opportunity on the Poppy, and he knows exactly how to play this champion to its fullest potential. Peanut does too, but he's just going to be the one who's on the wrong side of it this time around. Finds himself now significantly behind in farm, as you mentioned. And Owner's just going to constantly continue to put this pressure on here. The Jax having prio topside as well means Owner has run of the rift.
And you know that Peanut knows immediately. Peanut can't hit level 4. I mean, he's desperate just to farm his own jungle. And guess what? Keria's here now because they already got the win in mid. There's no prio for Genji, so Keria can come up. Owner is joining. Smite goes the way of Peanut, but take a look at the health bar of Doran. You know, they're threatening. I don't think they're going to dive into K'Sante here, but definitely threatening it as here comes Delight. Wants to pick up another POG. Doesn't look like Faker will get caught this time.
Faker with Amptome here, just putting a little bit of pressure on with his Sand Soldiers. Actually is able to poke Chovy out of lane. Chovy doesn't have teleport, so that should be a plate potentially here. Flanking Alistar.
Yeah, this is a very long flank. Immediate cleanse comes out, and they're going to be okay with that. As Delight, he had flash, but, you know, Guma flashes away. They don't have vision in the river. They don't know what's coming there, and Keria was on the way. So they get the flash at Aguma anyway for that big roam from Delight.
Peanut came to mid to try to push Faker out, but it looks like he's going to stay here. It does have a ton of mana with the Doran's ring, so actually going to be fine here. Chovy hits 6. Faker does not complete the plate, gets about 2/3 of it here, but is sitting on a pretty hefty gold lead now after that last exchange between the two of them. And you can see the gold lead here for FaZe is all that they're really sitting on right now as Genji. It's still the early game, still not a whole lot of action. It's not like this is a massive lead for T1, but feeling pretty good about this. The laning phase here for FaZe going swimmingly up a level. See if Owner can make something happen down here. I don't think they'll commit.
Yeah, I don't really need to. You still have prio in mid. Faker's going to have his flash up first as well, so I think they can just start this up pretty easily. Note that Guma's going to be going for the AD builds, or he has a recurve bow going for the Kraken Slayer. This is, you know, he's got Azir, Jax, Poppy on his team. The AP Kai'Sa has been very strong, but we've seen the AD Kai'Sa coming back in certain compositions like this. I haven't been the biggest fan of it, but it kind of makes sense compositionally.
Yeah. and they don't really need to rely on poke in this draft anymore since there's no answer from Genji.
Oh, a little push, and no. Owner just saying hello.
Can go back to send your soul back to where it was bound very easily to this, and that's exactly what Chovy does. So now he has ult advantage here in mid. See if they can turn it into anything here. Obviously giving up the Drake early. The Herald is going to spawn in 15, and this is the kind of comp, you know, if Peanut could hit 6, that you absolutely can team fight very well with, but Owner trying to steal away this buff would actually give him 6. He's not able to do so.
Chovy kind of have a knocker spot. Nice dodge there on the stun. Otherwise, could have been some danger, although Faker does not have his ult, so that's just going to get away. And big rotation up towards that Rift Herald. Big committal from both sides, but nobody has actually gone for it just yet.
I love this game from Owner, how he is doing what Peanut has done to so many times, including him, in very critical best of 5s, and taking the advantages, pushing the jungle lead, not overextending though. He was measured in how he went over and contested that red buff, and playing Peanut's game really well, actually. And you love to see the growth of this player who I think, you know, was known for mechanics only early on in his career, but has really turned that around, and his Poppy has always been very strong. Area over here going to get zoned out as Peanut says, okay, if you want to play vertical, we'll play vertical.
From Faker, he's in position, reading the play. Now Keria could try to make a play himself, but full summoners on the bottom side and doesn't quite pan out, maybe expecting more of a heavy dive in from Genji. But Peanut's just stealing away the red, finally getting some revenge of his own.
Yeah, Faker also not having Emperor's Divide, and they're going to hurt his ability to make a play there. And Poppy into Yone, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Or Yone into
presence.
Poppy, I guess, in this case, you know?
Yeah. Well, Peanut's getting pretty deep for this one. He does have a big backing here, 4 members of Genji, but there's no Drake to really fight for. Meanwhile, Owner did pick up the Rift Herald and just farming his own jungle. Doesn't really care about his opponent at this point.
Yep. Zaya's trying to break a freeze here. We'll get the proxy off and we'll be able to reset, so he's not going to be in any danger as he tries to put the pressure on this Cassante a little bit further. And you see Faker in mid here. The lane is completely reset. I mean, it's a very close game. Got to be careful here trying to play with this Alistar. They don't overextend. Level 6 here first for Delight.
Generally don't play with the bulls. No, they're pretty aggressive. Especially Delight's Alistar.
And he took the red chroma on the Kai'Sa.
Yeah. Don't do that, as now we get a little bit of ults using actually 3 in the bottom side as the dive is coming in, but it is very lackluster. Delight nearly dies. And a very forced dive does not work out here on Taguma and Keria.
Yeah. Owner is over here, is spotted on this ward, and they should be able to get out. Is over here.
Nice little push all out under the turret. The Counter-Strike does actually hit Doran on the back side of that, so gain some distance, and Zaze will be okay, but does have to flash.
Yeah, flashing just doesn't want to take another turret shot there. Herald going to get dropped bottom after Delight loses most of his health here, so just not going to be able to stick around. Peanut stays here, and is going to look to try to slow this, but it will charge. Plate gold does go over to Guma, nicely executed here by T1. Not going to over-index into this, just want to make sure they can get some additional gold into this Kai'Sa, as he's farmed up pretty hard here. Chovy and teleport back into lane. It's going to be a plate though.
Yeah. I was going to say he's going to greed for this plate, but actually extremely safe. Had Owner right next to him.
Had to flash Emperor's Divide. He's fully safe.
Soldier in position. Even with Delight on the roam. I feel for Delight in this one, especially after the early game. He's like looking for any angle he can find. He's like trying to go mid. He's trying to go even up to the Rift Herald. He's trying to like be in the enemy jungle, trying to go for dives, but nothing really working for him so far.
Yeah. 2 Drake lead would be fantastic for T1 with the already great start they have. See if they can wrestle enough on Prio here in mid to actually start this one up. Faker is going to rotate over after clearing that wave. And if Genji give this one up, we'll see what the soul is going to be. We've had a lot of Chemtechs in this one, so not 100% sure what we're going to get. Might be one more, and Genji will be thanking Ox, I suppose, for that one if it does come to pass. But see this group up here now. Faker getting mid prio, and it looks like Owner's just going to start this one up. Genji not looking confident to contest here. And Faker, I mean, he's had such a great laning phase here, picking up plate gold, having that prio when it matters now as Peanut's coming over very late.
Yeah, and as Gen G, if you're going to make a play for this, you really need to lay some of the groundwork first. I mean, there's not a lot of vision control. You lost the Scuttle Crab. They do have their Aphelios in a pretty good spot, but their mid lane is in tatters. Like, Faker's just sitting there hitting it. As meanwhile, with a big zoom out, Guma's still on the bottom side, and Gen G are going to commit heavily to take this one down.
Okay, here comes Carrier. He has level 6.
Yeah, I gotta try to go for it, but Delight, he's playing Alistair in Arel. He's just marking him the whole way as owner. Gonna keep his verdict to really no avail, like nothing happens. And it's another Chemtech Soul.
Yeah, another one. So ultimately, T1, I guess they just knew. They just knew. You can have this one. It's not gonna matter in the end, and Faker's gonna get plate gold in mid. They absolutely did not know, but this will work out pretty decently for them. It's a kind of trade of fire and mountain here. Infernal versus the Mountain Drake's going to kind of neutralize each other to a certain extent here in these compositions. And at the end of the day, you know, with Chemtech Soul here, we're not going to be looking at the Dragon Pit that much anymore. You know, a few more of those T1 moments where they just let it go. As Baker's just put so much pressure on mid, he actually forced Chovy to lose 2 waves. And as you mentioned, he just had such a great sense of how to put that pressure on mid and really put a timer on Gen G.
Here's Peanut, but yeah, Zaya's just going to read the play at the end of the day. Or is he? He's just going to face check instead into Gen G. Now, there's not a lot of damage between these two as the ult comes out from Zeus and Owner's trying to help out, but he gets knocked away as the double Q3 does come in from the Cassandra, but Counter-Strike is up again as Paige makes his way in and collects the kill as it was 4-on-1 at the very end.
Oh, this is pretty huge for Gen G, and I really like the way they use the CC there, making sure they get the maximum duration of each and every one of those to stop the Jax from getting out of there. Counter-Strike pretty strong, but not strong enough. Tries to turn on to Paze in the end in desperation, but didn't have flash there either. So ultimately is going to get taken out. Paze picks up some additional gold. He's got 350 from plates and is going to be taking out this turret here. Looks like first of the game will go to Gen G. And he needs another wave to get the last part, so maybe not actually.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to group up for this one. RT1 looks like they just barely going to get it here ahead of the side of Gen G. Some waves being lost in a big way in top and bot, though, from T1. So still a very even game. Like, look at the gold. It just matched up equally at that exact moment. So Gen G certainly back in this one. And I don't know. I mean, this could go really any way from here.
I mean, this is exactly what we expected from this game when we saw the draft. Just such a close game we're probably going to have. And with Chemtech Soul, I think it's going to continue to be that way. As Zeus gets caught here, the timing of this ult from Peanut as well to root him into place is really good. And then they see the rotation over of Owner, and they're like, we can get more out of this if they try to continue to fight. Paze gets the kill as Zeus tries to jump onto him and knows he's dead and allows Owner to get away. But yeah, I mean, it's a very close game here. Just a few hundred gold between these two now, and I mean, looking at where the gold is too, you know, it's Arel who picks it up for T1 in that last play, but Paze is the one who got the gold on that last game. So more valuable gold here to Gen G despite a slight gold deficit.
The Aphelios gank, too strong in the top side.
Gen G, they also got so much money out of those turrets. They deleted minions. Map played pretty good from them in this last game.
Okay, we have a little bit of a setup in mid, but nothing really doing at this point. Might just be a little bit of a slow mid game once again, especially because of that Chemtech Soul. I mean, Chovy's just parked himself in the bottom side. Looks like Carrier wants to try to get Zeus ahead. As let's see how this one does go, but the ult is buffered. Chovy gets out, and he will be okay. And now that means that Gen G seeing Carrier down there can threaten here on the second Rift Herald.
But, I mean, getting the Yone ultimate here as well as pushing him away, it feels really nice to grab a turret and get some additional gold for the Jax. So the mission to get Jax money is a success, even if it isn't a kill onto Chovy. We'll also get his teleport as he comes to your top side to deal with Faker's push. They will be able to get the Rift Herald, as you were mentioning, but it is a successful gank there by Carrier. And that's going to be the trade-off here as this game just continues to be so insanely close. But T1 pulling ahead now further in gold with that kill of the bottom side turret.
His two top laners vying for a chance at the blue buff. Looks like Zeus will just take that down. Actually, very nice for a Jax to have that. And yeah, I feel like he'll be able to do a little bit more on blue side down in that bottom lane where he does 1-2 split push. We'll see, though, how much value he'll be able to get. He's not going to be 4-0 in this game, as he is currently 0-1. The Jax still eventually, as long as the game doesn't get too out of hand, should have a lot of power as this game comes along, but we'll just have to wait and see how this mid-game goes.
Playing Jackson to Maokai as well is kind of tough in terms of side laning because it's really easy for the Maokai to impact those sides from a very far distance away. So it is going to be a threat, but it's not going to necessarily be very soon here with the state of his KDA, as you mentioned, the lack of items. But it's only 18 minutes in. This next Drake fight is kind of an awkward one because neither team wants to toss your chance at Worlds away for a Chemtech Dragon, you know? As it is just going to be a slow setup here. And
hey, do you think Chovy's going to build Even Shroud again?
I hope not. I don't think it makes sense in this case.
Yeah, I don't think it's the way, but, you know, it'll make him tanky. There's still triple threat here on the side of T1. Let's see what he decides to do. Maybe it's Sunfire this time. As Gen G and T1, they are throwing it down for a Chemtech Drake.
Okay.
It is happening.
Hayes got to be watching that position. He's got red-white here. Chovy coming in for flash engage potentially.
Well, that's the Poppy Copter, not going to hit anyone as Zeus is marked. They're just trying to turn onto him. They don't care about the Drake. They just want to take down the Jax. As Doran is in there. He just dies for free, both top laners. As now Peanut just going to run in and take a look at that. The Hellfire Boner just going to be zapped away. It's a huge Emperor's Divide from Faker, but I don't think it's enough as he's going to get away, but the rest of the team is not. And in fact, Faker will not get away as Gen G are going to ace T1 on the Chemtech Dragon.
5,100 damage on the Aphelios. Really shutting down the doubters on this one. He had red-white at the beginning of the fight. Positioning was good, and Zeus dies, trying to assassinate him in the backline, goes in deep, has no follow-up damage. It's not a AP Kaisa game where you could just poke your way into these objectives. You have to follow up, you have to get on top of that Aphelios. They did not, and he just runs the team fight all on his own. Now he's got 2 items set up here. The Gale Force already ready for this one, and man, the lead was pretty decent for T1 before this, but now 3,000 gold the advantage for Gen G. As look at Paze's positioning. Poppy Copter here, not great. Zeus goes in by himself. Where's the follow-up? There's no follow-up. Doran's locking the rest of the team down. Guma's autoing here at the back line, so Zeus just dies instantly. And yes, Doran will die, but he does a lot more here to buy space for this Aphelios. Full health, red-white. Look at him go. He's Gale Forcing on Guma. He's flashing the wall. Rookie of the Year says, I'm going to the finals again. I got MVP last time. And this man is just out of control. And it's always the positioning, Valdez. The positioning of this man. No vision, doesn't care.
I mean, there's nothing else to say. I mean, just wait for the perfect moment. Yeah, and there it is, the Calibrum Q to finish it off. Alistair is crazy.
Oh man, they're really feeling it in this 5th game.
The light's getting so hype, man. I love the energy. It's great. Even Shroud, by the way, finished.
Yeah, he did go for it with all the money he picked up from that last fight. And, you know, I mean, if Paze is going to be this big, if he's going to do this much, who can blame him?
Yeah,
and,
I mean, if you just remove every single threat, like the Jax goes away and everybody else is held down by Maokai Ultimate and Delight groups up 3 to knock them all up for Paze to knock them down, you're not going to lose. You're not going to lose if your team can do that. I can tell you that right now.
The Light's locking the door here. Guma's on a flank, but
it's going to knock away Owner, but the damage here on the Baron a little bit slow, but the Maokai Ultimate might be enough. He's taxiing in. Owner is not going to get it. He won't be able to steal it. The Counter-Strike hits 5, but it's still going to be 5 members of Gen G that are taking the fight as Owner's low. Down goes Faker, and Paze is taking names once again. As Zeus, it looks like he's dead as well. Doran just gonna make an end of him as that is another ace to the side of Gen G.
Oh man, Gen G, they got on the Baron, they had good positioning, and they wanted to go in and hard force that T1, but you're running into a Maokai, you're running into Yone. The turn is amazing for Gen G. You opted into this. You could have just said, well, they get Baron, it's a really tough situation, but you know, maybe we can win the game. Maybe the Nexus won't fall. You know, if we actually win another team fight later on, maybe we can actually make this happen with a miracle fight or a good counter-strike in a subsequent fight. But this fight, it just felt like was never, ever going to work for T1. Even with the setup that Faker was looking for there with the Emperor's Divide, with Rel Magnet Storm and a counter-strike. The follow-up is just insane from Chovy as he turns here through the Maokai ultimate. And Delight's already got this fight disjointed. And by the time you have to go in here as T1, it's too late. I mean, the Magnet Storm from Keria hits everybody, and there's a decent amount of damage coming through from Zayas, but it's still a Kaisa comp, and you don't have enough damage at this stage when you're behind to actually follow up on those big engages, and the turnaround with Peanut, with Chovy is enough, and once again, Pays just does massive damage before he goes down, picks up a double, and that is going to be the Baron, 11
Yes,
kills
GA.
to 3. GA at 22 minutes, yeah.
And a crit cloak, just as a bonus, you know, like
One control ward as well.
Sure. You gotta up that vision score. He's done everything else.
Control wards are just a flex at this point.
Yeah.
You put them in the inventory to show your opponents how ahead you are.
You need the extra for the item value graph.
There you
like,
go.
A little bit, that extra 0.1 to get ahead of your opponent.
What's he holding? That's right, 32, because he spent all that money.
Yeah.
And Gen.G in such a good position here in this final game. I mean, it's going to take a miracle for T1 to come back now.
Yeah, especially because, like you very nicely highlighted it, like the Baron fight was very forced. Like Gen.G ran away with this game, and they ran away with it fast because T1 went for a very desperate re-engage. They said, well, if we lose Baron, we're going to lose. So they went in and lost the fight anyway, right? They weren't ready to fight, and they definitely were not set up for it. So now the Baron power play is massive for Gen.G. They're 6,000 ahead, and they want more than 6,000, Wolf. They want Worlds.
They want
the
Worlds.
LCK Finals.
And they may just be getting it, Valdez. I mean, at this point, it is just hard to imagine a world where they don't walk out the victors of this one. Pushing now this bottom inhibitor.
Bit of damage coming in onto Doran. He's going pretty deep for this one. Don't necessarily have to do that. The Space is like, man, I just want to hit the inhibitor. Please just just calm down. Like, just let me hit this objective. Thank you. And that he will. But the Poppycopter comes out, and they will, in fact, deny the inhibitor from going down for now.
Yeah.
Although
Baron wears off, but they have
there
enough.
it is.
Yeah, they have enough. Valdez, it is now Gen.G with a 6,000 gold lead, as you mentioned, 6,500 really here at the end of this when you put all the calculations in. Faker finally gets a second item, and that Baron fight, you know, if they had 2 items on the Azir before, maybe. If you had a little bit more layered damage, if there was some sort of AoE, like a Rumble or something on top of an engage like that, you know, maybe you win those fights, right, in the choke point. Keria, he goes in, it's a big Magnet Storm. They're just so desperate and so confident, it seems, that they could actually still win this fight. But it's just one of those fights that T1 fans are going to be seeing in their nightmares, even if they somehow miraculously win this one, because it was so hard forced, and everything about this game was so good until that moment, you know?
Yeah, also, it's just glory days for PaYS fans, right? We were like waiting throughout this entire playoffs, even against LAB Sports. We're like, man, you know, I thought PaYS, like, Rookie of the Year, this guy's so good. He's not showing his true self, and finally it pays off. And you know what? Like, the rest of the team is enabling him in a great way, but he's right there to smack it down and really bring it home. So, picks out the Aphelios for Game 5. You know, I wasn't a believer until I saw that one team fight, and I'm like, okay. Also played it in Game 1. Gonna look to get 2 wins on it tonight. Now, the game isn't over, but it's pretty PaYS controlled and Gen.G controlled right now, let's say.
Yeah, the bottom inhibitor is the one that's down. That'll allow Cryo here and an extra push on the opposite side of the map for the Baron for Gen.G. So that's really frustrating for T1 that bot inhib is the one that Gen.G wisely selected to push down to make sure they can set up for another Baron fight win. And at least if T1 get that same sort of combo this time around, they'll have a little bit more damage to follow up with it. If they do end up opting into that type of fight, obviously. And, you know, there's no real teleport to end situation here for Gen.G. Like, they're running a Cassante. I mean, Yone can do a decent amount of damage to structures quickly, but it's not like T1 are like, oh man, if we let that push, they just teleport and kill us. It's not that type of situation. The Jax is on your side, but it still just feels so dire here.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And this Chovy Even Shroud, we talked about it in Game 4 and how it could be great for the team, like really just allow everybody to do extra damage. Now it feels really smart. In Game 4, we were like, not sure. In this one, it's like, well, you got a massively fed Aphelios, and it's PaYS, right? So just kind of get in there. Also gives you the extra resistances on all the legendary items. So you're really tanky. You're doing a lot of damage. You have nice amount of lifesteal. You can always go in to enable the rest of your team. And we also got Pays almost about to hit his LDR. Like, it's pretty insane. As Zeus here, 0-3, he's really trying to bring this game back somehow.
He has TP.
Okay, carry. Uh-oh. That's not going to be blocked by the Poppy. He does get stunned up there towards the end. And unfortunately, the follow-up a little bit slow from the side of Gen G, but this Baron still up and available.
Feels pretty decent for T1 though that they get the Yone ult out before this happens, and you know, Zeus pushed the bottom wave so far that it's not really going to be threatening anything. He can actually just walk towards the Baron now, and Toby has this choke point controlled here. Look at the lack of vision for T1. Walking into this one is way easier said than done. You just have no real entry point here. Zeus is going to try to set up that flank. He's over on blue.
Mega Cone from Toby. He's like, hello, all the way from blue buff.
Yeah. But they haven't started the Baron yet. T1 get one more fight. They get one more shot at this.
Yeah. Peanut holding the choke, just trying to make sure they do not get entry. And you could potentially burn down the Baron even without Pays, but if Pays is there, your damage to Baron is like threefold, right? So if Pays is ever on vision, probably not going to have Gen G doing that Baron. But the second Pays goes off vision, T1 begin to push in, they begin to question. And they have a big bottom lane problem.
Yeah, I mean, this is starting to stack up now. Like, Zeus did his due diligence to push it out earlier, but I love how Gen G just delay. They let the minions do the work. They let the minions do the work. Toby going to teleport back in here with level 16. His ult's back as well. Good luck, T1. One more fight.
Oh, they're going to catch Owner. He's over there on the right side, but he is Poppy. Is it going to matter? As he's so low, and the damage is just insane. But Zeus finds the angle on the Toby in the backline, gets the GA. Finally, Faker goes in, but I'm not sure if that's the angle. Counter-strike is huge to Zeus. He's desperate, but he will not have it in this game. And they have a wave in bot, and Gen G, they just booked their tickets to the finals.
That is absolutely right, Valdez. One more fight for T1, but it's not enough. It doesn't come together, and even with the leap onto Pays, he has GA. He pops back up, and they try to kill him a second time, but they will not. And as you say, Gen G are going to be the team to advance to the finals first here against their old nemesis, T1.
Yes, it looks like it, although the inhibitor is going to respawn and is going to delay things just a little bit. Gen G will continue on this path, though. They will take down the Nexus. It looks like it's Keria and Owner. They are so desperate as Gen G. Oh, here comes Guma, gonna take out Pace. Doesn't matter. Gen G, they're going to the finals, and they have booked their ticket to Worlds.
They certainly have. And look at Score. He is so happy for this roster. It was an up and down series. But once again, Gen G come out on top. They weren't able to take first seed going into playoffs. They were robbed, and Bro said, no, I'm taking you out one last time. Then Gen G show up in playoffs here. A bit of a shaky start to the middle of this series, but they bounce back hard in that fourth game. Delight shows up, and in the fifth game, the player we were most worried about all series long, Pays. He says, I'm playing Aphelios again, and we are going to Worlds. They qualify to two major events here with this monumental fifth game win here. And T1's hype train, at least in the upper part of the bracket, is going to end tonight. They will still have a chance to go to the finals against the winner of Hanwha Life versus KT Rolster, but they're not going there directly.
Absolutely. Gen G, like we mentioned so many times, there's so much to gain by winning this one. It's not a finals, but it gets you directly to the finals. It gets you directly into Worlds. You just feel so comfortable. There's a lot more to focus on in the future now, and that's going to only breed confidence within the team. So a massive victory for them. They were definitely the favorites coming into this one. Shout out to T1 for challenging them, but Gen G deserve the win tonight, and they'll even get the thumbs up from Jovi.
They certainly will. Reluctant thumbs up, but he played very well, especially in that fourth game on the Yone. And Pays, he came up big when it mattered most in that final game, and we saw the Aphelios pick. We knew it was risky, but he and Delight, they delivered, Valdez.
Yeah.
And if you're a Gen G fan, it's just another one of those proofs that this team is top tier. Like, they might get the back-to-back-to-back. Like, 3 LCK titles in a row is what is on the line for this team if they win just one more best of 5. That is not something we have been able to say for a long time here in the LCK, and no matter what, no matter what happens in regular season, even if they're number 2 to T1, even if they're number 2 to KT Rolster, when it matters most in best of 5s, even when momentum is against them, this team will and can and will get it done, Valdez.
Yeah, absolutely. They're rewriting their story, right? They've sat in that second seat for a long time, but now they're the ones to be feared, and they are absolutely the favorites going into that final, no doubt, after the best of 5s we have seen so far. As we're going to go over these highlights just a bit, you get to see all the glory. And remember earlier on in the series as well, like Guma and Keria just getting a huge bot diff in the 2v2, and then finally in game 5, like look at this from Delight, like insane. And Pays set up entirely, just perfect positioning. They come together and they get the job done, the two of them.
Yeah. Final Calibrum to take Owner out in this moment as well. It's just fireworks here. This was the moment where T1, unfortunately, are very zoned out. Faker can't do the damage here because he's caught by the end of Peanut's ultimate and is kind of pushed out to the side. And then the turnaround here is just so easy with Yone. And Pays, he dies, but he did about all the damage that it's possible to do with Felios at this stage of the game before doing so.
Yeah. He squeezed all the juice out of that orange, that's for sure.
And then Owner here trying to set up for something on the edge is just completely destroyed. Keria.
Delight is so good. Like, this guy is just insane. Like, Owner didn't have the best positioning there, but I just mean overall, like in this series, and especially in the latter half of the series. Started off a little sleepy tonight, to be honest, but that's all you need to hear.
That's all you need to hear. That is all you need to hear. That's all you need to know. This team has worked so hard this year, and they will be rewarded. And they may just lift the trophy again, back to back to back. You can't write even fan fiction as interesting as the storylines we've had here in the LCK over these last few years. And it's just once again going to continue to be potentially the reign of Gen G. Only time will tell. And hey, T1, they win that matchup against KT or Hanwha. They might get their chance at revenge.
Yeah.
Who knows?
You know, they did the work against KT. They get a chance as the final NICE from the team. Especially Delight, who was just hyped out of his mind. And understandably, I mean, he had the... I'd say the game 3, 4, 5 of his life. Game 1 and 2, not so much, but it's okay. You know, we're not all perfect. They get across the line.
The most important win...
deserve to.
Yeah, the most important win to take is the third one in a best of 5. And you know what? That's the one you get excited for.
So guys, very special thing for today. For the first time on the space, we will have Peanut for an English interview. So make sure you guys are staying tuned for that. It's going to be really fun. We got Huni there as well to help out just in case. And just going to get to hear Peanut's thoughts directly with our questions. So that's just really, really awesome. And guys, we are done here on the caster desk. Hope you guys did enjoy the winner's match. But now let's go over to the space.
Thank you so much, Valdez, and Wolf for the amazing teaser of the upcoming interview. I'm really, really hyped about this, but not as hyped as I was during this series, guys. Chronicler, congratulations on taking yet again a good prediction. Huni, we just sucked this week, but that's just how it is, I guess.
You know, sometimes it is what it is.
I think this is my first correct prediction, actually.
Is it? Oh no, okay.
Yeah, because I don't think I got any other one right. So this one though, I really happy that the series delivered. I think this one was close up until the point that that the Baron was actually taken. Crazy game. The fact that Gen G is just like, yeah, we'll go back to Felios, I guess.
Back to basic. Back to basic. Look, and it's a...
Look at this.
You know, back to basic at the same time. I think the Maokai with the Yone, the combination with the mid jungle, like, it doesn't fall off until actually just game's end. Like, as soon as it's the same thing what happened in the game 4. Like, as soon as you get the lead becomes unstoppable. The snowball becomes way too big. It's just one shot in the T1.
And I do think that this is a really good example of both teams actually getting insane power level drafts. I think the T1 comp still has a really strong 2v2 and 3v3 right towards the top side of the map. Great engage for Keria. The strongest AD carry at the moment in the meta, even though we have seen the Kai'Sa drop a little bit. The Poppy Azir combo. So I do think it was really down to play. Both teams, I think, got a lot of what they wanted. And then in the end, I think it came down to just the team fighting power, specifically of Delight. Like, I think that That man had back-to-back POG performances.
Honestly, yeah, he's the player of this series for me. If we had to have one, we'll talk about this a bit later. But first things first, let's focus on the 18-minute Drake fight. And guys, I want you to talk to me about the approach of both teams and what was the decisive factor for this team fight.
Well, I mean, I think the Zeus, it makes sense to approach the other side of the angle, but you have to see, like, this is like too early. Like, Drake wasn't like that low, and Maokai ulti, it makes like be able to, for Daylight, be able to just 3-man Q, knock off into the huge pace.
Yeah, and you can see the confidence that Pace has on this pick. I also want to highlight, it felt to me like T1 was a little split in the cold there, because that was still 4 versus 4, right? But you saw that one member peeled off into the Dragon Pit, the other 2 peeled back. So as a result, it was really easy for Gen.G to just isolate the target, take them down. And I think that if T1 make a slightly different move, this game could look completely differently, right? I think that this was the one moment in the game that really started turning it in Gen.G's favor, and then not 3 minutes later, the game was done.
And yeah, the Baron, actually, that's what it comes down to every time. When it comes to composition like this, I think it makes sense. So let's take a look at the Baron fight, if we have it, shall we? Because, guys, as we said, that was the last nail in T1's coffin for this one.
Well, yeah, I mean, honestly, games like already was two-way to one-sided. They got aced, and this is like 3 minutes after they got aced, like right away in 21 minutes. And Gen.G's incredibly well. They're playing how they around the team fight as a team competition. Like, they just have a clear the plan. Like, they have a pace, even though he kind of died, but doesn't matter. Put so much damage on it. And Kazante with the Yone just gonna be able to put like consistent damage. So in a melee fight, with the team fight, it doesn't fall off.
I also think that what we saw there was one of the reasons why the Kai'Sa has like been banned more, and even outside of that been somewhat dropping in priority. If it's a Xayah there, I think you can actually impact that team fight. We saw that Guma wasn't actually able to do anything. Xayah is, or Kai'Sa rather, is a lot more item reliant, doesn't provide any CC, right? The way that that Xayah does, or some threat with the ultimate. And then, you know, the game continued, but it was over. It was done.
Almost said it.
Yeah, because, well, I mean, from that point on, you have an incredible teamfight composition with a fat 80 carry.
And way too many tools.
Yeah.
To engage, disengage, and that's what made Gen.G better, I think, at the end of the day. Let's take a look at the results. And I want you guys to reflect on the series, what we learned from the teams, how strong is Gen.G looking also leading into their, yet again, another final.
I mean, I'm gonna say same thing, like the quality of the game, the quality of the League of Legends and throughout the series, it was getting better and better and better. I didn't really feel like the early of the like game 1, game 2, like those kind of game was like, it wasn't like that entertaining. But the thing is, like, as soon as it hit game 3, game 4, game 5, it scaled so well. The game is like, it was so enjoyable. At the same time, like I could easily see like player was able to concentrate it way harder.
You know how earlier today we had an interview with Tom and he was like, yeah, we need to make sure the players wake up. I don't think the players were waking up on time.
Oh,
I actually think it took them a little bit of time, and then once we got to normal LCK times, they were like, hey,
it's fine, we're playing, guys.
We're playing well.
Hey,
it's happening. I do really think that the games did become better. I think it also is just the nature of best of 5, that as players get more and more in tune, and start to really feel themselves, it started looking better and better.
And T1, you were talking about this during the game, Rooney, actually. The experience that T1 gained with the amount of games that they've been playing during playoffs, I think, speaks for how strong they're going to be later if they get the rematch also.
Yeah, I mean, we could easily see, like, from the DK series, like, there were wars, clearly. There were wars. They are competing against the KT. They actually managed to go game 5 and won. And also, they managed to go to the game 5 against Gen.G. And even though they kind of lost, it doesn't matter, because they get amount they get experience, amount they can get actually used on the stage. When Faker just come back, it's like, it's just at the week 9 of the regular season. It's just not even. It's not even only 2. It's only 2 weeks.
Yeah,
it's been.
Yeah. And even that week, they didn't look comparable, right? They faced Kwangdong and T1. So I really want to give all the credit to T1 for the insane improvements, because coming into playoffs, it was KT Gen.G, huge gap, Humble Life, and everyone else. And now it's starting to look like it's KT, or Gen.G, and T1. Like, I think T1 at this point, 100%. I don't know if they'll end up making it back to finals, right? I don't know if it'll be KT instead. I do think Halma still are pretty far behind. Although it is, you know, putting your faith in KT can be scary now that we've reached the playoffs.
Let's talk about this, right?
Okay, that's fine. We'll save it for tomorrow.
All right. Player of the game, though, which is something we should be focusing on here. Who got the player of the game in week 5? We talked about Delight, who had an amazing performance and an amazing series. It is his other bot laner Pace. And we've been talking about this over and over and over again. Do not let this kid play Aphelios, guys. Do not. He's too good.
What do you even say?
Look at this.
Like, and I do want to give credit again to Delight, but what for me is the kicker is not just that Pace had a really good Aphelios game, but also that he was able to have this game after he was the weak link on his team for 2 games in a row. Like, he was getting 2v2 killed with Delight often getting away, right? But like in the 2v2, getting taken down repeatedly, and then to come back and have a game this dominant, I think is really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, as
17.
because the reason why that after game 3 over, we were nearly directly just tailing to Genji. You guys need a stabilizing bottom real bad.
Yeah.
Like, it's no good. You guys actually just almost lost the game, but it just turned around. Delight and Pace, both of them, just make the win the game.
And they
It's
did.
crazy.
And it worked. And they put pressure on bot lane way more than during the previous series. And it speaks to the fact that Genji, yet again, can carry from every side of the map. Chovy has his moments. Doran had some moments as well, but the bot lane in the end was the one shining the most here. Do you want to take a look at the predictions? I personally don't, but I think match result first. All right, let's look at the match result. We said it, 5 games. Maybe not what I was expecting today. Honestly, it was hard to predict which way it would go and how many games we would have. After game 1, I was scared for T1, but yet again, both teams kept on ramping up throughout the series to offer us 5 amazing games.
Yeah, I mean, it's as I said it, I think until game 3, it was like T1 definitely had a momentum. Like at game 1 was like Genji kind of win at one-sided, but the thing is like T1 turn around and it's like this is so impressive game that Genji make it turn around back, and it's like game 4, game 5 they managed to end the game, and it's so happy to see the Chovy bring it back to Yone, the champion that like we weren't sure because like HLE brought out it, and it's like it was a kind of question markable, but Chovy he proved himself.
Yeah, I was really impressed. I also think it again speaks testament to the reason why we keep seeing this matchup. As I don't know if we're going to cut to predictions when it cut to you.
I'm so sad, man. I don't want to look at predictions again. All right, production is forcing me. Let's take a look at predictions then. And praise Chronicler, who
I was the Atlas as well. Jonah
Ox
Strong,
Valdez, yeah.
Oaks, but I'm the only one that gets to wear the hat because I'm here.
Who else on the Korean side was?
Yeah, I mean, like I think the predictions actually were a pretty good representation of how this series went, which I think is always cool, right? And obviously it's always really cool to be like, oh, like with the KT series, everyone like, oh, of course T1. No, T1 wasn't. It was a huge upset, and taken away from that, I think, is a shame. I love when a series delivers what we expect. A lot of us voted 3-2, right?
Yeah.
Went for a close series. There was not a single 3-0 prediction, and it was a close series in the end.
I mean, it makes sense. Like as we predicted, the game was like really challenged and competed, and was really fun to watch, honestly.
Yeah, I hope we can get some rematch. I mean, we know this matchup by heart, honestly. We know that we're going to get a rematch of Genji T1. Eventually is what I mean as one of the hypest matchups we have in the LCK right now. They advanced to Worlds. They are the first LCK team to make it to Worlds. Unsurprisingly, though, like I think at the beginning of the split, if we had to bet on one team who was going to qualify for Worlds, for sure it should be Genji.
Yeah, 100%. This team, and I as a Genji enjoyer, I dread when internationals roll around because, you know, they only make semis or like 4th place, which is horrible, of course, unacceptable. Just making it that far. But more importantly, I do think that Genji is a team where you can rely on them to be hitting a very consistent baseline ever since they got this core, and this summer has been no different.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, a player perspective, like I think just they're guaranteed already 2nd seed for Worlds, and also just, you know, already just 100% guaranteed the final spot as well. So like the rest of the day of the game, they're getting practice, no pressure. And that's a huge advantage that they can try whatever they want and then they can go back to basic. So it's going to be great for them.
As we are waiting for Peanut to arrive for the interview, I want to play, not a game, but I want to have a discussion with you guys at the space and also you guys in the chat. And the first questions I will have is, we talked about the fact that we have the same team, similar bracket as in spring, but do they all look stronger? Would you say?
I don't know if
Debates.
I don't know if they're stronger. It's really hard to rate because I do think across different metas you can have very different reads, right? Because as a reminder, during last spring we were at kind of the end of the AD carry support meta, and we went towards the protect the AD carry like Aphelios Jinx handshake meta. And I think those games always look a lot more controlled. I do feel the games right now are still pretty messy, but I think that it is something that's shared in regions across the world. I don't think it's LCK specific.
Yeah, I mean, also I feel like that's a direction of the patch notes as well. The game is like it can't be clean as much as before. The reason why there's so many champion that is volatile, it makes me like also like the object, those kind of things are way stronger. So you, no matter what, have to kind of fight. Also even jungle thing too, like as like they changed like so many jungle thing too, and it's like making sure that if jungler falls down all the game, it's so hard to come back. So it's high risk, high reward. So the games, no matter what, is gonna be the ball.
Except if you're Peanut in game 5 of a best of 5, then you're okay. Then you can just come back, because he did it again.
I think it's a Maokai.
Partially, I mean, he did it.
Maokai?
He did it in the against D+ a bunch of times as well.
I mean, you have to be a good player to maneuver a good champion like this. The next one we have, guys, is what is the next one? Oh yeah, did T1 get overconfident today in the approach they had in game 5, especially? As we said, we had a really close series overall. But yeah, how do we reflect on?
I don't think so. I think that they performed according to what was expected of them, which already includes a huge reevaluation of how good this team is. Right after week 9, I thought that they were gonna at least get kicked to lower bracket and then kind of go from there. Instead, they're one of the top title contenders, right? Like if they make it back towards playoffs or towards finals rather after a lower bracket run, I could still see them being the favorites depending on how they look.
I mean, 100% agree. Like definitely, I don't think it's about any like overconfident. Like they were better, you know, like they were still actually, they were better than KT, and they were better than like when they used to be, and that's the most important thing. And still, like Gen.G was a still strong team. They were be able to manage to 3-0 before the series, and I think Gen.G was a deserve to win today as well, and T1 also deserved to go game 5 and making sure the Gen.G looking kind of, you know, they were be able to find the Gen.G weaknesses.
I will challenge you with something because, of course, asking the chat some questions here. I have the chat in front of me. Everyone is like Vayne ? I think you could,
Maybe we don't. Yeah, don't mention Vayne.
And Braum?
Oh, no Vayne.
It's a double combo.
Like Braum is okay, but not on Carrier. You know, on very specific situations. Please.
All right.
Braum responsibly.
I was thinking like maybe Lucian to Braum comes off like as at least, you know, like at least.
Bring it back.
Like that's what I mean, like because they just say recently they kind of changed it as well. They could easily focus on the Zeri too. Like I mean, that's what I was thinking.
Have you seen the future patch notes? It's Lucian, Caitlyn, Akali, Silas buffs. A.
A.
We're not playing on that, but Worlds might be.
All
maybe,
right.
Or some of it.
The next one-liner I have here is Peanut and Chovy, the best.
Peanut Chovy.
Yeah.
Peanut Chovy.
The best
you wanna argue
jungle
else?
in
I mean, at the moment, clearly, yeah.
Okay.
Clearly.
Okay, we can scrap this one, we can go to the next one. An obvious question maybe, but do we think that Gen.G is on their way to yet another title here in the LCK, given how strong they look? Do we expect other teams to ramp up in the games they have? What do you guys make of this?
So, I personally think that they are looking most likely, but I have been pretty adamant about the fact that coming up from a loser's bracket, I think is very often a really, really big advantage. I think there's specific, you know, the BLG run at MSI, for example, I think was not really the case because you're looking at a team that has a really big matchup into one team. But I do think that just playing through lower bracket definitely can be a big boon. At the same time, I think Gen.G at this point kind of deserve our trust, right? They're back-to-back champions. Team still looks incredible. And if you look back at the games they played today, I think in 2 they were clearly better. In 1, T1 was clearly better. But then we also had the game where Gen.G got an early lead and then Peanut invaded. and just threw away the lead that they generated really early on. Yeah. So I think Gen G should be
consistent
with a slight lead, the front runners. But I think T1 and KT are still very much contesting.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, I think it's gonna be up to Gen G. It's gonna be up to Gen G. The generating the lead early game. They are the best team in LCK right now, so it's gonna be up to them if they want to keep their lead or throw their lead. So making sure for them is like up to them is like making like able to consistent as much as they can, especially early lead with the Chobi Peanut, no matter what how made it. And also I think the consistency on the bottom, those twos are gonna be like the main key of the towards the gold final.
And following up on this, what would you say are Gen G's biggest strengths and weaknesses?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
Chat as well. I'm waiting for your answers.
Yeah. And also, again, reminder, we're getting Peanut over here.
Yeah, he's coming.
Which is really cool. So, biggest weakness. Definitely playing a little bit loose. I think a lot of our good teams in the LCK have this in common. T1 and Spring did this as well sometimes. Where, you know, you get a lead and then you get a little bit too excited.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest weakness is on Gen G. Like, when they're trying to play for top, that's no good, you know, like there are a lot of actions that like when they're trying to play for Doran, like there was a pace was actually dying on the bottom, like isolation deaths actually happened when Delight was not with the pace, like, but as long as it's like, I think their communicating well, like sometimes like if you want to play topside or mid, like it has to be more consistent, stabilize on bottom. And I think I'll say like otherwise, like all the strength is like it's there. Like Gen G playing when they play for teamfight comms, like it's great. But I would say it's more so when they're playing for scale, like when they're playing for like scale comp, or like when they don't know when they think that they can't fight for the objective like right away, they think they kind of lose their track, their plan. Those kind of things might be some needed for feedback, that just how can they actually generate the lead when they can't actually fight for a team fight. Otherwise, I think their skirmishing, team fighting, like map movements are all great.
And this leads to the next question we have, because Worlds is just upon us. And of course, as LCK enjoyers, we want to know how strong is the region looking ahead of Worlds, guys. Is it coming back to the LCK? How strong is the LCK looking right now? We just wrapped up the LPL playoffs. I'm thinking that most of us watched it. So how much can we compare this, and how good are we looking? I'm saying we because of
it's always really hard because you're talking about a tournament that's going to start like 2.5 months from now and takes a month as well. So I think that predictions for Worlds are always a bit dicey. My expectation is that the LPL should probably be considered the front runner on the top end, but I don't think the gap will be that big. Obviously, the MSI was very LPL favored, but given the track record of LCK over the last two Worlds, I would still expect them to do well.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the biggest different gap, like as you said, I think it was a really good point. Like LPL has a head runner, but the thing is, like LCK always they kind of caught up. But the thing is, like the more important thing is like the Warriors has a longer term. Yeah. It's a longer tournament than MSI, so LCK team actually have a more opportunity to caught up them, or even copy them, even just learn from like each other. Like those kind of things actually matter.
Yeah, we can be a little stubborn and slow on the uptake, which led to, I don't know, I remember very vividly last year at Worlds Week 1, where Shox and everyone on the EU side was having a great time, and I was not.
Let's not talk about this.
And then we bounced back, you know, in Week 2, so it's fine. Hey, you're here now.
Yeah.
You're part of the gang.
It's fine. I'm part of the good gang now. It's
Yay!
I remember still Peanut in the last interview he had on the Korean feed, praising Ruler, of course, because JDG is looking like the team who could finally make the Grand Slam that we've been expecting on the side of any League of Legends team, actually. But following up on Peanut, who is ready? Guys, how much has this player improved? I know that he's been heavily criticized for a long time for his lack of consistency, and it feels like it's way behind him now. He's the jungler that he was supposed to become.
And we haven't seen any of the moments that he had during spring, where he would, you know, have in really high stakes moments after having great games, still could show really critical moments of weaknesses. And he's now, I think, been the better jungler in every series that Gen G have played thus far.
And also he proved that it's a tilt proof, you know, like it's
he's mental, man.
These guys been playing in professionally already like 30, 100 days, you know, like it's crazy. He's gonna hit 10 years. I don't know what makes drives be able to just keep motivations for entire, whole the career he going through right now, but absolutely he's been dominating in this split as well in this whole season. So I'm really proud of it as a friend.
I'm really impressed as well because I think that even though it's mainly been Maokai and Sejuani duty, we've actually seen hard carry performances on Poppy and Kha'Zix as well. So he's still shown us some of the depth that he has as a player, which I think is good because, as mentioned, I do think the Worlds meta is always going to look completely different from what we're playing right now. And it's important to be a versatile player, be able to pivot depending on what is good at any given point.
And again, the synergy that he has with Chovy right now and how strong they've become as a duo in the LCK speaks for itself. Of course, he could go for another title in the LCK. We will see him at Worlds for sure. I'm just wondering how far can this player go, and I can't wait to have him at the space. Just now, we're gonna toss it to a break. Do not go anywhere. We will be back in 2 minutes with Peanuts at the space. See you soon. And welcome back everyone to the space for a very special interview with Peanut joining us today. Peanut, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on winning today.
Thank you. 감사합니다. 와!
Yay! Fighting. And Jisan, of course, thank you for joining us also at the space and joining the discussion. Chronicler is still here. It matters. He's here as a Genji enjoyer and supporter. Peanut, first question I have for you, quite an easy one. How do you reflect on today's series? It was a long one.
오늘 정말 장기전 치르셨는데 오늘 경기 어떻게 돌아보시나요?
전체적으로 그래 평균적으로 좀 잘했다고 개인적으로는 생각하고 있고 좀 왔다 갔다 했지만 결국 결과를 승리로 만들어내가지고 너무 지금 기분 좋습니다.
So I personally on average think performed on a pretty good level, but there were a lot of ups and downs, but in the end we got the win, so I'm pretty satisfied with the outcome.
자기는 잘했다?
아니 저희 다 잘했죠.
We all played well, not only me.
Yeah. It was a team effort. I really love the reunion here on this side of the space, honestly. When there's so many feels when I see this picture. Huni, how does it make you feel to be reunited with an old teammate?
I mean, as I said, it's really proud of, like, as a friend, like, I don't know what actually make him to be able to keep his motivations. Like, he's been playing forever already, and he's been, I don't know, he's been like 100 days been playing in professional. Like, I'll be able to not do it. I gave up, That's why I'm here, but he's still going.
그러면 훈이님이 지금 진짜 3,100일 넘게 활동 중이신데 어떻게 이렇게 항상 동기부여가 되고 놀라운 퍼포먼스를 보여줄 수 있는지 궁금하다고 하시네요.
그냥 뭐랄까 항상 뭔가 부족한 것 같고 어차피 저는 이거 아니면 뭔가 공허할 것 같아가지고 그냥 이 우승이라는 거를 계속 탐내다 보니까 계속 이렇게 오랫동안 할 수 있는 것 같아요.
Oh, I want to say, like, I'm just, like, always hungry for wins. And without this, without, like, League of Legends esports, I'm, like, nothing. Like, I'm in, like, void. So I'm always, like, trying to work my best in order to reach the peak, always trying to win the title. And that keeps me going every time.
Yeah, and I think it speaks to this consistency that we were talking about, Huni, and the fact that he keeps on getting better and better and empowering the rest of his teammates. Focusing a bit more on the series we had today, what was your understanding of T1 coming into this game?
그러면 오늘 시리즈는 좀 T1에 대해서 어떤 접근법을 가지면서 오셨을까요?
확실히 T1이 좀 움직임이 확실히 좀 더 유연해졌고 변수를 많이 둔다고 생각해가지고 그런 변수들을 최대한 방지하려고 노력했고 근데 방지를 하려고 했지만 그럼에도 좀 나온 부분들이 있긴 했어도 저희가 정신력을 좀 잘 붙들어 매가지고 정신을 오스트 이렇게 승리할 수 있게 된 것 같아요. 네.
불각하면 정신력이 중요하지.
그러죠.
체력전이 체력전.
그럼요.
So we kind of realized T1 has become a lot more flexible in terms of their gameplay. So we really wanted to make sure that we can prevent as many kind of unpredictable plays from T1 as possible. Well, there were some accidents happening, but I think keeping the mental fortitude was the key to winning the Game 5 victory.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it honestly with how decisive this Game 5 was. Another final, another Worlds qualification. How does this one make you feel, and how do you think they are both going to be different this time?
또 결승 가졌고 또 월드 진출하셨습니다. 정말 대기록을 이어가고 계신데 어떤 의미를 느끼고 계신가요?
보통 프로게이머 생활이 초반에 잘 이렇게 탄력을 받아서 중간에 꺾이기도 하는데 지금은 진짜 다시 계속 오르고 있고 다시 꺾일지 안 꺾일지 저는 이제 미래니까 모르니까 뭔가 두렵고 그런 것도 있었는데 지금은 계속 오르고 있는 것 같아서 이런 결과들을 통해서 제가 잘하고 있구나를 또 한 번 더 알게 되는 것 같습니다. 네.
왕호 잘해. 안 꺾였어. 안 죽었어.
안 죽었죠. 네, 안 죽었지.
So I want to say professional players, their lifespan is more about sometimes like there's one moment when they kind of bounce up and then some players go to a downward trend, but right now I was able to hit that bounce and I'm keeping the rise. So I think qualifying for another finals and Worlds is the proof that I'm still on a good level of performance, I'm doing well. So I think it means a lot to me and I think this is a really good proof that I'm still at a great level.
I mean, definitely, honestly, and it speaks to the level Genji has been playing at, which is not an easy thing to do because you guys kept on being one, if not the best team in the LCK. How do you always stay ahead of the others? What are the difficulties in staying the best team?
젠지가 사실은 꽤 오랜 시간 동안 이제 LCK의 최상위권 팀으로서의 자리를 굳혀왔는데 이렇게 항상 높은 수준의 퍼포먼스나 경기력을 유지하는 데 있어서 어떤 어려움이 있는지 또 어떤 점을 가장 집중해서 조금 노력하고 있나요?
아무래도 막 우승을 못했던 게 아니잖아요. 또 우승을 하고 나면 한 번 우승하고 나면 다음 우승할 때 뭔가 조금 동기부여가 결여될 수 있거나 아니면 이게 프로로서 오랫동안 계속 게임 준비를 하다 보니까 지치거나 그럴 수 있는데 그런 것들을 잘 잡는 거랑 그리고 또 결국 쳐질 수밖에 없다 생각하고 환기시키는 거랑 마인드셋이 제일 중요한 것 같아요.
The mindset. He said. The mindset. He said it. That's why he pulled out the word.
Yeah, he pulled out the word mindset. He said, you know, winning a title can actually affect your motivation. So I think it's really important to refresh your mindset and keeping that drive going.
It's always hard, honestly.
Yeah, I mean that's why I retired. I have no motivation. Just kidding.
I didn't want to say
Injury.
All right, let's focus on the rest of the playoffs, shall we? And pull the brackets if we have it. And Peanut, I would like to have your opinion on what has been the most surprising so far in LCK playoffs.
이번 프로에서 가장 놀라웠던 업셋이 있었다면 무엇일까요?
아무래도 T1 KT가 그래도 업셋이라고 표현을 한다면 업셋이라고
업셋이에요.
왜냐면 위에 팀이 고른 거잖아요.
그리고 그게 처음이에요, 사실.
맞아요. 맞아요. 그렇게
그리고 모든 전문가들이 이제 KT 우승 승리를 예측했기 때문에 완벽한 업셋이었죠.
뭐 저는 뭐 경기 자체는 업셋이라고 생각하고 있진 않은데 그게 그나마 업셋 경기이지 않았나 생각합니다.
So if I have to use the term upset, it should be T1, KT, KT, T1. Because, you know, I mean, the game itself, looking at the gameplay and performance, I don't want to call it an upset, but just looking at the surroundings, you know, KT was higher seeded team and they chose T1 and it was like the first time actually a first seeding team losing to their opponent's selection. So yeah, I think that was the biggest upset so far.
All right, if production can show us the bracket actually, and Huni, similar question, what do you think has been the biggest upset, surprise when it comes to the LCK playoffs that we had?
Same thing.
Same thing. All
Same
right.
thing. I mean, for sure. I mean, it's a, you know, like I think there's no, like no one was actually probably expecting the Genji T1 again in the winners matchup, and it's a gain as well. So.
All right. All right. Awesome. Yeah. Good stuff.
Thank you, Huni.
No problem.
All right. No, honestly, it's an honor having you at the desk here today, especially after such a long game. Is there anything you would like to say to the Western audience before we
이렇게
let you go?
장기전 끝에 이 자리 함께 해주셔서 너무 감사드리고요. 마지막으로 시청하고 계신 또 서양권 팬분들께 전하고 싶은 말씀이 있을까요?
예. Thank you, everyone.
Yay! Thank you, Peanut. Genji fighting.
This is our best jungler in LCK by far.
Yeah. And yeah, first time we have an LCK player at the space here. Thank you so much for joining us. 인터뷰 감사합니다.
Thank you.
And yeah, good luck in finals next week in Daejeon. Oh, maybe one last word about playing in Daejeon and playing the finals.
마지막으로 대전에서 결승전 치러지잖아요. 뭐 대전에서의 기대감이라든지 결승전에 대한 각오?
그 무슨 빵 성신단 맞나요? 그 워낙 저는 대전하면 이제 그것만 알고 있어가지고 얼마나 이렇게 소문이 여기까지 나 있나 한번 먹어보고 싶어요.
명란 바게트 먹으러 가야죠.
예.
So in Daejeon, there's a really, really famous bakery that actually everyone knows about. So I cannot wait to try it out.
I'm gonna need that address, Jisun.
It's known as a baguette.
That is the bakery city of Korea. Like
Love it.
literally.
Perfect. I'll compare this to French pastries, of course. That's the end of the interview here. Peanut, thank you so much for joining us today. And we're gonna take a look at tomorrow's match, Huni, and talk about the expectations we have for this match, shall we?
Already? Already the expectation for tomorrow?
Yeah, KT Rolster versus Hanwha Life Esports, the loser brackets. Who do you expect to win here? How is this one gonna play out?
I mean, my expectation, I'm gonna make a prediction right now with the scoring. I think it's gonna be the KT like probably 3-1 KT favor, because KT still like there was a huge chance that they will still stay as a strong team. Like I think it's a really low chance that they go like mental boom against like T1 loses, because it was like really makes sense because T1 actually play well. I mean they step up, so it was like reasonable to lose the series. So the KT definitely can easily bounce back with the HLE series.
Hey, he's back!
I was so useful. You guys did a great job.
You carried this.
I don't know if you could have done without me.
I know.
But
it's a team effort.
yeah, it's a team effort.
You were the totem.
Yeah. I was very important that one. But more importantly, I think that KT should still be the clear favorites, which, you know, after the T1 series, I think is scary. But for T1, we knew what they were capable of. They just didn't really show it to us. Them getting back to form is unfortunate. If you ask me who's gonna, you know, then win between T1 and KT down the line, that's a whole nother story. But tomorrow should be a free one for KT.
All right.
Should be.
Surely. Yeah. We'll
surely, Lord.
That's the story for tomorrow, guys. Thank you so much. I had a blast at the space today once again, and thank you all for watching the LCK yet again. Let us know what you thought of the interview. If there's any areas of improvement, anything you want to see, anything you would like to see more. Of course, we take feedback, and we will see you tomorrow for the losers bracket round 3. KT Rolster versus Hanwha Life Esports. Have a good day, good night, wherever you are located in the world, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
넘버원. 마지막에 이기는 게 최후의 승자죠. 빅게임의 악마 모드 온.
Walk through the fire.